What, you can't sleep?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the past.
The past, huh? You want to talk about it?
Thanks, Zach. But we've got to get some sleep, so good night.
I messed up.
Ha! Whoa, this is not good.
All's well that ends well, Slick.
It's done.
That's Turk's teamwork. Pretty good, right?
Warm-up's over! For it now!
You can do it.
So this is the slums.
Something wrong?
It's just really cluttered.
So you don't like it?
Just the opposite. I'm right at home.
Hooray! I knew you'd say that, Zach.
Is that really a good thing?
Bringing out the big guns. Warm-up's over.
Is it that weird?
Well, you just look so different, Zach.
Maybe I should change it back.
No. It looks good, really.
Right? Right?
But I still can't get used to it.
Come on. Give me a break here.
Brace yourself.
You can do it, Zach.
Yeah, I'm on fire now.
Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here, and this is the beginning of a new series, popular demand, called Biblical Characters Decoded. Biblical Characters Decoded. Lessons for life.
Month's over.
And this week we're going to cover Adam and Eve,
Good luck.
the very first couple. Lessons on relationships, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the divine.
Bringing
This
out the big
program
guns.
is dedicated by Irina Komisarenko for Refuah Shleima for Velvo Wolf Zev Ben Leah. Okay. So who doesn't know the story of Adam and Eve? And in it, fascinatingly, is contained everything we need to know about relationships. That's one of the powerful things of the Bible, that in an amazing way, in just succinct, short sentences in a few verses, you get the whole story. The good, the bad, the ugly, the divine, the pros, the cons, the ups and downs. Obviously, they need to be fleshed out in nuances. So let's begin. On one hand, to use a modern cliche, you can't live without him, you can't live without her. On the other hand, you can't live with him, you can't live with her. This is a common phrase that people say today about relationships. I personally don't like the phrase, but it captures the complexity and the paradox of relationships. That on one hand, can you exist? Can you really live? Can you thrive without love? Without a relationship? Without another? We all know it's necessary from the moment we're born, and even earlier, that the concept of attachment, of connection, the nurturing, and everything that comes with love. There are many different theories on why we love each other and why we need it, but there's no doubt that we need it. A flower needs water, a human being needs love. Now we talk about love, not just parental love, but the love of an equal, the love of another. In this case, we're talking about a couple. We're talking about relationships. So, on the other hand, we see how complicated it can get. Two people, especially strangers, two different genders, different backgrounds, different families, have different perspectives, have different approaches, have different personalities. So it's one thing when you have a business relationship which is limited, conditional. There are elements of it where you are engaged, there are elements where there are boundaries. But when you're 24/7 with another person under the same roof, in a full commitment, doesn't it seem inevitable that there are going to be conflicts, to the point that sometimes conflicts that are not reconcilable? And hence the high rate of divorce, physical divorce meaning legal divorce, and how many people are divorced emotionally even though they're together for whatever reason. Either because of the known evil is better than the unknown evil, for their children, for convenience, just the inertia of a relationship, difficult to get out of your status quo. So how do we find this balance? And then, of course, so we find there's the good side of a relationship.
about
I've
dinner
just explained
tonight?
it, nurturing, the companionship,
Sorry,
the intimacy,
I've got work. They just
the
told me.
validation. There's the bad side where we have conflicts and so on. There's the
You
ugly
want me to
side
talk
where
to
you
your
see
boss?
two people can claim they're
I
completely
don't
in
recommend
love,
that. My
infatuated
boss
with
can
each
be
other,
pretty scary.
inseparable, and a few years later they're in a divorce court, hate each other, the ugliest type of battle. They would never have been imagined. But there's the fourth thing called the divine.
Brace yourself.
And all these four you'll find in the story of Adam and Eve. And in it lies also the secret of to find a proper balance. So first, let's make this clear. There's no magic pill. If there was, then we wouldn't keep having best-selling books that tell us the 5 secrets of relationships, of enduring relationships, of love, of marriage.
Where'd he go?
Because if there was
You lost
a
him,
book
huh?
that did it, why is there another bestseller?
Isn't
Because clearly
Yeah,
nobody has
I'm having
mastered
problems.
this formula.
If only the
Suggestions
turrets
have
were
been made,
helping me
ideas
look.
have been made,
Not
but
together.
I would submit
We should look separately.
that's something that goes back to the Bible, talking about thousands of years ago, that has also produced people and families that are enduring till today, that there must be some formula here, which takes into account all the factors that I mentioned, and yet is able to understand both the comedy and the tragedy sometimes that relationships can lead to,
Better run for
but
it.
also you key to an enduring, lasting, and I would even say an eternal relationship. So here you have Adam and Eve. Firstly, it tells us in just a few verses the very secret of love. There are many theories about love. One of the most prevalent ones, I'll call it Darwinian Freudian model, or a scientific model. Can't say it's the only one, but one is that it's about survival of the fittest. It's about survival. The most cardinal rule in nature, in existence, and therefore in history, is the species must survive. Most important thing. And as such, the way to breed, to produce the next generation, the offspring of a species, need them to breed. Why would they come together? So nature, in its own mysterious way, developed a thing called attraction, sexual attraction, physical attraction, different levels of attraction, brings together male and female, they breed, conceive, and produce the next generation. And every species has exactly the same thing. That is necessity. The question is, however, the concept of romance and courtship, there are thinkers like Schopenhauer and others who say the whole concept of romantic love is just a delusion, a trick evolution plays on the human being because humans have mutated beyond the norm. Look at animals. They don't need the whole elaborate courting. They don't need to go on a date and let's go to a bar, let's get a drink, let's go to a museum, let's date, let's get to know each other. They understand the efficiency of yes, there are certain schemes that you'll see peacocks or elephants or birds or any other species to attract the other gender, demonstrating either their strength or their vitality or their virility, their ability to produce healthy offspring, and all that's been written about in the evolutionary biological texts on this topic. But essentially it comes down to one raw, simple fact. We need to get them together, and so on. So like Schopenhauer would say, the concept of love is simply as a result of human beings becoming too smart for their own good. So instead of just breeding, they have to go into whole elaborate schemes and so on. So okay, it makes them feel better, fine, so be it. The biblical Adam and Eve version, however, is very, very different. That male and female were part of one androgynous whole, one entity. And that entity was created in the divine image. It's a transcendent spiritual essential experience of oneness and unity. Then they were split into two, and that's why they're attracted to each other. Having children and offspring is a second they're blessed with. You'll come together, I will bless you with the ability to be fruitful and multiply and expand all over the world. But the key is the reunion of two halves of one soul, and hence we have the concept of a soulmate. It's a very different concept, a very different idea. It's driven by transcendence, not by survival. You see the difference between survival and transcendence? If love is driven by survival, then it's very much about an efficient negotiation. And you know what? If you're not helping me in my survival, it's easy for me to drop you. Whereas when it's transcendence, so then it's something greater than the sum of our parts. It's not just about me, not just about you. We're both connected to something greater and deeper that's greater than both of us.
What are you doing
And hence
here?
the concept of an eternal
I was just
relationship.
told to take leave at Del
We're
Sol.
both ready
And you?
to commit to something greater than me.
timing.
It's not
My
just about my
supervisor
needs
gave
and
me
your
leave
needs.
as well. So I figured
It doesn't mean it
I
doesn't
should
have
take in a little
needs.
sun.
But it's not doesn't begin and end with needs.
wasn't
It
in
begins
order
and
for
ends with
direction.
transcendence
Leave
and
is
something
leave.
spiritual.
Forget about
So in
work.
addition
Spread
to
your
the
wings a little.
3 levels of
Well,
compatibility
see ya.
everyone's familiar with: physical, sexual compatibility, emotional compatibility, intellectual compatibility, compatibilities that all of them can shift and can change in lifetime. You know, sometimes a person gets older, they're not as physically attractive. And the same thing with emotional.
Brace yourself.
You get bored, you look for other emotional stimulation. And the same thing with intellectual compatibility, all subject to
gonna
change. Like
sting.
everything in this world. Everything in this world changes. Everything is temporary. Everything erodes, deteriorates, and dies. Except one thing. When you're committed to something greater than you are. And that comes the 4th level of compatibility, which is the essential story of Adam and Eve, that they're both part of a divine image, a transcendent reality. And transcendence does not deteriorate, and does not erode, and doesn't die. Why? Because it's about a cause greater than yourself. It's not mortal. It's not subject to the laws of mortality. And that's why you hear that love never dies, that people, even though physically they may not continue to live on, but their legacy, their spiritual connection, the mark they made in the universe, the vision they share, can go on for generations and really never end. And that is the key. And that's what the biblical story of Adam and Eve, in essence, is all about. But it's not so simple. Because we do live in a world of survival. We do live in a world of materialism. We do live in a world of selfishness and self-interest. And it always comes into play in relationships. You'll never or hardly ever find a relationship that's purely transcendent, that each individual doesn't have any personal interest. Besides the fact that we by nature are wired to be subjective, we also are affected by other influences. Our parents, our environment, society, our childhood, traumas, fears, insecurities. If you grew up in a very nurturing home, you were validated and have that in deeper security. But there are many of us that don't feel that way. So we grow into adults fearful. We don't always express it, but it comes out in relationships. And when you're fearful and you've not been validated enough and you've not been nurtured, then what happens in a relationship? You're looking for that. Sometimes we look to the other for our own identity because we've never developed our own identity. So in the healthiest model, you'd have the model of Adam and Eve. Each of us is an Adam and an Eve, each of us with an intact soul, with a good sense of self, at the same time a good sense of boundaries. That's the perfect scenario. But there is no perfect scenario in this world. So now we have to contend with all the other factors that I just mentioned. And that's where life becomes complicated. That's where a relationship tends to lean over. It's not just the beautiful and the good and the divine, you also have the negative and even the ugly. So, but you need to understand, and that's what the Bible also addresses, that is exactly what happens to Adam and Eve. Even though they are born and created in the divine image and have that element of connection, what happens next? Of course, the famous story, the story of the tree of knowledge. And what is this story? That they were told by God, by their transcendent connection of their soulmates in the divine image shares with them, that you shall eat from every tree, but not this tree of knowledge of good and evil. Don't bring evil into your life. Yes, you can know about it philosophically, but don't taste it. Don't experience it. Remain pure, remain innocent. And that's why Adam and Eve were naked, and they were not ashamed. Like a newborn child. Yes, they were 20 years old, not newborns, but their consciousness was one of innocence, of seamlessness. Seamlessness, transparent seamlessness. Why is a child not embarrassed of its nakedness and nudity? It's not because the child is stupid or naive, because there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's part of who you are. You have eyes, you have ears, you have arms, you have legs, you have a mind, you have a heart, and you have sexuality. You have organs that perhaps are not used, obviously, by a young child, but you have parts of who you are that will help you later. When the time comes right, when you find your soulmate, and you can bond and connect and become one flesh, and bear offspring. That's what it is. So in that sense, why should there be any self-consciousness? But then Adam and Eve, in their curiosity, are tempted. The serpent is the force of temptation that says, why don't you try it? Since you know the concept, why don't you taste from it? And what happens is they lose their innocence. And now they're suddenly aware of itself. I'm self-conscious of my own entity, of my own reality. Dissonance has entered into existence. So you have the pure innocence and then the loss of innocence. Do any of us remember when we lost our innocence? You can't really pinpoint. You just can know there was that time like Paradise Lost. Rosebud of the classic Citizen Kane. The pure, innocent time when we lived as children, everything was seemingly pure. And I'm talking about if you're in a healthy environment. But then comes the first birth of dissonance, loss of innocence. And dissonance easily evolves ultimately into duplicity, into divisiveness, into all other forms of fragmentation. And especially if unfortunately you grow up in a home where there is more fragmentation than need be, conflict between parents, judgmentalism, criticism, addiction, alcoholism, and other forms of abuse, whether it's overt or subtle. Bottom line is, it all impacts the impressionable, innocent, defenseless child. And now that pure and innocent relationship that Adam and Eve had now has entered a new stage. So actually the story of Adam and Eve is our own story, every one of us. The innocent stage of innocence, and then the post, when we're no longer that innocent. And once we lose that, we don't lose it forever, as we'll soon discuss. That's where the problems begin. So now you're looking to our relationship not just for your transcendent soulmate, for experiencing a higher state of unity, the search for global unity, for personal unity, even the scientific search for a theory of everything, that singularity, to find the unity, the complete unity theory, also in our personal life. But now we have to contend with fear, with insecurity, with inhibitions, with judgmentalism. Does she really love me? Why do I feel so paranoid? We deal with betrayal, with fears of betrayal. I mean, the list goes on, you can fill in the blanks. But this is, so we have the pre-tree of knowledge and the post-tree of knowledge in our own personal lives. And you see how the biblical story comes along. And as the serpent, the forces of temptation, doesn't have to be necessarily a physical serpent in our own personal lives. It's whatever tempts us, whatever distracts us. And we may think it's very simple. You know, big thing, so I eat from the tree of knowledge. So I try something that's forbidden. Or I do something that is inconsistent with my real essence. But then you are a different person. You've changed. So you see what happens next is Adam and Eve, both of them, in a way, turn on each other. They start blaming each other. To the point that Eve says to Adam, you know, what did you do to me? And Adam says, what do you mean? You tempted me. And Eve says, well, you didn't exactly give me the right instructions. And back and forth, and there's the cause and effect of what happens next. What does dissonance create? A disconnect. A disconnect in the relationship, a disconnect from yourself. When God says to Adam, Ayeko, where are you in the Garden of Eden? What do you mean? He knows where he is. But Ayeko is the ultimate statement of dissonance. You could be sitting near someone and you say, where are you? Not you. I know where you are physically. Where's your mind? Where's your heart? I don't see you. I don't recognize you. You're aligned with me. You're aligned with your purpose. There becomes a division between who you are and what you do. The essence of your being and how you express yourself.
Here we go.
Split, a schism between survival and transcendence. And it affects Adam in the way that now you'll have to go out and earn your keep through the sweat of your brow. Through the sweat of your brow shall you eat bread. You'll have to toil and work. Till then, when you're aligned with your purpose, I will take care of your physical needs. You just have to make sure that your spirituality, your values are, you're busy with them, and that's what you're living up to. I'll take care of your physical needs. The same thing with Eve. Don't worry about a thing. You'll bear offspring without pain. It will be seamless. So all the pain bearing, the pains of child carrying and childbearing won't exist. But now that you've separated yourself from your higher purpose, you're not just living a transcendent life. You're living a life with your own agenda. So now you're going to have to deal with working hard and having to go out of your own natural self to go find a job. And the same thing, pain. Why should children cause pain? Children are the most greatest blessing. It should just come seamless. Because you're disconnected. There's a dissonance. However, not all is well. Even though they are expelled from paradise because they no longer are that seamless, innocent reality that they were before all of this happened. And not all is lost. The story begins. Now, in this struggling life, in this life of dissonance, in this life of fragmentation and disjointedness, you have the ability to reconnect. Because you're still two souls of one part.
So I figured
You still have that divine image
in a little
within you.
sun.
Because the concept is that sin does not create a total loss and destruction of who we essentially are. It's just gone undercover. In the words of Michelangelo, when he was asked, how do you sculpt those beautiful angels in the marble? And he said, I see the angels trapped in the marble, and I carved and set them free. So the angel remains an angel. Your divine image remains your divine image right now, you and I. However, it can go undercover. It can be trapped in marble, it can be trapped in concrete, it can be trapped in other substances. It can be trapped through our own fears and inhibitions and insecurity. And all the other phobias and neurosis that we go to therapy for.
That thing where you
Trying to find
bring
our
up?
true self.
Can you do it on sand?
Of
But the true
course.
self is there.
But if I do
So
it,
how do you
only one
reclaim, regain it?
But if
By
you
looking
can't,
at your life
you
in a
have to
different
grant
way.
me
That's the
a
story of
tiny
Adam
wish.
and Eve. By looking in your life, that the divine innocence that you are always remains intact. It's just you wandered off. Now it's not just adjust, it takes work. But the problem is, the problem sometimes becomes our reality. We call confirmation bias. You start confirming the biases of your life, the prejudices. You start thinking that you are not who that essential divine transcendent creature, the divine image. I'm someone else. Like when you ask someone, who are you? They give you their business card. And I say to them, that your business card tells me what you do, not who you are. Some sigh and say, you know what? I've become. Who I am has become what I do. That means we start defining our reality based on the present. That's not correct. That's why we have the biblical story of Adam and Eve. You're truly the Adam and Eve tree of knowledge.
You can
You
do
need
it,
to
Zach.
access it. How do you do that? By reconnecting to your soul. Don't see yourself as a material human being, perhaps on a spiritual journey. You're a spiritual being, a soul, on a material journey, on a physical journey. And you do that by reinforcing your own spirituality through immersing it in a spiritual spa. Study, prayer, action, cognitive, emotional, and behavioral conditioning to start seeing yourself as a soulful entity, a transcendent entity entering into a world of survival. Not a survival creature who once in a while experiences transcendence for whatever reason. You're a transcendent creature in order to, with the purpose of bringing transcendence into a materialistic and selfish and hostile universe. And you do that through your own cognizance, your own awareness. So then you reframe your life. Don't look at your life as a product of your problems, that you're a victim, that you're defined by your troubles. You're not defined by your suffering. You're not defined by your traumas. You're not defined by your difficulties in life. You're defined by your soul. So that reframes it all, and that opens you up to be able to have a true, healthy relationship. You go on a date and speak about this at some point. I say at some point, but because not everybody is ready for it immediately. And you'll be surprised. You allow your soul to communicate in your dating process, in your relationship, in your courtship, and ultimately in the marriage. And encourage your partner to do the same. That's the key when we talk about a complete and true relationship. Are there going to be times of conflict and difficulties and challenges? Of course. But you have what to work with. Because you're not defined by the difficulties, you're defined by the soulfulness. And then the soulfulness is going to have to contend with the challenges of this material world, where there will be difference of opinions, there'll be conflicts, there'll be fears, there'll be paranoia, there'll be all the different things that come in a life, especially if there was a betrayal, if there was hurt, especially past hurt. Not so easy to get over disappointment. But when you know and you understand that you're essentially a spiritual creature in a material world, it changes the whole picture. This, my friends, is in brief the story of Adam and Eve. In a nutshell, the whole story. The most beautiful, how it descends into a reality that can be sometimes not so beautiful, even bad or ugly, but because of the divine element has the ability to transcend into that. And then you know what? You come out even stronger. Because it's one thing when a naive or innocent person has a relationship, fine. But if you've tasted the other side, you've tasted the forbidden fruit,
Does someone
you're
wear that
lost
suit
innocence,
everywhere he goes?
and then you reclaim and regain
Were
it.
you hoping
You
to
reclaim
see
a
him in
paradise
swimming
that may
trunks?
have been lost for a while.
No, just
And you
wondering if he gets
reconcile.
hot.
You have a power now
What's
that
the
is
holdup?
indestructible.
Let's go.
The power that comes from experiencing the negative, and that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That your relationship can thrive, and yes, be eternal. An eternal bond, and create eternal values and legacy, create children that will create further children ad infinitum. A taste of infinity, of eternity in this mortal and finite life. Thank you so much, and please join me again Sunday. We're doing this Sunday live, Meaningful Live, this new series, Biblical Characters Decoded, Lessons for Life. This has been Simon Jacobson, Meaningful Life Center, meaningfullife.com. Check us out. for a robust schedule of activities for different audiences and different times. Please share, like, comment, suggestions, all is welcome. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. We continue our new series called Biblical Characters Decoded, Lessons for Life. And this week we will address Noah, rebuilding a broken world. It's always good to begin in the most relevant terms, in language that speaks to us in our time. One of the big questions that every person will face at some point in their life is there hope after betrayal? Is there reconciliation after a violation? Throughout life, we will at least at times be hurt, sometimes by loved ones. And it can feel like there's no way to fix something, amend something that was broken, a broken promise, a shattered dream, a violated commitment. And we look for answers. Some of us give up, become more resigned, feel we really can't get out of our stuck situation. That's what I'd like to address. Now this can be on an individual level, spouses in a marriage, infidelity, where the marriage was somewhat violated, or it could be or it could be between parents and children, or it could be between friends, or it could be on a collective level. If a particular group went through a terrible tragedy, a Holocaust, is there hope after such loss? So of course a case can be made that the arrow goes one way in time in life, and that which is broken, and that's it, move on. Others say, as Hemingway wrote, life breaks all people and so much stronger in the broken zone. He apparently was not that strong. Took his own life there. So this is the concept of healing and recovery. And even that is really unlimited, or we can make the best of it. And yet some do argue that there are things that I've learned, the strengths I've gained through my brokenness is something I do not want to give up, something that has really changed me for the good. The poets write that the cracks in life is where the life is. So again, is that making the best with what we have, or is there something deeper to it all? And here is enter Noah of the Bible. Famous story, planet Earth and its inhabitants became so corrupted, so polluted, that they self-destruct. And hence comes the flood. Cause and effect. When you turn on each other, you crime, through injustice, you end up destroying each other. And the world, the polluted, toxic world, is ultimately destroyed. It's all the life on it, except for a few individuals. The Bible tells us that Noah and his family were preserved, as well as the animals, 2 of each species. At least 2 of each species. And as the flood devastates in his deluge the entire earth, the ark that Noah builds protects him and his family and his animals. For the 40 days and 40 nights, and then as the flood subsides, comes the dramatic moment. What happens next? Noah sends out into the storm story goes, sends out first a raven and ultimately a dove to see if the land is beginning to dry. And then he's told, God tells Noah, now his time has arrived, time has come for you to leave this ark, protect the ark, and rebuild what? A broken world. So we all know the story, especially in the biblical context. Forget about its personal lesson and addressing the questions I posed earlier. So therein lies tremendous lessons. First of all, let's just begin the most important one of all, that we could rebuild a broken world. Noah could have easily said, hey, you know what? People are flawed, they're imperfect, just as they turn on each other before.
Take out enemies with one blow.
Why should I rebuild a
Now,
broken world?
do it.
And he actually had
One
this
blow, all right?
I could
to
use
the
a
point that he even
demo.
got intoxicated when he
Fine,
came up there.
let's do this.
It wasn't so simple to face the world. And now that the responsibilities on
got
his
it in
shoulders
one
to
blow.
rebuild this world,
That one was too
there are
weak.
plenty of risks,
Now,
plenty of reasons
again.
to be very pessimistic. And indeed, he actually has to be told to leave the ark. Because once he became comfortable in this ark, that protected him from the raging floodwaters, which reflect more than just raging floodwaters. They reflect the raging world, the hostile world, and the raging floodwaters sometimes are referred to all the challenges and the difficulties of making a living, the anxieties and agonies of life. But he was protected. Hashem PARTNER, the great mystic, founder of Hasidism, explains that the word in Hebrew for the ark is teva, which also means word. It's the words, the sacred words, the sacred statements and phrases that protect us and immunize and insulate us from the raging floodwaters around us. So Noah became very comfortable. So even though he had to be told to enter the ark, because he was part of the world, to get out of his comfort zone and enter the ark, now he has to be told to get out of his comfort zone in the ark and return and mend and rebuild a broken world. So the first statement is that it's very, very important. And not only can we do it, but we must do it. We're commanded to do it. Because the command to Noah is to command to each one of us.
Messed up.
That whatever happens in our lives that may
Whoa, this
have
is
been
not
broken,
good.
that may have even been destroyed due to corruption, pollution, toxins,
All's
of any
well that
sort,
ends
abuse,
well. Slick.
trauma.
It's done.
That's
Of
Turk's
course,
teamwork.
fear,
Pretty good,
insecurity,
right?
And all the other psychological shadows that can darken our lives, that we can and we must rebuild. That means there is always hope. And yes, we're told to do so. It gives us strength. It gives us strength because it says that you have everything you need to be able to achieve that. And we see Noah actually did that. And he rebuilds life. And as a result, we have a world today, again, not a perfect world, but a world that ultimately, a little after Noah comes 10 generations later, Abraham begins to bring light and pioneering, the concepts of virtue and justice in a corrupt world, in a world that would not be destroyed again, despite all the challenges and the wars that have been fought. But what is it? Where do we get this from? And what are the methods that we need to use? And this too we learn from this story. It's interesting, the world is not destroyed by fire, it is by water. Water is a symbol of cleansing. Sometimes compared to the mikveh, to the ritual bath water. It's not about just cleaning off the grime and the dirt like a bathtub or a shower. There's a certain spiritual element. Water is considered to be a spiritual cleansing. Water is compared to knowledge. Very often, what causes corruption is ignorance. It's a lack of knowledge. Sometimes that leads to malicious behavior. But it often begins with ignorance, stereotyping, discrimination, distortion. And then when you mix
Wait,
self-interest
Cisne.
into it, you get what you get.
Does Song
You get
wear
the
that suit
destruction that
everywhere
it
he
creates.
goes?
Were you hoping
So water
to see
wasn't
him in
just a
swimming
destroyer
trunks?
here.
No,
Water
just
was also
wondering
a
if he
cleanser.
gets
It was also
hot.
a nourisher,
What's the
a
holdup?
nurturer.
Let's
That's
go.
what water does.
Aren't you hot?
Beginning of our lives, we all begin 9 months submerged in the embryonic fluid, water, in our mother's womb. Water represents love. So it's love and knowledge. So that's the first indicator of what we're supposed to do. To educate, inform. There's a statement made in the book of Isaiah that in the future, the Messianic age, there will be no longer evil and destruction in the world. And why? Because the world will be filled with divine knowledge as the waters cover the sea. It's interesting. The story of Noah also begins with a world filled with what? With fire. A world filled with divine knowledge as the waters cover the sea. Water has a future besides that it's a cleansing, that it's a nurturer and refreshes us and the symbol of love. One more thing about this water. Anything submerged in it becomes completely subsumed. The fish in water, fish in the sea, are always submerged in the source of life. They have a sense that's not just about me, it's part of something bigger than me. Look at the feeling we all have when we go swimming, we go underwater. There's a certain being protected, exactly like recreating the embryo. A protective sense, you're completely embraced in water. And not just embraced like a hug, completely separate. It's a symbol that materialism is not an end in itself. That materialism should be submerged in the stream of what is around. You know, when you're in the zone, you don't sense self. You're reading the book, you're so submerged, so immersed in it. You don't even realize you're turning pages, and you can be emotional, cry, laugh. Someone from outside is looking, you're reading the book. You're reading the book, you become one. You become submerged. That's what it is. It's not like two entities, the subject and object that know where they are. The tension between matter and spirit, which led ultimately to the corruption of the earth and its pollution. The antidote is the opposite, the submergence of matter within spirit. Matter is compared to the dry land, spirit is compared to water. In the mystical, Kabbalistic terminology, land is called the revealed world, like speech. Water is called the hidden world, like thought. Closer to the unifying element that thought offers, where the letters and the words become submerged in the idea. The more it's expressed in words, especially in writing, in action, the more the words take on shape. But when you're in the zone, when you become completely, you melt in. So water itself, the thing that destroyed the universe, is actually it's also its antidote, because that's what it means. So it wasn't just a destroyer, it was actually cleansing the world and preparing it to realize that materialism of existence
I messed up.
to be submerged. But there's a big
Whoa,
caveat.
this is not good.
Do not feel overwhelmed by these words. You need the art. You need the words.
All's well that ends well, Slick.
Books that you're reading, or the music that
It's
you're
done.
listening to. And nothing else is happening. You
That's
don't even realize
Turk's
what
teamwork.
you're feeling.
Pretty good,
You
right?
can't even report or describe. This is my feeling because you're so submerged in it. And yet you need the words to contain it, to be able to channel it. Because you want to build a world. You don't just want it to be submerged. So it's really a fusion between matter and spirit. And it's not that he left the ark in the sense, okay, now he no longer has the protection. He left the ark to build in the world, that the world really should be surrounded with sacred words. Today we live in information. It's a deluge of another sort, information overloaded. We're also being flooded by information. So one option is just shut it all off, unplug, no access. That's not practical for most people. The ultimate goal is to, by all means, get all the benefits of this flood that surround yourself. Make sure that you have filters. Make sure you are insulated. with the right words and the focus of why all this technology and all the information out there, what is it guided for? It's not just an end in itself. It's a means for transcendence. And in this lies all the secrets of how Noah rebuilt the broken world. And how does that apply to our personal lives? It's one thing, someone betrays another, violates a trust, hurts, abuses, breaks a promise, breaks an oath or vow, and says, okay, I made a mistake, forgive me. So first of all, can they really be forgiven? Will they not do it again? Are they just trying to find an easy way out? But let's assume that they're sincere. But you, as the person who's hurt, says, how do I know for sure? How do I rebuild trust? So here's the thing. We're not talking about creating perfection. We're not saying, okay, the world is broken, and now let's create a perfect world. The world continues to have potential. The world continues to be potentially a place where things can be broken. If you learn accountability, trust is built on accountability, not on perfection. Accountability means a person who acknowledges it, is not covering it up, is not hiding it, is not lying. It also means that you've added water into the picture of knowledge, awareness, consciousness, also part of accountability. That you've developed that trait that I often talk about, bittul, Hebrew word for submersion, immersion in something greater than you are, like being immersed in water. That it's not that you're becoming knowledgeable, but that you're surrendering to it. You're being submerged and consumed by it. You are being absorbed by something greater than yourself. These are the things we look for when we try to rebuild the trust that was broken. So there is a method. It's not just a promise made, promise broken, and now promise again, and repeat the cycle. No, there's a paradigm shift. There's a fundamental shift that we've learned from the first grade. That we need to submerge in water, that we need to have that insulation, the oasis of sacred words, that we need to have the bittul, the modesty, the humility, most importantly, the surrender, the commitment, and dedication to something greater than yourself. So though we're no longer physically in the ark, we still need ark, an oasis in time and space. For something to be a Shabbat, we just unplug from the mechanical universe. It could be any other time of the day where we pray or we study. Someone you love, find special time to create your own little ark. That's how we rebuild a broken world. That's how we rebuild even after trust was breached. So it's not just going back to square one, trying again. We learn from it. And above all, going to the most important point, confidence. That the break of the universe, things that are broken, is not the default state. The harmony, the tikkun, the repair is the default state. The beautiful world. The break is an anomaly, an aberration that needs to be dealt with, not to be ignored. And that's why it's a given. That after the flood, we can come out and rebuild a broken world, a broken life. Even when there's promises of growth, even when the past seems, of course, it could become designed in relationships and I try that, I want to be hurt again. A return, I'm not suggesting go back to what you tried again. Now you have to dig deeper, you have to find new resources, you have to look for deeper signs of what shows trust. But put those qualities in place. The water, the bittul, the humility and dedication to something greater than yourself. You see that in the other person. The words, that they have sacred words, that they surround themselves with, that they have their priorities in place. Where matter is being sublimated in the spirit of water. Those are the ingredients that you can build trust and rebuild anything like that. So here we have lessons from Noah. How do we build? Very the larger world or whether it's the world of microcosm. This has been Simon Jacobson, the Life Center News.com. There's a new series this Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Again, you access anytime at newslight.com. Please check out our schedule, our program. I'd love to hear feedback, share, like, questions, thoughts, suggestions. Connect, progress, and maybe you live a life where you have real breaks, but then there is a break. You know how to mend, take care, make it greater. Hello everyone. Simon Jacobson here for another episode of Biblical Characters Decoded. Lessons for life. Today we will be discussing Abraham, the first pioneer. This program is dedicated by Derek in honor of his father, John Eggert Mortland. I have asked this question to so many people, and I'd like to ask you this question. Do you consider yourself a conformist? Very few people on earth like to be called a conformist, and most people will answer no, not a conformist. However, the fact of the matter is that most of us are conformists. Simply, first of all, human nature is such that we want to fit in. We want to please. Even as young children in our homes or families, we want to make sure we are in line. And we're reminded time and again if we try to go out of line. So the first tendency is to be a conformist. Secondly, the social structures of the world are such that they demand conformity, whether you're going to work or that you want to belong to a country club, or you want to belong to any clique, to any particular group, whether it's children for sure, as I said, but even teenagers, adults. The question is that natural to us to be conformist or not? Or do we have something original about us that often is beat out of us and we don't really learn to sing our own songs? So let me take this approach it from another angle. As I grew up, and I grew up in a religious community, I was always convinced that religion was about conformity. And not necessarily in a negative way. Community, family, rules, rituals, traditions, and to keep it together, and I'm talking even a healthy situation, you need a certain element of people going along. I mean, in any country, any society, in any group, if people rebel, everyone's going to their own tune, you won't have the cooperation necessary. Now, the downside of it, of course, is when it turns into a lack of annihilation of our individuality and of our uniqueness. And if it silences us, that can become dangerous even. Look at totalitarian regimes where they insist that everybody just follow a certain path, and that's that. At the expense of our own voice. So we need to have some type of balance. But then I discovered something that really changed my entire attitude. I began reading and thinking about Abraham. Abraham, yes, not Abraham Lincoln, but Abraham from the Bible. Now he's like the founder of monotheism. He discovered God. Now what kind of life did he have? Was he a conformist? The exact opposite. He actually was the first pioneer. He challenged the status quo at great expense to himself because he was seen as a threat to the establishment, to the powers that be. He went against the tide, a true trailblazer. The first and maybe the greatest pioneer of them all, because he had no one to turn to. There were no synagogues. There were no houses of worship. He was living in a pagan world where idol worship was the standard, and he defied his parents, his community, his king, his nation, his society. Just think of the strength that one needs to do that. You're talking about pioneer. For us, even being what they call out of the box and being a trailblazer, so today we also have a category called trailblazers. Whether they call them innovators, influencers, early adopters, but he had no one to turn to. And I realized if he's the father of faith, of monotheism, of religion, he was the ultimate nonconformist. He was coming into a material world where people live the life of dog eats dog, survival of the fittest, even though that term may have not been coined at the time. And he defied all of that. What does that tell you? That tells you that religion is very different than what we think it is. That's what began to say to me, that perhaps the whole conformity was really part of, I don't want to call it brainwashing or mind control, but part of something that developed over the years, and part of it is mind control, that was necessary to keep the community together. But in essence, it's actually about going beyond, it's about transcendence. And we're going beyond the norm, beyond the group and herd mentality, and to think really out of the box. Over the years, that too became established and became laws and rules. But what about the very laws and rules themselves? Are they conformity driven or are they free spirited driven? So let's use music as an example. Musical notes are structured. There are only that many musical notes on the scale. There are only that many keys on a piano. Only that many strings on another instrument. The same with every musical instrument. And yet, what it produces is not in any way bound to a particular structure. It produces tremendous effects on us in transporting us to another time and place. Music does. The magic of music. So you see that structure doesn't necessarily mean conformity. Structure means you're following certain guidelines in order to go beyond structure. And that's what Abraham was really all about. Unfortunately, it took on the shape for some as being only structure and losing the magic, losing the music, losing the song. And that's where individuality and cooperation come together. The cooperation is synergy. It was never meant to be squashing or eliminating or annihilating individuality. It was meant to create the synergy that only many individuals can create together, like music. But it was never meant to eliminate the individuality. It's a perfect balance between harmony within diversity. And that's what Abraham taught. So when you think about it, we have either two extremes. Either you become a free spirit, I do whatever I want, I go to my own, I sing to my own song, play to my own drum, whatever the expression is, beat to my own drum, pure individuality. Or the other extreme, conformity. Don't make trouble, fit in, the herd mentality. The truth is, it's neither of the two. It's really utter free-spiritedness, but not free-spiritedness at the expense
So I
of
figured
the
I should
synergy,
take in a little
but
fun.
complementing each
My
other.
leave wasn't a
So when you
motive from
think
the
about it,
director.
we
Leave
each
is
truly
leave.
are pioneers
Forget
and
about
can be
work.
pioneers.
Spread your wings a
You
little.
are born an original,
Well,
don't become a
see ya.
copy. You have a song to sing, many songs to
Others,
sing.
I've had enough.
Don't allow it to be drowned out by the pressures and demands of others. Because a healthy environment, a healthy family, healthy parents won't insist that you do it their way. They'll help cultivate and nourish and nurture your individuality. And yet at the same time, a healthy individuality does not need to run away from working with others. Many people who seem to be bohemians and these free spirits, it may just be fear of commitment, fear of staying in one place for too long. But a true healthy individuality is going to actually look to cooperate with others, to cross-pollinate, to synergize. And that's the key thing to remember. So I'd like to share with you is this. You have something original, more than one thing, unique and original and indispensable about you. And very often it's silenced and not allowed to express itself. What we learn from Abraham is that you can truly be a pioneer. It needs courage, it needs strength, you need others that support that. But above all, you need to believe in yourself. And what drove Abraham was ultimately, and this is the key, a certain certainty, an absolute certainty of a thing of value, of ideas that he believed in. So here's the suggestion. More than a suggestion,
Wait,
this can be
what's
the
his
difference between life and death. Find
Does
something
Zong
you
wear that suit
absolutely
everywhere
believe in,
he
that you're ready
goes?
to fight for no matter what.
Were you hoping to see him in swimming trunks?
And that's what you build upon.
No, just
as long as
wondering
you
if
don't
he gets
have that,
off.
then it's going to be very easy
What's
to
the
become
holdup?
wavering.
Let's go.
Because it's optional, it's arbitrary. Maybe I believe in this, maybe I don't. I meet somebody else, oh, I like what they say. So it's critical to find that inner center, that inner voice within that you know for sure is absolute. And if you don't have that yet, talk to friends, find a mentor, find others, discuss it. What you want to do is find that focal point, that vortex, that becomes the foundation, and that you build upon. And you know that for sure, then you figure out how can I access, and how can I access and how can I actualize that. And there, you will need at times to really be forceful and firm in what you believe. This doesn't mean you have to be offensive. This doesn't mean you have to be to be audacious in the sense of hurting others. You do need audacity. You need to dare, but you don't have to step on others. And indeed, you find ways to actually find people who can complement what you do. That's the true pioneer. Steve Jobs is the one that said, only those that are crazy enough to believe they can change the world are the ones that do. Yes, we need to be crazy enough to do that. But as we know in his life, he wasn't such an easy person. We need to have that drive, but also the humility to know that you're fulfilling a cause that's greater than yourself. It's not just your self-actualization. And that's where the words of Hillel come into play. If I will not be for me, who will be for me? If I'm not for myself, who will be for me? And if I'm only for myself, what am I? And it seems like a contradiction. No, it's not. Because both are necessary. You have to begin, what is it you stand for? And then you recognize it's not about me, it's about a cause greater than I am. And that's why your individuality is so necessary. And then you say, if I'm only for myself, what am I? There are others, an orchestra, everyone playing this magical music. We need each other. Musical notes need each other. Not because they don't have their individuality, it's because it makes the synergy far greater. And that's where the two come together. And the third expression, finally, from Hillel, where he says, and if not now, when? Because this is no time to procrastinate. Now is the time. Now is the time for you to shine, for you to rise to the occasion and be your real self. The true pioneer, the trailblazer, the one that has something to contribute that no one else can contribute but you. And that's the key thing to remember. And life then becomes well worth it because you're not just following someone else's script. You're following yours, that voice. And while at the same time learning how to synergize and harmonize with everyone around you, a synchronicity of a true harmony within diversity. This is what we learned from the first pioneer, and this is the ultimate real experience of true. I don't like the word religion altogether because it's associated with so much of this conformity, which, as I said, has positive sides to it, but it also has some negative sides, and many that have been abused. But really the idea of spirituality, being a free spirit, being able to really experience true transcendence, and being a pioneer in the transcendence of not allowing ourselves to succumb to our material desires and indulgences, not to be seduced by all the distractions of this physical world, but to recognize that it's your soul that drives you. That's the ultimate pioneering experience. Because that frees you and frees you even from your very ego. That's the key. And as you get to that place, you'll see the person who has that is the person that will coexist with everyone around them. It does not have to be selfish or arrogant at all. On the contrary, it's coming from tremendous strength, but also from tremendous humility. So be the pioneer you should be. Go for it. Find others that can do that. This is what I believe is the mission of my life, of the Meaningful Life Center, is to help you find that voice, to help you find that mission statement that's unique to you, to help you find that significance and that ability to pioneer and forge a path that nobody has forged before. The road less traveled, or the road never traveled on before, because it's your particular road.
Zach.
Thank you so much. This has been Simon Jacobson, Meaningful Life, sent to meaningfullife.com.
Resulted in soldier
Please
casualties.
go to meaningfullife.com and you'll find a
It's
robust
all right.
schedule of events
In the end, they
and
returned to their
programs that
senses.
address issues
And
like
I
this.
can always come here to see them
If you
anyway.
like some of the words that I've said, please share,
Everything's good on
comment,
this side.
feedback,
All right? So you
because
don't
at
have
the end
to
of the day,
worry
it is a
about us.
synergy between all of us. Thank you so much,
Okay.
and be
See
blessed.
ya.
Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. We continue our growing popular series, new series, Bible Characters Decoded, Lessons in Life. This week we'll be addressing Sarah, the first lady of the Bible. What is the true feminine mystique? The quintessential woman. This program is dedicated by Clara Mehinajan of blessed memory, a woman, a mom, a grandma, a friend, and an inspiration for us all. So first, one important qualification. The real true first lady in the Bible, of course, is Eve. In Hebrew, Chava is the mother of all life. However, when we talk about Abraham being our first father, first patriarch, so in that context, you can say Sarah is the first lady. So as always, there are nuances. But the bottom line is, let's talk about this. Now I have to also make another qualification. As you can tell, I'm a man. And at the end of the day, there's a certain lack of total credibility when a man talks about feminine mystique. It's like that joke they tell. A guy asks a woman and says, what do you, the joke they tell, I should repeat
Training
that.
hard, I hope.
You better believe
A
it.
woman asks a man, what do you think
All right.
about
Let's see the results.
feminine
There, your data
woman's
from last
intuition?
month.
And he says a bunch of hogwash. He said, how did I know you were going to say that? So,
No
yet
improvement
I'm not coming
whatsoever.
just from my own experience or
Training's over.
perspective, though I've had great, wonderful women around me in my life, but also from the deeper mystical and spiritual perspective of the feminine archetype. And though, yes, a woman would probably be much more fitting to talk about this, but I want to share a few thoughts which may be meaningful to all of us. Now, gender issues in general, masculine, feminine, have been, especially lately, in the news and headlines. We're not really going to address that, but there's no question that there's a crisis and a challenge in identity in general, especially gender and sexual identity. That's why it's very good to often go back to the roots. And the Bible does teach us things that are surprisingly timely and extremely relevant to the 21st century, despite the stereotype that one would think that these are archaic ideas. So we're going to talk about Sarah. Sarah and Abraham are the two pioneers, partners, that forged a new path. A path that was not driven by self-interest, but by the greater good. And not that they were pushovers, not that they forgot about their own needs, but they dedicated their lives to create a new way of looking at the world. Instead of it being about my interests and myself and my needs first, they had open home. Not only an open home, they went out, reached out to people, inspired them spiritually. As we're told in so many different ways, their chesed, their kindness, was legendary. But remember, they were the pioneers. It wasn't something that was a given and everybody was doing it. They were pioneers, as I discussed in the last program about Abraham, the first pioneer. But Sarah was the equal partner. So what do we learn about not just their general partnership, But Sarah's particular touch that we can learn about, that teaches us so much today. So there's a fascinating episode in the Bible that after Sarah passes away, interestingly, it's after she passes away, we learn virtues about her that we didn't even know about before that. They were there, but they became far more apparent, which itself is a tremendous lesson in life that I just would like to stop and pause on for a moment. That if you really want to see someone's eternal contribution, it's not always when you see them in their lifetime, because in their lifetime they're present. So obviously they're having their influences. You know when you really see it? When they're physically no longer here. Are they remembered? Is there a legacy? I'm speaking now to you almost 4,000 years later, 3,800 years since Sarah lived. And there's indeed a chapter called The Life of Sarah. What it actually talks about is life after her passing, because that's when you suddenly see, more than ever, the real impact. As I said, when the light is shining, but when the light is dim, where you don't see the person's light, are they still affecting generations to come? And she did indeed. And here's the story. So after she passes away, Abraham determines it's time for Isaac to find Isaac a bride. He sends a servant, who goes out and finds Rebecca. Rebecca finally meets Isaac. Long story, but they come together. And here's their first encounter. Where you see, talk about love at first sight, but not in the Hollywood superficial style. We're talking about a love that would last not just in their lifetime, but thousands of years. Many people say they fall in love. 2 years later, they're fighting an ugly divorce war in court. They meet. Isaac brings her into the tent. They lived in tents. Into Sarah's tent. And he sees that it's like his mother reappearing. Now, most of us don't want to marry someone like our mother. But if you know who Sarah was, the ultimate paragon of a woman. But what did he see? So interestingly, he sees 4 features in her. Actually, Rashi, the commentary, brings 3 of the 4. But the Medrash, which is a commentary on the verse, says he brings 4 things. What are the 4 things? The first, he sees a cloud hovering over the tent, which had disappeared after his mother passed away. The second thing, he sees a flame burning from Friday to Friday, all week. The third, he sees a blessing in her dough, that's the expression, in the food she prepared. And the fourth thing, he sees that the doors of the tent are open and welcoming to everyone, whoever wants to come from any direction. That's the fourth one Rashi does not cite. But those are the 4. Now when you think about it, it sounds okay, nice, a little poetic, romantic. But no, they signify 4 tremendous features in the feminine mystique that if we were able to somewhat bottle it into a formula, we would have a very different world. Now many of you may already be following these guidelines, but it's worthwhile describing them. So what do these 4 signify? The cloud, the flame, the blessing in the dough, and the 4-sided, the doors open in all directions. It signifies the 4 most important features in a human being in general, and especially in a woman. The cloud. You can go into a home, and the home may be a beautiful home, beautiful furniture, curtains, paintings, a mansion, in every possible way. But it could be a cold home. It could be a home where you don't feel an aura. You don't feel a cloud. You don't feel a vibe in modern lingo. I remember someone telling me, someone grew up in Europe, very aristocratic and wealthy home. Her father had owned a small island in Greece. They would go boating after a year. I mean, lived a life of complete luxury. But I remember once when she said to me with tears in her eyes, it was the most glorious home, but there was no one there. I was there with a few nannies. My parents, who were not even talking to each other, barely came home. It was a house without love. And the first thing that came to mind, I said to her, Sarah had a cloud in her tent. I don't know how luxurious it was, but there was a cloud. The cloud represents a hovering presence. The mystics explain that in life we need two things. We need what is called internal energy, and we need what is called transcendent energy. Internal energy is like when you eat and drink, you need to digest food to sustain you. Clothing, on the other hand, is important, but it surrounds you, and a home is even more so. It's called in the Kabbalistic terms makif. It's a transcendent energy. And it's hard to put your finger on it. As I said, you can have a beautiful home, you can have beautiful clothing, you can have beautiful furniture. But then there's the aura in the home. And when Isaac saw, after his mother passed away, that aura had dissipated, and he saw it return, Rivka. That's number one. The second thing is the flame that burned from Friday to Friday. So of course, right away reminds us of lighting the fire in the Ner Shabbat, the candle that we light before Shabbat, before holidays, Friday to Friday. But here the key thing is that it burned all week. It didn't just burn for a few hours. What does that symbolize? So let's talk about light. What is light? Light is an interesting entity. Einstein made it very popular in the world of science. But if you look in the world of Kabbalah, you see light is always used. Or Ein Sof, the infinite light, infinite energy. So light is more than just turning on a light and seeing things. Light is actually quite paradoxical. On one hand, it clearly is visible. On the other hand, it doesn't have any substance. But think of this property. A little light dispels a lot of darkness. All the weapons in the world cannot eliminate darkness. A little flame comes into the picture and eliminates darkness without any battle. When it comes to water and fire, enough water can evaporate large bodies. Enough water can extinguish a large fire. Enough fire can evaporate large body of water. And they struggle, they battle. They're equal adversarial forces. When it comes to light and darkness, as soon as a little light enters into the darkest room, that area will be illuminated. You may need more light to illuminate a darker space, a larger dark space. But light doesn't have any battle going on. Indeed, King Solomon in Ecclesiastes compares it to wisdom. He says, wisdom dominates over folly, over nonsense. A wise person over a foolish person, like light over darkness. There's no battle. The battle is only when there is no light. Darkness then is the absence of light. What is it relevant in our case? Ushering in the Shabbat, ushering in that sacred day, that oasis, in a busy world, and especially in a world like ours, requires something far deeper, far more subtle than all the weapons and all the instruments and all the gadgets that we have. All it is lighting a little flame. And what he saw by his mother and then by Rebecca, return, he saw she didn't just light a flame, but a flame burned all the time. Imagine being in a home where even when darkness enters, there's pain, suffering, all the things symbolized by darkness. Even when we have setbacks, or we have dark moments of despair, whether it's man-made or whether it just comes our way from above, whether it's abuse, whether it's trauma, other losses, insecurities, fears, all associated with darkness, there's always a little flame burning, a pilot flame. Always, from Friday to Friday. Why only from Friday? Why not just say forever? Because it gets renewed every week. It's not just the same thing, but it's always there. Imagine having a mother, a spouse, a wife, where you know no matter what happens, the flame is always burning. There'll always be a smile. There'll always be hope. And there'll always be that power that doesn't battle. It doesn't require battle. It's very gentle. It's not like aggressive masculine energy. It's part of the feminine mystique. So in addition to the aura of the cloud, he saw now this flame that automatically dispelled darkness. And that reassured him, the confidence that he knew that here he has a woman that will be appropriate. Not just partner, maybe in many ways leader even, and she could have those powers. Those are two. The third is the blessing in the food. It's called actually the blessing in the dough. So we know there's the mitzvah of challah. Challah is a mitzvah which means that when you bake a piece of bread or you break a challah, a piece of the dough you put aside, you sanctify it. And that creates a blessing in the food that you eat. Now, we all eat food. We all need to eat and drink. But how much do we associate with it? How much sanctity do we associate? We eat when we're hungry. Sit down, it may be a beautiful meal with family. Sometimes it's a real time to bond, to connect. But the meal itself, a human body needs fuel, so we eat. I'm not even getting into eating in a gluttonous or indulgent fashion. But imagine your meal is also an offering, and your table is an altar. You sanctify your food. We don't think about usually. We think of sanctity and transcendence usually in context of holy things, whether it's a holiday, or it's a prayer service, or it's a house of worship, or it's a temple. No, even in the mundane things, just a piece of dough, piece of food, which symbolizes all food, is sanctified. And we saw that in the dough of Rebecca, similar to what he found in his mother. And finally, the fourth thing, the graciousness. Graciousness. That no matter what direction a person comes, not just east, west, south, or north, but also what direction, meaning wherever they are, what kind of personality they have, whether they're coming from a direction that you completely don't identify with, or one that you do identify, or one from left field, that there's no judgment. Everybody is welcome, because you're a soulful person. And the word soulful is the key here, because all four elements that I described are all soulfulness. It's soulfulness in the aura of the home. It's soulfulness in the light and the spirituality and the soul, which is compared to a flame. The soul of a human being is the divine flame that dispels darkness automatically. The soulfulness, even in material activities like eating a meal, the dough, and the soulfulness in how we greet people and how we welcome people. All these four different features, all were under that rubric called the soul. And indeed, the feminine mystique is about soul, introducing soul into a relationship, into a marriage, into a commitment. It's not just a negotiated contract where we both take care of each other. It's not just sexuality, companionship. All of that is correct. But there's also a soulfulness, a transcendent soulfulness. And this brings me to an interesting thing, and maybe this is why Rashi only brings the first three of the four. The first three are also an acronym for the word Hachem, which means the grace, or Chana, another Hebrew name, Chala, Nida, and Adlokat Neri. Sanctity in the three pillars of a true, healthy marriage and relationship. One is sanctity in our intimacy, not just sexuality, intimacy. It's a connection between two people that are bonded, and they're intimate not only when they're physically together, they're intimate all the time. That's the aura of the cloud. The second is the sanctity within their time, in space and time itself, the time of Shabbat, sanctifying the light by the candle that sanctifies space and time.
Let me give you a hand with the
And
flowers.
finally, the sanctity that comes,
No, it's
and the
fine.
soulfulness that comes in the
These
very
flowers,
food that we consume,
They
the
only
material
want to be
things that
tended
we're
to by
involved in.
me.
Seriously?
But the fourth is equally valuable and equally important, and that is the graciousness, the welcoming, how we treat people, how we're always giving and we're always open. And what's fascinating here is also to remember, this wasn't just he was looking for a carbon copy of his mother Sarah. She was a very strong and powerful individual, Rebecca. She had her own challenges. And yet she came out like a rose among thorns, very powerful person. And as such, she was her own unique self, but the features are eternal. The features are ones that we can look at thousands of years later and say, do we have that in our lives? Do we have that soulfulness in relationships? Because that's the main thing that's missing. You know, in a relationship, I've given many relationship workshops, and we always talk about compatibility. Physical compatibility, sexual compatibility. We talk about emotional compatibility, intellectual compatibility. And you think if you have those three, what's missing? But all those three are subject to change. The fourth compatibility, which was introduced here in the story of Sarah, is the spiritual compatibility. Do you share a vision with another? What kind of home do you want to build? What kind of children do you want to bring in this world? What kind of mark do you want to make in the universe? When someone comes into your home, how would you like them to feel? How would you like them to go? What do you want them to go away with? In other words, the eternal things in life, the eternal values. Now, in the world in which we live with so many comforts, such ease, press a button, you get something within a half an hour, we often lose sight and become desensitized to the soulfulness of these four features of Sarah, which is the true power of the feminine. Now, men, masculine, also have feminine aspects to them. They also have soulfulness. However, in some ways, maybe it is simply because a man is physically stronger, it sometimes can obfuscate his more spiritual nature. And women, generally speaking, tend to have that more revealed. But we live in a world where many women think that they have to play by man's game and by the man's rules, which is very sad, because the way the Kabbalists and the mystics put it is that we're really looking to create a feminine universe, where the masculine is a means to help tame the aggression of this world. But the goal is to reveal the feminine energy, which is the soulfulness of Sarah. And that's the true feminine mystique. That is the true quintessential woman. And it's beautiful in its own right. Is the intimate energy within, not the expressive one. As much as we speak and as much as we express ourselves, and that's critically important, there are things that can never really be spoken. And that's ultimately what Isaac recognized in his mother, and then in the next generation, Rebecca. So the First Lady was the First Lady not just as the First Ladies in our White House in the United States or other First Ladies. This is the first real lady. Now, Chava, this is not in any way a slight to her because she embodied these qualities as well, as it's spoken about, but we're putting it in the context of the leaders, Abraham and Sarah, as they pioneered the path of bringing virtue and justice into what can be a hostile, dark universe. And I mention specifically hostile, dark universe because these features are are the tools that we have that can counter any darkness. The aura and the intimacy of the cloud, the light and the flame, of the eternal flame, I should say. The spirituality within matter, within the mundane, within materialism, the blessing in the dough, and the graciousness to all people from every possible direction. I hope I did a little justice to this great lady called Sarah, and I hope we all can learn lessons from her, all of us, in making our world a more gentler, kinder place, and turning our world into a garden, not just into a shelter, but into a garden, a beautiful garden. This has been Simon Jacobson, our new series called Biblical Characters Decoded, Lessons in Life, talking about Sarah, the First Lady in the Bible. Please go to meaningfullife.com. That's our website where you can find a schedule of upcoming events and programs, topics, you name it, from A to Z. Check it out. If you like the ideas, please share them with others. It's all about sharing. And we'd love to hear your feedback, your comments, your thoughts, your suggestions. Thank you so much, and be blessed. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here, and welcome to another episode of Biblical Characters Decoded. We're going to be speaking about Jacob and Esau of the Bible, the battle between good and evil. This program is dedicated by Lisa Hawkins in honor of her mother, Sarai Rosen's yahrzeit. The best-selling book of all time is the Bible. It's such a big bestseller that it doesn't even hit any of the bestseller lists. How ironic, right? Well, there's a reason for it, because it's a book that goes back thousands of years and yet remains as timely as ever. Its stories, narratives, and characters people find, reflect, and mirror our own lives. So we've been doing this series, taking different biblical characters, addressing the core story and how it's relevant and meaningful in our personal lives with the different lessons sometimes surprising ones that it provides. So let's talk about the classic battle between the twin brothers, Jacob and Esau, famous story in the Bible, where Rebecca is carrying twins and she has a very difficult pregnancy. And she asks God, why is it so difficult? And God tells her, because you're carrying two nations within you. Two nations, two archetypes, two forces. And they will be in perpetual struggle throughout their lives. And that's being reflected in your womb, the two brothers that would end up becoming Esau and Jacob. Now both are children of Isaac and Rebekah, righteous people, the most righteous in history, and yet they were very antithetical to each other, alter egos, you can say. And the story goes, they look different, their personalities are different, and yes, they are in conflict. Their personality type, their attitudes, but I wouldn't call it just good and evil because that makes it too simple. It's actually two voices and two forces, like two nations, archetypes that are within each one of us. Because as I said, they're both children of great people. So it's hard to say that one was a cruel, wicked person, the other one was a tzaddik and a righteous one. They were two forces which can go in both directions. Jacob was known as Ishtam Yoshev Ahalim. He was the innocent one, the scholar, the wholesome one. He spent time studying. Esau is described as a warrior, a hunter, a person who knew the guile and all the shrewdness of hunting in this world. Now, they seem to be antithetical, of course, to each other, but when you think about it, it's actually two forces within each one of us. We both have the voice of survival, where we need to go to war, where we need to protect ourselves, where we need to defend ourselves against the elements and against the different hostile forces that exist out there. And then there's the other one side of us, you can say the scholar, the transcendent voice that focuses on spiritual ideals, the aspirations, the dreams that each of us has. And they are in constant conflict. Who will dominate? Which voice will be the one that you follow? Is it the voice of self-interest? Is it the voice of transcendence? Just to spell it out in real specific detail. Most of our lives in this material world, we are busy with survival. What that means is eating, drinking, grooming, personal life, our pleasures, sexuality, entertainment, work. I mean, a third of our lives, almost a third at least, we're asleep. 1/3. If you sleep 8 hours a day, 8 hours a night, that's 1/3 of the day. It's a 24-hour day. But even if you sleep less than that, if you think of it, most of the day we are focusing on existing or surviving. And then there's another voice within each of us, which is that we're not satisfied with animal bliss, with just hunting and with surviving, but we also search for something transcendent, which means something that is beyond just the existence. And that is satisfied in many different ways. For some people it's through literature, art, music, romance, love, travel. For many it's through religion, faith, spirituality. I mean, there are many different outlets, but it's very clear that we're not satisfied just with making. And that, in a way, you can say is the difference between the body and the soul. The body and its bodily needs, the physical needs, and the soul and its spiritual needs. Sometimes there's a beautiful analogy to describe these two forces. Is like, think of it like a flame in a wick. Just look at a flame. So in the book of Proverbs, he tells us that the soul of a human being is a divine flame. A flame is the closest approximation to what your soul looks like. It's constantly flickering, so it's restless. A healthy restlessness, a certain healthy angst, dreaming, aspiring, yearning, longing, which is so much the hallmark of what makes us human. But then there's the wick that grounds us. The wick is the grounding part, which is like more the bodily, the physical side of it. And they need each other, because if a person has just satisfied their spiritual needs, they can basically expire and lose touch with being in this world. On the other hand, to be completely consumed with materialism and our own self-interest is perhaps even worse. So it's a kind of flame and wick, and it's about creating a balance. In the Kabbalistic and mystical tradition, the way you create the balance And how do you relieve the tension between matter and spirit? You relieve it by spiritualizing the material. There are schools of thought that talk about asceticism, about just cutting yourself off, going to a mountain, and just getting out of the rat race and the Wall Street rush, and just living in a very austere and simple life. There are others that say, no, in material life you can find a way of thinking of the Protestant work ethic and other examples of that. But there's a third school of thought, and that is the Jewish mystical school of thought that teaches that there's an absolute ability to integrate the two. And that's based on a critical principle, the principle that life is neither matter nor spirit. Those are two forces, but there's a third dimension that transcends both. In other words, a level that transcends transcendence. And there, it comes down to a fusion between matter and spirit, between matter and energy, where we actually spiritualize our material lives. We don't escape from it. We don't see it as a necessary evil or something you can't avoid. We see it as an opportunity, in the words of the Kabbalists, to redeem and reveal the divine sparks, the spiritual sparks that exist within everything in this material world. So in that context, Jacob and Esav actually are twins. They both need each other, with Esav representing more the body and the physical side of it, and Jacob representing the soul and the spirit. And they need each other. The body is the vehicle, and the soul is the captain of the ship. And they need to speak to each other and need to integrate with each other. The problem is that they have their own interests. At the surface level, at least ostensibly, soul and body don't necessarily want to work well with each other because they have very different goals. The soul is seeking transcendence, seeking higher purpose, seeking meaning in life, and the body is seeking self-pleasure, seeking the fulfillment of its own desires and its temptations and whatever its impulses direct us towards. Sometimes this battle can be compared to the battle between mind and heart, where the emotions are not bad necessarily, but emotions are impulsive. They follow what your emotions, your subjective interests. The mind, on the other hand, a healthy mind, is a reflective force. So when something comes your way, how do you determine whether it's the right thing to do or not to do? So in a healthy human being, you let your heart speak, but then you have the mind checking and saying, 1 second, reality check, and reflecting, is this healthy for you? It may appear very tempting and may be very seductive, but the mind, in a sense, reflects and reviews and evaluates. And then it can say to the heart, this seems right. You meet someone, you go on a date, or any other type of interaction. So initially you may have all kinds of different things that attract you to someone, but your mind is meant to balance that and say, 1 second, we have to know whether this is the right person for me, or am I just physically attracted or sexually attracted? Is there more going on? Someone calls you on a telemarketer, calls you and they're very good at manipulating your emotions. And they tell you, here's the deal of the century, and you have to make a decision immediately. Why immediately? Because they know if you think about it too much, you may not do it. So they're trying to manipulate and trying to get your emotions connected to it, and that's where we make most of our mistakes in life, where we react impulsively to things. Most mistakes could be avoided if you let yourself sleep on it. No, right now you're attracted to something, or you're repulsed by something, or repelled by something. Wait overnight. Wait a few hours. I mean, how many emails have I written in the moment of anger or getting upset, and then I said, you know what, before I send it, let me think about it. And you wake up the next morning, you read it, and say, you know, it was good that I wrote it, I vented. It was better not to send it. Or if you make the decision it's the right thing to do, at least you're doing it deliberately. So emotions are critical in life because that's where life plays itself out. You have to have a ship, but you need a captain of the ship. You can't just allow the impulses in every given situation to control the situation. Now, at times when there's an emergency, obviously you have to follow your impulse, immediate impulse, because there's no time to waste. But a healthy person is someone that the mind is very much part of even in an emergency, you also want to have your head about you and not just react, because you can also create more problems than solve. So the key thing is to have balance. And in many ways, Jacob and Esav represent these two. Now let's make it clear. This doesn't mean each of them exclusively is body and soul. They both, of course, have both dimensions. But the focus in each one of them is one or the other. Now here's the interesting thing. When you read the story in Jacob and Esav, we wonder, so how do we ultimately resolve this issue? when there are the two different interests here, the interest of hunting, the warrior within us that needs to win and needs to compete, and the other side, the more gentle, spiritual, transcendent voice within us. So the interesting thing that seems so odd, more than odd, seems so unethical in a way. You find the story that Jacob actually buys the birthright from Esau. He gives him a broth that. Then Esau was extremely hungry after he was hunting that day. And he says, "I'll give it to you if you allow me to buy from you the birthright." And he does that. Then later, when Isaac, their father, wants to bless Esau, the firstborn, but Jacob, at his mother's encouragement and direction, actually dresses in the garments of Esau and fools his father into giving him the blessings, which seems extremely odd for a person that we call wholesome, scholar, transcendent. That seems very selfish and very unethical, actually. But there's a deep story here that really teaches us a methodology of how to relieve the battle between matter and spirit, and ultimately between good and evil, and create a complete harmony between the two. And here it is with a beautiful analogy from the Baal Shem Tov, the great mystic, the founder of the Hasidic movement, 18th century mystic, Rabbi Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov. And he says the following. He says that a king, giving an analogy, was aging and ailing, and he wanted his son to become his heir to the throne, but he knew that his son had grown up in the palace, spoiled, always catered to, always taken care of. And he was wondering whether his son is really worthy and sensitive enough to be an appropriate leader. So the king decides to do something which was very painful, but necessary. He sends his son, he says, "I'll send my son away from the palace, where he doesn't live in an environment where everyone knows who he is, and therefore caters to him and takes care of him. And he has to make it on his own. So he'll become a sensitive human being, sensitive to the subject, so the day comes that he's a leader, he'll be the right and righteous and appropriate leader." So the day finally comes, he tells his son, "I'm going to send you away. It's not easy for me to do, but it's important for you to train and season you to be able to be the appropriate and sensitive leader that you should be." Now the king says to him, "Look, I'm assured that once you leave this place, in the beginning it will be difficult, but slowly you'll get used to your ways, and you may even forget where you come from. So I'm going to send you a letter several times a year to remind you that you're my son, and you've been sent there to be trained, to be groomed, to be that sensitive leader that we're looking for." Okay, the day comes, the sad day comes, he sends his child away, all with the good intentions. And yes, he goes to some far distant city in the kingdom, and time passes, and in time he assimilates and he gets accustomed to his ways, where he's not being treated in any special treatment. He's not the prince. He's just another guy, a person in the street, and has to make it on his own. But as the king promises him, every little while he receives a letter from his father and tells him, "Remember who you are. Remember why you're there." And when he receives the letter, suddenly he reminds himself, though he had long forgotten, and he wants to celebrate. The problem is, what is he going to tell his neighbors, his other townspeople? What is he going to say? I will be your future king. I'm really the prince. Either they won't believe him, or they'll think he's crazy, or they may even hurt him. So he comes up with a brilliant idea. What is the idea? He'll throw a party. A party, free food and drink, free cocktails on me. Now, a party, who rejects a party? Everybody participates, and everybody's partying. Beautiful food, great drinks, great company, socializing. One big party. While they're celebrating their free party, he meanwhile is celebrating a letter that he received from his father. Says the Baal Shem Tov, this is an analogy. The king is the divine, the higher reality, which we call the essence of it all, God. Every one of our souls is the prince or princess. But when we live in heaven, in spiritual realms, without any challenges, we can get spoiled. We cannot appreciate our gifts because everything is taken care of. There's no difficulty. There are no setbacks. There's no pain. There's no suffering. There's no health issues. There's no livelihood, there's money issues. So God says, the king says, I want to send the soul into this material world, a hostile world, a world where the soul has to make it on its own, so to speak. I will give it strength, but it has to make it. It can't be just seen that it's like the prince or the princess in the palace. So the soul comes into this world, and we're made to forget the spiritual consciousness and higher awareness where we originate from. But several times a year, or maybe once a week, the Shabbat or other times, holidays, we receive a letter, we receive a spiritual message from on high telling us, why are you here? You're here to spiritualize this material world. Never forget your mission. And suddenly the soul remembers. There's a problem, however. It's gotten used to the body. It's gotten used to this material world. It's gotten accustomed to it. And we see ourselves as physical beings, maybe on a spiritual journey, but not as spiritual beings on a physical journey. So what does the soul do? So the soul, great idea. We'll throw a party. Make a holiday meal, a Shabbat meal. You have good drinks, some good food. You rest more, you're more socializing. So the body goes along because why not? Hey, it's getting everything it needs. It's getting delicious new food, fresh food, intriguing food, delicacies. So while the body is celebrating on its terms, the soul is celebrating the deeper spiritual message of its personal mission in life. In other words, in this material world, if you want to spiritualize the material world, you can either go to battle with it and try to vanquish it or overwhelm it, or asceticism, as I mentioned before. They both talked about destruction, but Yeshaya or Isaiah spoke a lot more about the redemption, where the destruction is leading to redemption. And it was Jeremiah that spoke more about the consequences of destruction. The consequences, what will happen. And when you think about it, from a psychological point of view, there's a necessity to address both issues. When someone's dealing with any form of trap, let's call it an addiction, just using that as an example. It could be anything that blinds us psychologically, emotionally, spiritually. So there's one thing we're looking at and saying, oh, look how far I've wandered, and look how much beautiful things I'm missing in my life. In other words, fight the darkness with looking at what it can be potentially beautiful and how much is being missed. The person who's addicted is unable to be there for their loved one, for their children, for family, for example. On the other hand, there's another thing, is to focus on, look at the consequences of your behavior, what we call hitting rock bottom. Which one works better? And the answer is there's no cookie cutter model. There's no one size fits all. It all depends on situation. Obviously, the best way to motivate someone is by motivating them in a positive way. Instead of saying, look how far you've fallen, or how bad it can get, and it can get even worse, to motivate someone by showing the potential, showing how much you can achieve. But there are times when we have no choice, but we need to understand the consequences, because when we don't, we can go into denial. I remember reading David Carr's book, The Night of the Smoking Gun. He became a very powerful writer at the New York Times. But before that, he lived a life that was a crack addict. He was a crackhead. And in his book, he describes a scene, which I'll just share simply because it left such an impression on me. He describes a scene where he says him and his girlfriend, they were smoking crack and they were really destroying their lives. But then they decided to get married, and two dysfunctional addicts decided to get married, and they had children. I think twins or two children. I think it was either two children or twins. I don't remember right now. Anyway, okay, fine. It says it was a very irresponsible thing to do, but that's what we did. We had children. And she thought that we could take care of our children. We love our kids, and we'll deal with it. But they never really confronted it, never really dealt with their addiction. Well, one day he had a craving, and but the problem was he was with his two kids, and he needed to go to a crack house, as he put it. So he decided to pack them up. It was a very cold day. Put them in the car, blankets, and cover them up and all that, and coats and so on. And he said, you know what? I'll go to the crack house. I'll leave the car on with the heater on. And I'll go into do my thing, and I'll come back. In his delusional mind, he thought that's a responsible thing to do. And he went to the crack house, and he thought he was going in for 15 minutes, but as things go with these things, you lose sense of time, and he lost complete sense of time. By the time he came out, it was 2 hours later. And he was like in a stupor, slipping over himself. And then suddenly he looks at the car, and he realizes, he remembers. And he looks at the car is completely smoked up. But he left the heat on, so the heat built up. And suddenly it dawned upon him, he had 2 little babies in there. And he ran for his life, he said. And he opened up the back door. He thought, who knows what could have happened? And to his surprise and shock, they were both there sleeping calmly. And he had this wake-up call, he said. I remember he writes, I think, that God does not give a person usually another chance. And I had another chance. 2 little children. Who knows what would have happened due to my insanity. And it was his rock bottom. He straightened out his life from there going forward. Which is also quite something, because I've heard people hit rock bottom and it doesn't always happen. Now, why am I sharing this? This just came to me, because sometimes you want an example. It struck me. I turned his life around, wrote his book, became a very good writer. I think he died a year ago, 2 years ago, if I recall correctly. But regardless, nothing in the light would have woken this man up. He needed Jeremiah. He needed the prophet of doom. Not because he needed to hear negative, but because nothing would have shaken him. I must say that sometimes even the negative doesn't shake somebody. But there's something about it. And the point here is not to demoralize us, that you need to have a Jeremiah speaking to us, that voice within us, but it's to wake us up. So let's just go over the first few words of Jeremiah. We read it last night. The Jewish tradition is the night of Tisha B'Av. And this year was Saturday, Shabbos. So the Tisha B'Av, the fast day, is moved to Sunday. So last night, Saturday night, the custom is, and this has been going on for close to 2,000 years, sitting with dimmed lights in the synagogues, sitting on low stools, like when you sit shiva, when you grieve and mourn for a loss of a loved one. And the book of Lamentations is read. Let's just read together the first verse. The first verse is woe, or alas, or how. She sits alone. She sits isolated. Jeremiah is describing the city of Jerusalem and talks about it like a personal friend. She sits alone. And he continues. This city that was filled with people, with many people, multitudes, is now sitting like a widow. Of all the things he chooses to begin is not the destruction, not the deaths, not the beginning of a long exile, not all the other consequences, the loneliness. The loneliness. You know why? Because when we don't feel alone, we can get through anything. If you look at any given situation where there's despair or hopelessness and darkness, the biggest challenge is not the very experience itself. If you need someone who's with you, it would give you some strength. It's because we feel isolated, we feel alone. We feel nobody wants to be with us. We feel we don't want to have anyone there, no one will understand us. And you isolate yourself. That causes far more problems. Think of it this way. 2 people are lying in a hospital bed. Same room, or 2 different rooms, God forbid. One of them has guests and visitors and family and gifts and balloons and everything. The other one lies there alone. Nobody ever comes to visit. They may have the exact same problem, the same illness, the same infection, the same disease. But tell me what difference it will be. The first one has people around. It builds your immune system. Doctors acknowledge that today. It gives you a will to fight. It strengthens you. That's the fact. It's like people cheering you on. It's like fans in the stadium cheer people on. If someone's running a marathon, you hear people supporting you. It does something for us. When you feel alone, you give up. The situation becomes even more hopeless. Nobody cares. There's something that we have the power to comfort and strengthen each other. So actually, the loneliness is the key thing that really bothers me more than anything else. You know, it's one thing we have a tragedy. That's terrible. But the day after,
The road to
when
becoming
everybody goes
first
back
is
home,
not easy.
and you go
Strength
back
is
to your
not the
bedroom
only
alone,
requirement.
that's when it
Yeah,
really
I know.
hits you. So
But still, I
Jeremiah
wanna make
struck that.
first.
But what's the point of
Listen to me,
describing the
Zach.
negative?
if
And
you want to be
why
first.
we're sitting
I'll embrace my
and
dreams and
grieving
honor.
over thousands of years later?
My dream is
Because
to become
awareness
a
is
hero.
half the cure.
All right.
If you
You
want
have
to
my
know the
support.
people that really build resilience and the strength are not the people that go into denial and just ignore. No, you have to look at it, but you don't get overcome by it. And that was the key thing, and that is the paradox. Yes, on one hand you see the doom, on one hand you see the loneliness, you see the darkness involved, but that is meant to motivate. It's meant to give you resources, an arsenal to deal with it. So now, let me figure out a way not to be lonely. Let me connect with someone. Let me find a mentor. Let me find a friend. I'm not sure who coined this, whether it was Eleanor Roosevelt or someone else. I think she said it about women, that you don't know how strong they are. That woman is like a tea bag. You don't know how strong she is until you put her into hot water. Well, it goes long back into history, that when you really want to understand someone's strength, look what happens when they're in hot water. Number one is they won't deny it. They won't minimize it. On the other hand, they'll never be defined by it. And that's the key thing. Because many people say, move on, don't look at it. Just go forward. Great, by all means. But if you don't look at it, and why is they saying that? Because you don't want to be defined by it. But looking at it doesn't mean you're defined by it. You can suffer, you can be in pain. It doesn't mean you become a sufferer. It means it happened to you. And you learn to realize, it's not me. I'm not defined by my pain, as much as I may have experienced it. And that's what Jeremiah's second half of the story is. That on one hand, yes, we look at it squarely, we take the bull by the horns, and yes, it's a lonely situation, but what are we going to do about it? Because we forge ahead. So Jeremiah captures both these voices that we need within ourselves. Now, obviously, if a person is going through something and they can just move forward and ignore it and take the high road, by all means. But very often that doesn't work. And that's why you often have to look at the darkness, but that when you look at it, you don't become frightened by it because you don't become defined by it. So there's the both parts to this, and that's what Jeremiah captured. Isaiah also spoke about the negative things, but his main focus was that this will lead to redemption, and that's also an important voice, and a vital and a critical one, because it's not just about not being afraid of the darkness and knowing that that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You also want to know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, a light within the tunnel, or as the cynics say, not the light of an oncoming train, actual light. That's another concept. The mystics put it this way: there's the darkness that leads to light. But then there's also facing the darkness and realizing that you are not defined by it. And since you're not defined by it, you actually can control it instead of it controlling you. So the paradox is that you first have to recognize that it's there. To completely say it's not there. If Carr would have said, no, I've got no problem. Look, my children survived. And then he went and did it again. No. He needed to that scare. Now, no one should ever have to come to a point like that. Hopefully we can be awakened and stimulated and aroused by something without having to see the worst possible scenario. By all means. But even when there is that darkness, we have to know we're not defined by it, because you did not begin your life in a dark state. And Jeremiah teaches us this. When you read the story, you constantly see this subtle dance, so to speak. Maybe dance is not the right word, but the subtle pulsating elements of exhaling and inhaling, contracting and expanding. You need to constantly balance these two extremes. And it's those that understand that can learn how to navigate. We should all be blessed that our lives should be smooth, go only up. But it's like a wheel. There will be times when you go up, there are times that you will go down. That's how it is. As long as you keep moving, as long as you know that you can keep moving, as long as you know you're not defined by your experiences, you don't control your circumstances, but you're not defined by your circumstances, then you have that hope. So it's interesting, on one hand, the name Jeremiah, the very name, has the word in Hebrew, mar, bitterness, because he saw and tasted bitterness. At the same time, Yirmiyahu also means, Jeremiah means lifting and exalting the divine, the name of God, and Ram in Hebrew means to exalt, to lift. Yeshaya, Isaiah in Hebrew means the redemption. Yeshaya means Yeshua, redemption, salvation. Jeremiah, in the bitterness, we find the salvation, in the bitterness itself. So let me share a few words about that. In the Kabbalistic and mystical teachings, I'm actually teaching a class now, which I invite you to join every morning. We hold at 9:30 a.m. in New York time, Eastern Daylight Time. You can go to a website called HasidusApply.com and you can find more details about it. So we're studying something fascinating. It talks about how you sweeten bitter water. So there are three ways to do it. You can take bitter water, let's say something is bitter, and you mix sugar into it. You mix something sweet into it. The sweetness neutralizes or overrides the bitterness, and you have now a sweet drink. The bitterness has not been transformed. It's been essentially either neutralized or nullified. It's been bypassed or outnumbered, if you wish. That's one way. The second is you bring such an intense level of sweetness that it actually, like so to speak, zaps the bitterness right out of the bitterness. It's somewhat how perfumes are made. You extract the toxins and you create this powerful aroma but a beautiful perfume. So in a way you've transformed it, but you have not transformed it necessarily from within. You brought forth some type of other, element or some other substance that simply zapped it into submission, if you wish, and turned the bitter into sweet. But then there's the bitterness itself. When you hit rock bottom and you come to a point of despair and you cry out, not because you see the light, not because of an epiphany, but something about the darkness itself that wakes you up. Explains that comes from the deepest level of divine darkness, which is not actually darkness, it's higher than light. So there's a state that's higher than expression and deeper than expression. There's a state that's lower and beneath expression, and they have a certain connection. So fascinatingly, when you are in the state where you feel completely hopeless, there's something that lies there that comes from a place that is beyond any form of revelation. And that ultimately gives you the strength to transform it from within. Jeremiah was and epitomized that type of experience. So there are people who have been blessed and their lives have been pretty much an easy ride, so to speak. They lived in the light. But there's some of us that have gone through extremely difficult lives, gone through tragedies, setbacks, different forms of loss, and pain and suffering. And when you look at a person like that, that's gone through it, and made it through, there's a certain level of refinement that you will never find in the light. It's a refinement that can only come from within. And that is ultimately, in a day like this, and with a prophet of Jeremiah, his stature, that teaches us these two elements. What it means in our personal lives is that we do have two voices. When things go difficult, many of us just start complaining, or we wish it didn't happen, and we try a way to avoid it. Others become, unfortunately, like some people tell me, I'm a child of darkness. I'm very accustomed when things don't work out, because I grew up in a home where things never worked out. And I'm always waiting for failure. I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm always expecting disappointment. So that's someone who's surrendered to darkness. The first person is avoiding it or ignoring it. And then there are those that say, no, it's dark. You know what? That's not who I am. I've discovered something greater than darkness and light, a place that's beyond dark and light, beyond day and night. And that's the essential connection we have to who we are at our core and our essence. And sadly, often we only get there through a setback, through a difficulty. When I say sadly, because I wish it was otherwise. It was not that way. It was otherwise. In other words, that we should be able to reach it through life. But it's difficult to always imagine that being possible. So I want to wish everybody, every one of you, my dear friends, we should only have light in our lives. We should only have joy, celebration, good things. But when there is a moment of darkness, remember the black hole. The black hole in physics tells us that it's even more powerful than a white star, than light. It's so powerful it doesn't allow the gravitational pull of the star, doesn't allow the darkness, the light actually, the light to shine forth. So it's not lack of power, it's even more powerful. Now, if we could harness that, imagine what kind of energy that would create. Today we're told that the universe is made up of 80, 90% dark matter, dark energy, different names for it, different forms of it. So darkness is something that, hello darkness, my old friend. Darkness, like the sound of silence, has a power that is even louder than sound. Has a power that's has more energy, because it takes more energy to withhold than to give. And we can access that in those darker moments. So we should be blessed with no darkness. Let's start with that. But should come, know you can tap into it. And Jeremiah the prophet of doom, but also of deliverance, teaches us that it's not about doom, it's recognizing that anything negative really has a deeper power within it. And even the very loneliness that pain can create, when it's transformed, can become the source of unbelievable connection and love. So loneliness is not an end in itself, but it can lead you to great places, to places that allow us to become far greater than we would ever have been had we not gone through these darker moments. So may everybody be blessed, and may all the darkness be transformed into great light, and a light that's unprecedented, a light that is not created by light, but only through the negative. Then we should all be blessed. It's always great talking to you about any topic. Sometimes we need to talk about these topics as well. And please, if you like what you hear here, please share it, and please subscribe. Now I've been told not just subscribe, also press that bell on YouTube for notifications. Same thing, liking things on Facebook and other platforms. And above all, I'd love to hear from you. Thoughts, comments, suggestions, questions, rebuttals, anything. Because at the end of the day, the antidote to loneliness is synergy, is unity, is connection. And connection and attachment lies at the heart of all love and of everything that makes us into the healthiest, most wholesome people we can be. Be blessed, and thank you so much. Simon Jacobson at meaningfullife.com is our website. Check it out for a full array of programming on every topic under the sun and above the sun. And please enjoy and be well. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here, and I welcome you to another episode of Biblical Character Decoded, Lessons for Life. Samson, man of great strength and great care. So the Bible is the best-selling book of all time, continues to be so, surprise, because in it lies timeless lessons that are both timeless and timely and relevant to our lives, which is really the essence of this program. By popular demand, to take different characters and show their relevance to our lives today, our personal life, our psychological, our emotional life, and to learn lessons, things we can learn in struggles and challenges and beautiful things in our lives. So, the biblical story of Samson has always intrigued people. A man of unbelievable strength, as described in the Bible. He was the seventh judge, following the generations after Moses and then Joshua, the judge, a leader of the people. But he was also blessed from birth. His parents had taken an oath to make him a Nazarite, which is what is a Nazarite? It's someone that refrains from drinking wine, from touching any part of their hair, facial hair, with a razor. And this in turn endowed Samson with a tremendous amount of strength to fight the enemies of the Jewish people at the time, which he did faithfully. But then the story continues that the Philistines at the time who were his arch enemies. He would have his battles with them, as they were attracted to his people. He defended. The Bible tells us different stories that demonstrated his tremendous amount of strength. But he did marry 8 Philistine women, and she Delilah is her name, and she, at the behest of the Philistines, tried to discover the secret of his great strength, and he refused to tell her. Because of course that would have been his downfall, and of course put the Jewish people at great risk. But finally he did tell her, to make a long story short, that the power was in his voice. Because your letters there grow. That's why God bestowed him with the strength. And that night, for the Philistines, and they shaved his hair, and cut off some of the locks of his hair, and he lost his strength, so he got up. He was unable to defend himself. They gouged out his eyes tragically, and they took him to prison. And finally, the final end of the story is that he prays to God and says, "Give me my son at one time." And he asked the young man who escorted him to put him near the pillars of the Philistine temple. And his last act of powerful act of courage, he pulled down those pillars, he insulted the story at the end of the thousands of his own. That's a short story. He ruled for 20 years, the Bible tells us. Actually, the first 40 years. Even though it's actually 20 years, but it says it's influence. And the fear that he drove, the positive way, into his enemies, was so powerful that it lasted another 20 years. So one could say this is some fantastic biblical story, ancient time. What lesson, what power, what does it tell us today? What does it teach us about power? What does it teach us about the loss of power? How we should use power? There's an expression someone coined that said that the world will change in a good way when people will respect the power of love more than the love of power. The power of love will win over the love of power. We will have a transformed paradigm, a new world. What is power? So we know power, of course, physical strength is one thing. There's also political strength. There's also influence. If people are afraid of someone, someone controlling, either due to the fact that they have strength to punish you, or they control your destiny, they control your livelihood. And power is described in many different ways, often not in very positive ways. So the first lesson we learn from Samson is the power of power. What is power? Every one of us is blessed with particular strengths. Everyone. Some of the strengths are cognitive, some are emotional, some are physical, some are influential, charismatic. Everybody has strengths. Even someone who's an introvert, they may not have strength necessarily in the context of the front end, but they have strengths in the back end, where they evaluate things, where they strategize. Every person has strengths. And every strength, it can be used for good, it can be used for bad. Just like take fire. Fire is a very powerful force. Used for good, we can't exist without fire, without warmth. We need to have it because we need to be able to exist. Cook food, we need warmth for our own living, in our homes, in our own personal lives. Physical being, we need also spiritual warmth and emotional warmth. On the other hand, fire, out of control, is destructive. Just to use a simple example. The same thing with every nuclear energy. Technology can be used to destroy, it can be used to build. So that's the first thing. What defines whether we will use it for the positive or the negative? It depends whether it's selfish or selfless. If it's about your own self-preservation and survival, so yes, you protect yourself at the expense of others, and often, not saying everybody will hurt others, but you could hurt others. And essentially the story of all injustice perpetrated by man against man, all wars, either wars between nations or between individuals, is where one person's self-interest conflicted with another, where somebody was greedy, somebody wanted something that you had. However, when we understand that we're not here to serve ourselves, we're here to serve a force greater than ourselves, then that power, that very same power and strength, can be the most constructive, most build-up of the force that builds, and can change the world in a very positive way. So we have that choice. Samson also had that choice. And indeed, from his birth, his parents had chosen for him to live a life, a certain life of a reserved life, refraining from material indulgences, mainly wine, and touching his hair. What does hair have to do with everything? Well, the Kabbalists explain, and they have power. Average how we see in advertising, we see how hair is used as a very powerful sexual energy, but it has also deeply spiritual energy, and including sexual energy. And that's why hair, on one hand, can achieve great things, but it can also achieve a lot of destruction, a lot of corruption. The very hair of Samson, you see, is a symbol of both. Now, why is hair a symbol of power? So the way the mystics explain it is the physical human body is a prototype, is a mirror, a reflection of the spiritual structure. And every part of the human body mirrors different aspects of the spiritual world. What is hair? Where does hair grow? You'll see hair grows wherever there's power in the human body, will grow. Hair on the head. The head releases the most amount of heat. That is the most sensory organ that controls the central nervous system. So hair, like fur in a way, is a protector. Protector of infection, a protector of control of sustained of keeping the heat in, and so on. You also see hair grows around the reproductive organs. Because there again, wherever there's power, there's going to be hair. So hair represents, the Kabbalists say, on one hand, coming from very deep, intimate and sensual power. On the other hand, because it's just hair, it's like think of it like thin wire. So it's only a very slight energy that flows outside. So it's coming from a very powerful place. But it itself is very weak. Or you can say very negligible. And that's why hair needs to be protected. The reason that a Nazarite does not shave his head is because he's dedicating his hair to God. He's saying, I'm taking my sensuality and my sexual energy and all that powerful, intimate energy, and I will use it only for you. In turn, that gives you a tremendous amount of strength. But that's not for everyone. As a matter of fact, it's not encouraged. It's discouraged to be a Nazarite. Do what you were told to do. You don't have to take on extra caution. But Samson was a person chosen by his parents and by God to be a human being that was unique in protecting the people in dangerous crisis, times of crisis. Where was his undoing was the same power of sensuality to the lives of what happened. Exactly what happened. His wife, the pleasures of the flesh, the challenge, the ultimate important. Because she said, you don't love me. Because if you love me, you tell me the secret of your strength. And the secret of his strength is a divine power. A divine power that channels through the energy, through the strands of hair, as the Kabbalists explain. And as soon as he succumbed to these guys, what happened was it was no longer aligned with the divine purpose. And so then what he did, that was captured, tortured, and ultimately
Zach.
died. But he understood what happened.
Oh,
That's why he
Sisney.
died. Give me one more moment. Give me one more chance.
I'm just about to head back to Midgard.
And he did plenty
I see.
of
Meanwhile,
great
we have to clean up this mess.
enemies that would have done who knows what
Zach,
kind of war they would have
about
waged
Costa del
if
Sol,
Samson
I was
failed.
actually...
But he gave his life.
Don't worry about it.
So we all have
It's
power.
all water under the bridge.
Sometimes the power is sensual power, sexual power, power, as I said, the cognitive power. It's all power. Here is a symbol of it. The question is how that power is going to be used. To understand that power is a gift. And that's why Moses is compared to being the most humble man, humblest man. He's called the humblest man on earth. He knew his power. But the more the power we have, the more humble we need to be. Because what will rein it in? It's easy to become arrogant. It's easy to become more controlling. It's easy to become someone that uses your power to manipulate and put others. Samson, he was a bully for good. But he was overstood. Never be overestimated. There's confidence there. There's no moment of weakness. There was no reason. He succumbed and that's it. So we learn from this a tremendous lesson of what power is and how it should be used. Now let's talk a moment about power. Power is been the greatest force of corruption in history. People who are in power, as they say, absolutely. Power corrupts, and not being in power corrupts absolutely. Absolutely corrupts. Because when you're in power, what's your checking down? That is why there's an expression that the greatest king must always know there's someone greater than him. That's God. He was given the strength for a reason. And that is a tremendous lesson in life. Because if you think about it, the people in influence, our leaders, if they had that lesson, how different would the world look? And the truth is, many lament the fact that we don't really have leaders. It really deserves its own discussion. But even those that do have strength, often the strength is not pursuit of their own glory, their own vanity, their own wealth, their own success. Sometimes others benefit from it. But that type of leader that is completely dedicated and truly does that power, and is able to channel money that power forward, building something, is a rarity. That's why this lesson of Samson is so powerful for each one of us. Teaching our children from young age, you have great strengths, and those strengths can be used towards improving and transforming the world. But remember, with great strengths come great challenges. And that great challenge is always to keep that second balance and remember there's something greater than you are. And those strengths are that are channeled within you are coming from a greater place. And you are nothing but in that channel. Is it always easy? No, of course. But there's a difference between life and death. There's a difference between transformation and destruction. So may each of us take that lesson to heart and really appreciate what we have within us and realize, yes, that we can have great strength and great hair. And it can be used as something that's pure vanity, pure external, or it can be used something to actually influence and inspire people to be greater and they even know that they are. And each of us is blessed in that way, learning a lesson from Samson. The word Samson is Shimshon in Hebrew, means Shemesh B'Modim, means like a pillar of fire. That's what he was, pillar of protection. Sometimes also called like a sun that protects. That's what he was. So using our strength to protect, to nurture, which is what anyone in power should understand. Whether it's a parent, whether it's an educator, whether it's a leader. To be like Shimshon. Be Shimshon, that is a guardian and a protector. Protector for everything that he protects. It's vulnerable, it's defensive, sensitive. In this world, things are more than ever. Way more than ever. Be blessed. So you can see Jacobson meaningfullife.com. You can check out this and many other programs. Please share with others, pass it on, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, comments, inquiries, questions, anything you'd like to share. Meaningfullife.com. We have every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The series for biblical lessons. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. Another episode of Biblical Characters Decoded. Lessons for Life. This week, Jonah and the Whale. The man who tried to run from God. This program is dedicated in memory of Ella Reitzena. May her neshama have an aliyah. Can you escape your destiny? It's a fascinating story. One of those that really touches me very deeply every time I read it. You read the story of Jonah, Yom Kippur actually, the holiest day of the year, close to the end of the holy day. We read the story of Jonah. I just want to read a few verses with you, because I think it has unbelievable lessons for each one of us as we try to navigate the journeys, the twists and turns of our own lives. Sometimes we want to avoid, we want to escape. And here is maybe the deepest lesson that you'll ever learn in life from Jonah. And here's the story. So Jonah is told by God, he says, go to the great city of Nineveh and admonish it, for their wickedness has come before me. Okay. Now Jonah was a prophet, commanded by God, but Jonah refuses to go. He arose to escape from the God's presence. And what does he do? He books passage on a boat. Thinking he can escape God and escape his mission. The story continues that God brought on a mighty storm, a wind over the sea and a fierce storm, and the ship began to totter, seemingly about to break up. The sailors were frightened, and they cried, and each one cried out to his God. They cast out various items from the ship to lighten its load, hoping to preserve and salvage whatever they can. And Jonah, meanwhile, went down to one of the compartments and lay down to fall asleep. And he fell asleep. The captain approaches him and says, "How can you sleep so soundly? We're all suffering a storm. We're at the risk of dying here. This is life and death here. Rise, call to your God. Maybe perhaps your God will think favorably so that we will not perish." Then the sailors decided to throw lots. Let's cast lots, because they believed that they could figure out with lots where this misfortune is coming from. And who did it fall on? Jonah. So they said to Jonah, they confronted him, they said, "Tell us, what is your occupation? Who are you? Why has this misfortune come upon us because of you?" And he answered, "I'm a Jew, and I fear God of heaven, who made the sea and the land," because he realized that you can't escape God even at sea. The men were seized with great fear, and they said to Jonah, "What have you done?" Because they understood and they heard from him that he had run away, tried to escape God's command, God's mission to him. And then they said, "What shall we do with you, so the sea may calm down? Now that you've exposed it, you've revealed that you're the cause of it, what shall we do with you?" And here, listen to this line.
What's your name?
Oh, hold on a second.
He said to them, "Take me
Oh, hey, Tom.
and throw me
I'm
into
a
the
little busy,
sea,
so I'll be a little late.
and the sea will calm down for you.
behind you?
For I know that it is because of me this great storm
Are
is
you
upon
done
you."
being busy?
The men did not want to do so. Even to save their own lives, they didn't want to do that. So they tried to row to shore and try to some way get out of the storm. They couldn't do so. As it got more tempestuous, the storm, they prayed to God and said, "Please, we have to throw this man overboard because we know it's because of him. But let us not perish for taking this man's life. Do not hold us guilty, because it's you that brought the storm on." They took Jonah, they threw him into the sea, and the sea calmed down. Ceased from raging. That's the expression here. They still were filled with great fear because what they had done to Jonah. And then the story continues, and we all know the end. That God sends a whale that swallows Jonah, saves him, and Jonah recognizes his great mistake. But that line, let's talk about that line. I know, for I know that because of me, this great storm is upon you. We all have our destinies in life. We're all sent to this world on a mission. Don't ever forget that. Whether we ignore it, whether we embrace it, whether we're distracted, we have a mission. And there will happen not only once in our life, but at least once in our lifetime, when you will be called upon to serve. You'll be called upon to do something. And something you're uncomfortable with doing. And what do we do when we're uncomfortable? We try to avoid it. Some of us procrastinate, some of us delay, some of us ignore, some of us write our own narratives. We all have our ways of escaping our calling. But remember, it's your destiny, and it's your gift. It's not just responsibility, it's a blessing. It's a statement saying you need to accomplish something with your life that no one else can accomplish but you. And the very world itself will make sure that you live up to your calling. So Jonah goes onto the boat. We all go onto our boats. I'm going on vacation. I'm going on a safari, on a siesta. I'm going to find a way to numb my existential pain in life, or other things that we do to keep ourselves comfortable. And we think we can escape our destiny. You can never escape your destiny. Whether you're at sea or land, physically or figuratively, it will come back to haunt you. You can run, but you can't hide. We all love that line in Hotel California. You can check out, but you can never leave. Because we have our calling. And one way or another, the cosmos themselves, nature, will all, I don't like the word conspire, but they will all work together to make sure that you remember. So we like to go to sleep and ignore the whole thing. You know, why did Jonah go to sleep? Everybody's frantic. A ship is about to capsize. Because he wanted to escape it all. Same reason he ran away in the first place. The people, they're sensitive. They could have easily said, here's a Jew, throw him overboard, who cares?
Hey, long time
No, they did not want to take a life.
Is your grandpa
They understood
feeling
there's
better?
a bigger story going on here.
Yeah, he
But it's
is.
Jonah that
Although
realizes, he
this
says
guy's
the only
wallet
way
didn't help much at all.
you'll
Here's
protect and
something
save
else,
yourself
kid.
is if you throw me overboard. Because of me, this raging storm is happening to you. When we don't live up to our calling, think of it this way. Think of an artist or a musician. Create a big cosmic symphony and you're not playing your part. Something is lacking. The whole symphony will come together and say, we need you to do your part. Because of me, this raging storm is happening. Things will happen in our lives and other people's lives. It's not a threat, not a punishment. It's just a reality. On the contrary, because of our great gift, it's because of how much we can contribute to life. So the sea itself rages. And finally, Jonah recognizes you cannot escape your destiny. We all have a calling. And if you don't fulfill your calling, something will give. Something will come back to haunt us. And we need to look at it from the positive side, as I said. And then what happens next? Okay, so the burden is off their shoulders right now because the sea did calm down, because it was Jonah. Because of him, all this had happened, as he said. So the storm calmed down. What happens next? He doesn't drown. God sends a fish of the sea. The very sea that he felt he could escape into. Think that the God is not there. His destiny is not there. That very sea has a whale. And that whale comes to save Jonah. And he realizes that. He realizes that it's actually protecting him. And ultimately will spit him out onto land to continue on his mission, which he does do, ultimately. And what's the story connected to Yom Kippur, connected to this time of year, connected in general to our lives? It's the story of forgiveness. It's the story of hope regained after loss. It's the story of love reclaimed after it was severed, after it was betrayed. It's the story of reconnecting to our very calling after we've betrayed ourselves. That there is always hope. But a few things are necessary: that we wake up, that we recognize that our calling is always going to demand from us to rise to the occasion, and you can never escape it. And finally, getting back on track and fulfilling the calling, fulfilling the mission we were given. Now, each of us has our mission. It's hard for me to spell out because there's so many different people, each have our own story. But think about the things in your life. What do you think is your calling? What do you think is your mission? And if you've never thought about it, maybe now is a good time to do so. And how distracted have we become from our calling? I will tell you this, the calling is always connected to serving, to helping, to giving, to illuminating, to warming the world around you with your unique energy, with your indispensable strengths. That's always a gift. What those strengths are, you need to identify. So then ask yourself, so how far have you wandered? How far have you wandered away from your destiny, from your calling? And we get distracted by anything. We live in a materialistic world. We can get distracted by money, by our job, by sexuality, by our pleasures, by our desires, by temptations, all kinds of forces that seduce us. Some are nice, some are important, but a lot of it is actually the means to an end. The end is the calling. Are you living up to the reason you're here? And if you're not, all those voices within you, all the reasons we seek some form of relief, whether it's going to therapy, whether it's addictions, whether it's the fears and insecurities, these are all the storms that are created because we are not living up to our calling. You know, you take a machine, a computer, a smartphone, an appliance, and you don't use it what it needs to be used, ultimately it'll break down and you probably destroy it. Here it goes a step further. It won't get destroyed. It will keep talking back to you and saying, you're not living up to what you need to live up to. Do something about it. So it may be a storm in the form of a physical storm, it may be a spiritual storm, it may be a psychological and existential storm. But we will all have some consequence. Because it's your very calling that behooves you, that beckons you to do something about it. And it's actually our inner spiritual immune system that is saying, hey, wake up. If God forbid something is physically wrong medically with a human being, you want to know about it. You want a red light to go on. You want pain. Even though nobody wants pain, but pain is a warning signal that something has to be done. Imagine we didn't feel pain and our nerves were all numbed. What would happen? It would be the worst possible scenario. So what we need to know is look for the signs. Don't go to sleep. Look for the signs, the voices. And sometimes they're voices of anxiety and of insecurity and of fear, of discomfort. Those are the signs that are there to wake you. Hey, you betrayed yourself. You're not on course. You've gone off. So it's actually those signs that we hate most that are the ones that are really our lifesavers. And don't be afraid, because the very sea that was raging ends up saving him. A whale will be sent your way. Most likely not a physical whale, but some person, some experience, some encounter will come and redeem you. I remember an individual years ago coming to my classes. And he was a very interesting person, very intelligent, very handsome young man. He had money, he had whatever he wanted, to be honest. And he was quite busy with his own indulgences. And he told me he went on vacation to Hawaii. Where he would indulge every year, every few times a year. He had his girlfriends there, he had whatever he had there. I think he had a second home there. Anyway, what do you think happens? He's at a party, an event one evening, and suddenly someone comes over, announces, are there any Jews in the room? You have to be Jewish. Yeah, I'm Jewish. We need a minyan. A minyan is a quorum. There were 9 men. They needed someone who had to say Kaddish. Their father had died. We went in to say Kaddish. And they're saying Kaddish, they're praying. And starts talking to them. Start getting to know who some of the people are. He met someone who he had known many years ago as a friend. His life changed just from that event. He says, I went to run away from God, to run away from purpose. He's the same guy that told me a few months before that. He says, I love your classes, but it's too much for me. It's too serious. It's too much about purpose in life. I have a lot of more years. I'm a young guy. I'm swinging around. I have a lot of fun. I have no time. I can't. Your classes haunt me. I go to sleep at night. I have a conscience. I feel guilty. What am I doing with my life? So he said to me, with all respect, because I love your class so much, I can't come. I can't come. Because it's just making my life uncomfortable. I smiled, Several months later, he shows up one evening, and I said, without mentioning names, I said, there's someone who actually made me feel great because I'm making him miserable. This is the first time I make someone miserable that I feel so good about. You're coming to this class. Anyway, here is a while later, he's in Hawaii, and he can't escape his destiny. It changed his life, not in any way that, some type of hocus pocus. He saw something. Anywhere I go, there's a certain reason I'm here. And he helped out this guy later. They became friends. They went into partnership in the music business. And the point being was, it just reminds me of the story of Jonah. Now, he wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't running away from God. He was doing his thing. It wasn't like something destructive. It could be with his eternal journey. And I want to just say on a personal note that my heart goes out to Robert, the family, of course to Joe. And may his soul indeed travel in harmony and in peace. Those mysterious places that we don't fully understand, being that we live in this small box called the material world. Which is a good segue to the topic that we're going to be speaking about, which is, why is God invisible? Why is God invisible? I was thinking about it, and I asked myself the question, why are things in general, some things are visible and some things are invisible? For instance, subatomic particles, atoms themselves, and definitely subatomic particles are invisible. We don't even have instruments, the most powerful microscopes that can see them. You can see their effects, their impact, but they remain invisible. In school, we would get that image of like a bunch of grapes, which consist of protons,
This is a
neutrons,
spot.
and electrons. But that was just an image for us to be able to work with. It wasn't because anyone saw it that way. DNA, subcellular structures, that very makeup of existence, the very building blocks, are all invisible. So, I don't know if you've ever asked yourself the question, why? You could say, hey, some things are bigger, some things are smaller. And after all, size doesn't matter. That's what we know today. One follicle of a hair can produce through nuclear fission and fusion more energy than all the tanks and all the weapons, artillery of the greatest armies. But why are things visible then, and why are things not visible? Scientists have grappled with this question. Nobody really has a complete theory on this, one that really works. Yeah, you could say that when molecules fuse together, and if the right ones, it turns something that we can experience on a macroscopic level, which means you can experience with our five senses. You can see it, you can hear it, you can taste, touch, or smell it. But things are not quite on that level, you'll have to experience it in a different way. But that really cuts to the point of what exactly is reality. Because interestingly, you can argue that the more you experience it in a tangible way, the less real it is. But what do I mean by less real? Not that it's an illusion, but it means it's not the real root building blocks of that particular item. So whether you look at water or fire, or any other of the visible experiences in life, entities, phenomenon, they're all made up of elements, which in turn are made up of molecules, which in turn are made up of atoms, which in turn are made up of subatomic particles, sub-subatomic, and who knows how deep down the rabbit hole you go. But the deeper you go, the less tangible, the less physical, the less concrete. Why is that the case? Why wouldn't it be the reverse? That the real subcellular,
Whoa,
subatomic structure should be visible, and the superficial should be invisible.
All's well that ends well, Slick.
And what does it tell us about our own empirical experiences in life?
That's Turk's teamwork. Pretty good, right?
So I think it would be good to think out of the box. To just, perhaps, let's experiment a moment in the way our mind works. Just because we experience something doesn't mean that that's the full reality of that experience. Which means, simply put, if I ask you, what does the horizon look like? The answer is going to be based on where you're standing. If I ask it to you right now, you look out the window, or if you're outside, you'll say one answer. If you're on top of a mountain, it'll be a different answer. If you're in a valley, it's another answer. If you're in the middle of the mountain, it's a fourth answer. So in other words, it's all dependent on perspective. There's no one objective answer. What does the horizon look like? Basically, climb the mountain, the horizon widens and expands. You read about the astronauts that landed on the moon or went to outer space and they saw Earth for the first time. It was awesome. They never saw that context and that perspective. So much about life is not about us objectively knowing what is happening. It's us experiencing something a certain way. Talk about a soul's eternal journey. So I was always lacking words, and people would ask me, where does a soul go to after it passes on? But then I was thinking about it, and I said, imagine a conversation, a dialogue between a refrigerator and electricity. And the refrigerator asks the electricity, where do you go to when they pull the plug? And the electricity responds with incredulousness. What's the chutzpah? What nerve do you have to ask that question? You're a little box they just invented in the last century or two. You think now you're the center of the universe? You ask me where I go? I go back to the place before they discovered you, before they invented you, before they learned to generate and bottle or contain electricity in a box called a refrigerator. I go back to a place that's beyond time and space as you would understand it. And when you think about it, of course, same question. Where does the soul go to? That's based on the premise that we are where it's at. This is the center of everything right here. So where does the soul go? But perhaps we're not the center of it all. There's much more. There's a bigger picture. And like electricity, the soul goes back to its natural place before it was contained in this physical body, in this leg of the journey, and it continues the journey. It's in other dimensions. No different than when you ask electricity or energy, that when you burn a piece of wood in a fireplace, where does the wood go? So the wood breaks down, but it turns into gas, it turns into warmth, it turns into fire. Heat water, turns into gas. Freeze it, turns into ice. So different states of the same entity can go through many stages. Some of them are visible, some are not. Once it turns into gas, we won't be able to recognize it. We know today matter equals energy. E equals mc squared. And therefore you can never really destroy matter. So the fact that you take an object and you destroy it, you just turned it into another form. So this is critical in understanding reality in general. So the search for reality, I would say, is not a static one. It's not one perception. It's a journey. We begin with our senses. What I see, what I hear, what I taste, I touch, and I smell. And then when you ask yourself, is there anything more? Absolutely. There are ideas. You can't see or hear them, or taste or touch or smell them. You can sense them in some way, but there's no way to measure them. You have emotions and feelings. Love. You just need different instruments. Reminds me of Sir Arthur Eddington's example when asked, how do you come up with all these bizarre conclusions in the 20s and the 30s about quantum mechanics, subatomic particles? To the point that they began to see that the world there is an indeterministic one, a world of probabilities, where things are not defined. And you cannot, not because of lack of data or information, but you fundamentally can't define a certain thing in that stage until you measure it, until you observe it. And he gave the example of a fisherman who spread his net across all the 7 seas and began to collect and gather all the fish in the seas. And he came to a great conclusion as he documented the types of fish, the species, the color, the shape, the size. There are no fish in the sea shorter than a ½ inch long. Interesting. We all know there are smaller fish than that. And then what do? We look at his net, look at his instrument. The net has spaces, ½ inch spaces. So of course, all the fish smaller than a ½ inch fell back into the water. So his big conclusion should have said, when you use a net with ½ inch spaces, you're never going to catch fish that are shorter than a ½ inch space. Shorter than a ½ inch. But you don't need a scientist for that. The same thing, if you're going to look at a horizon from a valley, it's going to look like one thing. If you look at a horizon from the top of Mount Everest, it's going to look very different. So the first thing is we need to look at ourselves first before we talk about outside realities. Talk about empirical evidence. Empirical evidence is subjective to the person who's doing the empiricalizing. I don't know if that's a word. The person that's doing the observing, and what instruments are they using. Now with that in mind, I think we can understand why God is invisible. But in truth is, as we'll discover, invisible doesn't mean it's invisible. Just because you can't see subatomic particles, or you can't see love, doesn't make it invisible. You could say it's invisible to the net, the instrument called eyes of flesh and blood. So we have to really define visible and invisible. You can argue that our atoms are far more visible than matter that we can't see. Depends what you define by visible. If you mean visible physical vision, so physical vision, like the refrigerator, can only see what it can see. As a matter of fact, you could argue that visibility, what we recognize as visibility, is limited vision. Just like consciousness is limited consciousness. The supraconscious, what some call unconscious, subconscious, is actually far wider and more vast than the conscious. The conscious ideas that come into your mind are limited perception. That's why you can contain them. If they flow too quickly from the supraconscious or the collective unconscious, whatever word you give for it, so it would be like a reservoir that has no filters and no regulators and no faucets, it would flood and destroy. In a sense, that's what true madness is. That's why there's a thin line between madness and genius. So it's not just what's flowing, it's making sure the flow is regulated. If it starts pouring rain to the point of a flood, it will destroy the field just like a drop. The key to rain is drop by drop. The same thing, intelligence, consciousness. So our conscious perception of things, our conscious senses are actually limited. That's why we can contain them. If it would come too quickly, it would overwhelm us. We would not be able to remain sane. So sanity, you can say, is limited awareness. I know it sounds strange, but that's what it is. We can't live in the world of the insane, the world of madness, in a world where there are no boundaries, in a world where there are no compartments. It's necessary. Imagine a person who has trauma, or loss, or death, and they wouldn't be able to compartmentalize, and at some time the memory fades so they can live. If they're always living in the moment of shock and trauma, it wouldn't be called PTSD, post-trauma, it would be constant trauma. But our minds have a way of compartmentalizing, putting it in a closet. It doesn't mean you can't retrieve it. But it's vital that we have compartmentalization in a structured world. But as William Blake said, when you cleanse the doors of perception, what do you find? The infinite, the oneness, the singularity. Everything is infinite. We cannot live in that world of infinite. We can aspire to it, we can dream about it, we can seek transcendence, but we need to some way battle the infinite in the finite. Using another William Blake's statement, his beautiful poem, he says,
Sorry, ran late.
To see a world in a grain of sand, a heaven in a wildfire, in a wildflower, I should say. To hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. We need the hour, we need the hand, we need the sand, we need the flower, but in it you can see the infinite. So let's go back to visibility and invisible. When Moses asked God, let me see your face, it was a voice of intimacy. It's like when you love someone, I want to see you. I want to see you in your full glory. I don't want to see you just in garments, covered up, limited. And God responds, no man can see me and live. Because if you see me, you are me. And then you won't be you. You'll be burned up, you'll be absorbed, you'll be dissolved in a higher consciousness. But the interesting thing is, when you read it closely, God says, is really saying, if you want to see me, don't look. Don't look on your terms. Allow yourself to suspend yourself. Allow me in that way. And then you can see me. In other words, by not looking, you see me. What does that mean? That if you want to perceive the invisible, you have to get yourself out of the way, because yourself has that limited perception. You have your net, the place, the way you see the horizon. And the you, the me, and our parameters are limited. So indeed, it would make no sense if God was visible. If God was visible, it wouldn't be God. It would be something, a construct that we can relate to. That's the antithesis of what God truly means. A true reality, absolute reality. Something that is beyond everything is by definition defies the senses. Can the senses have some taste of it? Just like when you listen to music, you're hearing the sounds, but the experience is far beyond just the subtotal of the sounds. And that's what Abraham, when he was seeking God, came to realize. First, he did it through process of elimination. Well, he always did it through process of elimination. He said, it can't be those idols that my father was manufacturing. That's for sure not. Maybe it's nature. Pantheism, maybe nature, and he looked around the beauty of nature, the sun, the moon. But he realized that was just another extension of material existence. Yes, sublime, beautiful, poetic, romantic, but still part of a reality that was too close to us. And as he continued his journey, he continued the process of elimination and realizing, I am looking for the whole. Reality? I'm just a piece of reality. I'm just a refrigerator. The refrigerator shouldn't define the part doesn't define the whole should define the part. And he realized, for me to experiencing the divine, to experience the magic of the divine, the grandeur, the majesty, I need to suspend myself and just let it enter. Just like when you stand in front of a beautiful, a beautiful piece of art, a beautiful act of nature. You stand in awe. You don't try to contain it. You try to be contained by it. You try to be absorbed by it. You're listening to music. Get yourself out of the way. The subject should melt into the object. You're reading a book and you get so absorbed you don't even realize you're turning the pages. That's when you're in the zone. That's when the fish becomes part of the water. You're not experiencing it, you are it. It's a state of being. I'm going to ask you, what does life feel like? What does it feel like to be alive? If you have an answer, you probably need to see a doctor. Because the sensation of life shouldn't feel like anything. You shouldn't feel your blood pumping through your veins. Yes, when you're running and then the heartbeat goes up. But if you feel a thud, you feel dull, you feel sharp pain, or even if it's not pain, as soon as you feel something, it means it's not seamless.
So
consciousness is an experience of two things: I
Something
and what
wrong?
I'm feeling.
It's just really.
So really,
clutter.
health,
So you
a healthy
don't
life.
like it?
I don't feel anything. What is
Just
your
the
left
opposite.
leg doing
I'm right at
now?
home.
Hooray!
The second before I asked you the question,
I knew
you
you'd
weren't
say
thinking
that,
about
Zach.
it. That didn't mean doesn't mean that your left leg wasn't
really
there,
a good thing?
or right leg for that matter. It means you weren't thinking about it. Doesn't mean just because you're not aware of it, consciously aware, doesn't mean it's not there. So invisible is a very, very. It can be a very. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for the word like distortion. A very manipulative word even. It's not the word I'm looking for. I'm sorry, I just can't find the word. Maybe because it's invisible. It's a very deceptive word. That's the word I was looking for. What does it mean? Invisible. That you don't know it's there, that you don't feel it, that you don't see it. So the things that are most real is when you know you exist and you don't even have to feel it. You're just there. Life When you're living, you know that's what life is like. Go explain colors to a person that can't see a color. So the point is, it's not that God needs to be invisible, it's that the whole concept that we think visibility is the only way to measure things is limited. And that's what Abraham and all the seekers, they were not looking for a God that's a product of our empirical evidence. I don't want a God that's a result of a mathematical equation, of a rational process, because the rational process itself is also only a piece of reality. If there is a God, the rational mind was also created by God. So is the part going to dictate the whole? It's an experience that transcends the senses. So you'll say, so how do we know it exists? Well, it ultimately comes down to experience, just as we know subatomic particles exist. Not because you see them, you see their effect. Now obviously in this case it's far deeper than that. I would say the problem most of us have with God, by the way, is not because it's visible or invisible, it's because the way God was presented to us is a distortion or even a complete sham. Like Nietzsche wrote, God is dead. He said that God didn't deserve to be alive, he got the wrong God. Or as Levi Yitzchak Barditchever said to a self-proclaimed atheist, the God you don't believe in, I don't believe in either. Today we're comfortable with the invisible. Just look at your smartphone. You're listening to me speak. I'm not sitting in the same room with you. You see my face or hear me, wherever you may be. What's connecting us? It's not wires. There's something in the ether, or today we don't use that word anymore. There's something that's beyond time and space as we know it, that can transcend time and space. I don't know if we fully understand it. We know it works, and we know how to build technologies around it. God is not the ultimate of invisible, but the ultimate of reality, and therefore something that's not contained by boxes and senses and perceptions and the doors of perception that we are so accustomed to. So it's really an exercise to getting out of your comfort zone and experiencing something beyond you. That's why it's so equated with love, equated with all the mysteries of life. Why is it mysterious? Not because it's mysterious, it's because it's strange to us. But those that become comfortable with the paradox, that become comfortable with the mystery, that's the nature, the true nature of life is mystery, is paradox. And there's nothing strange about that. It's only strange when you limit yourself to the terms where these are contradictions. This fits in this box, it can't be aligned with that box. That's really the journey to find a higher reality, the essence of it all, and beyond the essence. And the visible universe is a taste, is like the palm of your hand, the grain of sand, where we can have a handle, to hold on to, somewhat experience that which is beyond our hand. Yes, indeed, to find the infinite within the finite.
What are you doing here?
And that's ultimately the goal in life.
told to take leave at Del
Is
Sol.
to take this material world, recognize it for what it is,
My
a container.
supervisor gave me leave
It's
as
a
well.
container to
So
be
I
able to
figured
contain
I should take in a little sun.
even that which is not
My
contained,
leave
to express the
wasn't an order from
inexpressible,
the director.
Leave is leave. Forget
where the
about
invisible
work.
becomes
Spread your
visible,
wings a little.
and the visible
Well,
recognizes
see
that
ya.
it's just the tip of the iceberg of a
Wings
far,
and
far greater
feathers.
reality.
I've had enough.
And that's how we bridge it, by being a kind person, by being a gentle person, by bringing light into this world, and recognizing this is not the center of it all. It's the center of it all. It's to channel the higher reality into this world, but it's not the center of it all if you think all there is this. I'd love to hear thoughts, feedback on this important topic. To Simon Jacobson, Meaningful Life Center, meaningfullife.com. Remember, you carry the infinite within you. Express it, and ultimately the expression is through love. Love another person is the way you see the face of God. Love your feedback, your questions, your thoughts, and please share it with others. Again, meaningfullife.com, where you can find this and many other programs. And above all, let us all join together, each in our unique way, and create this cosmic symphony of beauty and magic and music. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, Simon Jacobson here. We continue our new series, Biblical Events Decoded. Today we'll speak about the flame, the dough, and the cloud. 3 secrets to eternal love. This program is dedicated by Seth Yakutan in loving memory of his mother, Chaya Bat Sarah. And indeed, this is the story of Sarah in the Bible, and the story of her daughter-in-law, Rebecca. When Isaac first meets his future wife, bride, Rebecca, how does he know that she's the right one? Antithetical to how things are today, that usually you don't look for someone that's like your mother. He actually was looking for someone like his mother because of the virtues and qualities she had. So when he saw Rebecca in the tent of his mother, he saw that it replicated. And the spirit of what was happening in his mother's life, Sarah, was now recreated by Rebecca. When Sarah died, those 3 features left with her, but now they returned. And what are those 3 features? We're told the flame, the dough, and the cloud. And therein lies the secret to eternity. But before we get into the details, let's just talk about eternity for a moment. The fact is, that most people, even though the fantasy in dreams, in movies, in books, the idea of love forever after, when push comes to shove, many people say it's not realistic. I remember once giving a talk at a learning annex in New York City, and the topic was: is there such a thing as love forever after, or is it a myth? Myth or reality? 50 men and women combined that were at the talk. And I opened up with a question. I said, does anyone here believe in love forever after? I was surprised to see the response. 49 out of 50 people did not pick up their hand. Only 1 young woman did. I wasn't surprised they don't believe in it. I was surprised they would acknowledge it in public, especially sitting with their significant other. What does that tell you about the faith in your relationship? So we went around the room, like, why? Why don't you believe in it? And more or less the same idea. Yeah, when I was younger, first time I fell in love as a teenager, of course I believed in it. But then when I went through life, disappointments, a broken heart, betrayal, infidelities, I realized it's a matter of, it's good for novels, romantic films, but it's not realistic. And each person had their own way of phrasing it. One person, I was waiting for a certain description, and someone said it the way I wanted to hear. Not that it was a setup, but it's really common sense. The person said, of course not. Everything in this world is mortal. Everything perishes. Everything erodes and deteriorates, and ultimately dies. That's the nature of materialism. That's the middle of the matter. That's how things are. Things age and are subject to those changes and ultimately disappear. So why would love be different? The food we eat, the money we make, our looks, everything goes through this process. So why would love be forever after? People nodded their head, and I said, what about this young woman who raised her hand? What do you tell her? I'd rather she learn on her own, but since she's already sitting in this room, she's young and naive and probably has not had her heart broken and not been disappointed. So she still believes, and God bless her. And the theme of what I discussed, and I'll just encapsulate it here, was you're 100% right. Based on the logic of science, that everything in this material world ages, erodes, deteriorates, and ultimately perishes, the same would apply to anything that's material. However, is everything material in our lives? Is love another material experience? And this gets us to the heart of the matter. What is love? If love is another need, just like eating America, white man speak in forked tongue, meaning they say one thing and they mean another. It's interesting in Hebrew, the word for face, we say the face of it, the surface. So that's very different than what's inside. You can have the face of an object, the face of the surface of something, and it's very different than what's underneath the surface. But in Hebrew, the word for face is the same word for the word is internal, panim, which means both the face of it and also the within, that the inner and the outer are seamlessly connected. And that's in truth what we really aspire for. When you look at the innocence of a child, you see there's no duplicity. That's perhaps why we're so drawn by that purity. Beaming faith, that adventurous, free, abandoned spirit. It's a reflection of the inner spirit of that child. But then as we grow older, we learn to put on our masks. So there's a fascinating parable of the great mystic, the Hashem PARTNER, that helps us understand this in a deeper light. And interestingly turns the whole idea on its face, turns the whole thing upside down. And also explains a very puzzling, disturbing biblical story about when Jacob went to steal the blessings of his older brother Esau by dressing up, masquerading as if he was his brother, and deceiving his father. His brother was very thick, had thick hair. Jacob did not Esau, but he blessed him. What kind of behavior is that? Deception. And here's the parable. An ailing, aging king who knew his time was coming and wanted to groom his heir to the throne, his son, to be the next great leader. But he realized that a son growing up in the palace, comfortable, being catered to, being served, in a way, he never really earned his way. He doesn't know what people struggle with because he lived a privileged life, an entitled life. So the father decides, as painful as it is, I'm going to send my son away from the palace, from our empire, to some distant land where no one knows who he is, and let him earn his way. Let him discover what people struggle with, to learn empathy, sensitivity, compassion. And the day comes, he tells his son, as painful as it is, I'm sending you to a distant land, but it's for your good, because it will harden you, it will season you. You'll learn what real life is about, without others protecting you. And it'll give you the strength, the wisdom, the resilience to be able to lead in a truly sensitive way. But not just sending you off and abandoning you, I will send you a letter several times a year to remind you who you are. That you're my son. You're the next king. And we all await when you return to be that powerful and true leader. And that's what happens. He sends him off. So on one hand, goodbyes, sadness. King knows the son will forget. In the beginning he'll miss him. But then the son will learn he'll assimilate his ways and get used to his new life. But the letter, and the king does exactly that. As the son learns the ways of the land and forgets where he came from, but he receives a letter several times a year, reminding him. When he receives the letter, suddenly he remembers. He wants to celebrate. What is he going to say to the townspeople, to his neighbors, to his friends? Oh, I'm your next king. They'll either be resentful or they'll think he's crazy. He comes up with a brilliant idea. Throws a party. A party. Free drinks, free cocktails, meal, delicious refreshments, everything you want. On me. So the whole city is celebrating, right? Great food, great drinks, great party. And while they're celebrating because they've gotten good food, he's celebrating because he received this letter from his father. So they both celebrate, but they don't know his inner intentions. Says the Baal Shem Tov, the great mystic. This is the story of each of our lives. The soul, your soul, is a piece of the divine. It's a transcendent spirit that in its own environment lives in a palace. Immune, insulated, protected from all the hostility of this material world. It's perfect, but it's not proven itself. Its potential is not actualized because there's no resistance, there's no challenge. So God the King says, let me send my child, my soul, into a world that's a hostile world, a corrupt world, a world of concealment, where you don't see that powerful spirit, where it's not valued necessarily. Materialism is sometimes more valued. So it's hostile to the higher, deeper values of transcendence and morality and ethics. And that's where I want my child, my soul, my child, the soul, to discover itself, to stand up and become a stronger entity. By standing up to this darkness, and not only not being impacted, but ultimately becoming the leader that will bring light to the world. So when we come into this world, we're made to forget. We don't remember the spiritual consciousness, the spiritual awareness that we had prior to birth, prior to conception. But all is not lost, because we're told that we receive letters, there'll be reminders, there'll be a holiday, there'll be a Sabbath, there'll be other experiences in life, whether it's music, art, different moments of transcendence that will wake us up. Say, this is not really my natural place. I'm traveling through, but it's a journey. And the soul wants to celebrate. But what is it going to do? It's dealing now with our body, with physical needs and passions and all kinds of distractions. Not interested in spiritual letters from a higher spiritual place. So the King says, here's what you do. And that's what we do. Throw a party. Masquerade party. Let the body think it's getting good food and good drink, enjoying itself on its terms, while the soul can celebrate what's really going on beneath the masquerade, beneath the mask of the material world, the true, deeper spiritual pleasure. So it's not about living a life of asceticism, a life of separating ourselves, disengaging. No, engaging, integrating, involved in the material world, but never forgetting that the material world is a mask, is a cover, like a shell. That's why it's called klipa in Hebrew. That is protecting and hiding the fruit within. So this material world which we see is itself a masquerade. Beneath the surface of every physical material object in existence, and behind every matter, there's energy. And actually matter is energy. But the matter seems to conceal it. There are divine sparks waiting to be released. So when you use the material world, and yes, you eat a meal, you have free drinks and all of that, but you use the strength and energy to be a better person, a kinder person. So you're masquerading, but you're using the mask in order to satisfy the material world while you can release the deeper energy within. When Jacob dressed in those garments, it was deception, but it was a deception on the terms of this material world. You have to dress up, just as when you take an idea that you can't communicate to a student. What do? You dress it in a mask. What's the mask? An example, an analogy, a metaphor, poetry. Not because you want to hide, because you want to convey. The problem becomes when the mask becomes an end in itself, not just a vehicle, not just a means. So the material world is really an outer surface of tremendous brimming energy within. And that's how we should look at our lives. When you see a person, let's say, cry, the tears is the mask. It's the feelings that cause one to cry. You smile, a smile on the face. That's the mask, that's the outer expression, the contours of the face have been shaped by what? By a happiness within. So it's really about bridging the within, that should be expressed in the outer masks of our lives. Now sometimes we do need a mask to conceal, for whatever reason, because we may be in enemy territory. But the goal is not to become your mask, to understand that it's simply a means, it's a package that's delivering a deeper message. If you look at life that way, it can change the perspective on everything. Whatever job you have, is that you? Is that what you're doing? Whatever interaction you have, is that you? Is that your interaction and bridge with another person? Let's talk about our five senses. Our eyes, our ears, our taste, touch, and smell. What you see is not who you are. Your eyes are a bridge, like a gate between you and the things you see. Your ears are a gate between the things you hear and you. Your mouth is expressing what your feelings, your thoughts from within. So these bridges are exactly that. They don't define you, they are the connectors, the interfaces between the inner you and the outer you. Because you don't need eyes to see yourself. You don't need ears to hear yourself. And you don't need taste, touch, and smell to experience yourself. So the objective is to actually create a bridge between the outer and the inner, between form and function, between the package and the gift within, between the fruit, between the peel or the husk and the fruit within. And that's when you create real seamlessness in your life. So, masks are necessary, both in order to express ourselves and also to be able to relate to others on their terms, but not where it becomes an end in itself and a power of its own and defines who you are. It's a tool, it's an instrument. And the instrument is meant to create the connections, but to realize that it's always the energy beneath the mask. So it's a good question to ask yourself, who am I? Will the real you stand up? What are my masks and who's the real me? And often in relationships, especially when you get connected with someone, you have trust. What is ultimately trust and love? You can celebrate your vulnerability. You can celebrate yourself. The naked you, I mean that in a spiritual, psychological sense. That's not covering up. That's not hiding. That's not camouflaging itself behind different masks. But the real you is being expressed. And that's a great blessing to bless someone, to find someone in their lives that they can have that type of experience. Two vulnerable people experiencing true intimacy. At the same time, because we do live in a world that has a material dimension to it. So the key is to figure out how to express that inner self into an outer world. And that's where the intelligence of using the proper masquerade, the proper garments, the proper way of dressing up to express that deeper truth. But remember, the metaphor that we use when we teach, it's not the end. Metaphor is just a vehicle to express a deeper idea. So, is this world a world of masquerades? Some people feel life is all a masquerade. I don't know who's real. I don't know what's real. So there's a truth to that there is an aspect of masquerading, an aspect of camouflage, of cover in this world. But that beneath the cover lies tremendous energy. And this is the essence of all science and physics. How do we tap into the energy? The tremendous, the awesome energy lying within the seemingly innocuous, inanimate surface. But in truth, it's pulsating with this powerful, infinite energy. And when you can join the two and fuse the two, you have what is called real truth. The experience of the transcendent within the immanent. The experience of the inexpressible in the expressible. The sizzle and the steak. The inner and the outer. The face and the inner dimensions expressed in that face. So the eyes are the windows to the soul. The face can express some of the deepest feelings without even saying anything. May all of us experience that type of seamlessness. And stop the charade. Be the real you and figure out how to express it in a way that others can relate to and appreciate. And ultimately, when each of us expresses the real self, the essence of who you are, then we have those cosmic musical notes that makes each of us indispensable, both necessary as well as complementing and complemented by everyone around us in one classic, grand cosmic symphony. Thank you. Simon Jacobson here. Meaningful Life Center, meaningfullife.com. Meaningful Life, exactly that. To find a deeper meaning behind the curtain, beneath the surface, under the dashboard, and bring it back to the outer world of masks and tell the story. Tell the inside story to the outer world. Please join me in this effort by sharing these ideas, easy to share with others, providing feedback, thoughts, comments, questions, and staying connected. I wish you well, be well. Until next time, this is Simon Jacobson, biblical events and characters decoded. I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye. Okay, hello everyone. Simon Jacobson here for another live episode of Biblical Events Decoded. The soul's journey to a dark world. That's what we will be discussing. The soul's journey to a dark world. This program is dedicated by Deborah Marcus in loving memory of her father, Rav Yonatan Moshe ben Avram and Sarah. You know the famous expression, not sure who coined it, we are not spiritual beings, we're not physical beings on a spiritual journey, we're spiritual beings on a physical journey. And that's not just semantics, it's based on how we define reality. Most of us, at least ostensibly, begin our perspective on reality based on our observation. We'll call it our sensory tools, our empirical way of looking at things, our empirical perspective. You see things, you hear things, you touch, taste, smell. You use your mind and you could perceive things that are not quite contained or measured by our sensory tools. But it's still a journey we'll call from the outside in. Think about scientific exploration. You look at phenomena, you study it like study a clock, you try to pick it apart to see what is it made of, what makes it tick. What makes us tick, you really come to understand that it really works the other way around, from the inside out. For instance, you don't begin to first cry and then you feel sad. You feel sad, then it expresses itself in tears. You feel happy and therefore express itself in a contortion of your mouth that looks like a smile. So I don't know if you ever thought about this interesting paradox. I say paradox, not really a paradox, but these two different ways of looking at things. In a way, you can say everything except yourself, you experience from the outside in. Except yourself, you experience from the inside out. You don't need a mirror to see yourself. You know what you feel. But even with ourselves, we also have limited perspective, because what do we really know? We know that which we have experience with, that which we have perception of. How about all the upper unconscious or subconscious or superconscious forces that are driving you? Things that are invisible, things that we don't remember, things that happened to us in our childhood that have shaped us, so we see the symptoms, the outer effects, but not the inner. Now this isn't a small difference, this is a very different way of looking at life. You really want to learn to look at things from the inside out as much as possible. And this is true not just for the human being I mentioned, a smile, a tear. Same thing when it's the physical phenomenon. Today we know that the DNA of the universe, the building blocks, the cellular structure, the subatomic structure, that's really where it's at. That's what defines everything. But we live on the surface level. Now, however you reconcile or however you frame this perspective, the Kabbalists explain it from the context that everything begins from within and then travels out. In other words, the outer layers come last. The inner layers and the inner forces come first. So let's apply this now to our lives, to the very journey of our lives. By the time that we're adults and we begin to think about life, we have a lot of outside things to look at, circumstances we'll call them, coordinates to make sense of. The home you grew up in, the schools you went to, the friends you've made, your social connections, your job, your opportunities. There are many things, there are many factors that are determining, even if they aren't determining, but they're definitely defining the context of your daily experiences. But then we come to a biblical story, the biblical story of Jacob's journey. And when you think of it, and you see it as a story of your journey, it changes how to look at things. Instead of looking from circumstances and figuring out how to connect these loose or fragmented or disjointed dots, you suddenly see life in a very different way. So here's the story. The narrative goes like this. In the Hebrew, Vayetze Yaakov miBe'er Sheva vayelech Harana. Yaakov left his hometown called Beersheba, which is a city actually in Israel, in the Negev, the more southern part. Vayelech Harana, and he went toward Haran. Haran is a city outside, more like northeast of Beersheba, and that's where he traveled to. Why did he go? Firstly, to escape from his brother's wrath, twin brother Esau's wrath, and secondly, to find his wife, to build a family. Says the great Or HaChaim, one of the commentaries, and this is based on classic mystical teachings, that these two cities refer to two states, two paradigms.
Both of you. Where is
Two states of
NGO?
consciousness, should you wish.
He's gone
Be'er
missing.
Sheva means the fountain of
I'll
seven,
explain
referring
later.
to the seven divine
Things will
attributes
escalate.
from where all souls originate. In other words, your spiritual soul originated in a very spiritual realm called the realm of the seven fountains. Fountains as in water. Water symbolizes knowledge, symbolizes spiritual consciousness. And Harana means wrath, a place, a hostile place, a dark place. A place where our destinies are concealed, where duplicity, corruption prevail. And we don't seek spiritual clarity. We don't have spiritual clarity of our lives. Beginning with our purpose, we have to seek it out. We live, as I said, from the outside in. And these two worlds clash because the spirit of the soul thinks in terms of mission, a mission-oriented life. The world of wrath, this dark world, thinks in egocentric life. What's in it for me? And they both come together. The journey from the fountain of seven into the world of wrath, or the dark world. And every one of us will experience this. Now, darkness doesn't always mean it's always dark and always foreboding and frightening, but dark means it's always possible to be that way. It's a dangerous world. You can grow up in a beautiful, loving home, great, but also, unfortunately, you can grow up in a home that's not so loving. A dysfunctional home, an abusive home. We need grace, we need blessings to make sure that we make it through the minefield of life. But there are predators, there are narcissists, there are parasites, there are selfish ones, sometimes deliberate, sometimes not deliberate. A world where it's easy someone to smile to you and then stab you in your back. So it's not that we enter the world with this type of paranoia and fear, but But if you're realistic, this is the world which you have to enter. And Jacob is concerned. How will he make it? It's one thing when he lived in a fountain of seven. It's one thing when he lived in a very spiritual environment. Now he has to contend with all kinds of forces, beginning with his own uncle, who's conniving, shrewd, corrupt, a liar. So you could either try to escape asceticism, but no, this is the place where you build your family, because this is where the soul has to come. Why? Why put the soul through such possible distress, difficulties? Because that's where we become great. Without resistance, your strengths, your potential will never be actualized. So we come armed, well armed, with an arsenal of tools and weapons. I don't mean weapons of destruction. Tools and instruments to not just withstand the challenges of a dark, corrupt world, a world that we do not know the different paths, the different curveballs that will come our way, but the tools to navigate. That no matter what comes our way, we have the strength. So though we've left the fountain of seven, we come empowered by it. And those are the seven emotions. The seven emotions within our very psyches, beginning with love, discipline, compassion, endurance, yielding, humility, bonding, and dignity that come with us on our journey and empower us to not just play defense, but actually to transform the dark world into a spiritual environment. When you think of life that way, literally every morning, it changes your whole perspective. Instead of thinking, okay, what's going to come my way and how am I going to maneuver and play defense or react, you think proactively. I know my soul has been sent to this place. On a journey. We are on a journey. So just envision that. Imagine that. You are on a journey. Every moment of your life is a journey. Sent for a purpose. The purpose is for you to illuminate the dark world in which you live with your unique light. To sing your unique song. To reveal your unique angel and flower and beauty.
My boss can be pretty scary.
And when you do so, not only do you succeed, but you thrive, you build, you blossom. That's the inside outlook. So yes, we are spiritual souls on a physical journey. A physical journey with many challenges, but with the tools to navigate. A good swimmer is not guaranteed there will be no storms, there will be no difficulties. But it's guaranteed that no matter what comes your way, you'll know how to maneuver, how to navigate. So you have a story. On one hand, is an individual story, goes back thousands of years, a biblical story, and yet it's the story of each one of our lives. So then, whenever anything comes your way, you say that's part of that corrupt, hostile world in which I live. Now, we should all be blessed to have the least amount of exposure to predators, hostility. But it's inevitable. Every one of us is going to face somewhere and sometime in our lives these type of difficulties. It could either frighten you, you could either live a life of trying to avoid and retreat, or you can see it, that is the purpose. And for every challenge, I have a strength to counter it. And for that, you need to be wise, and you need support. Family, friends, mentors, people who believe in you. And then you learn to build there. You build the greatest things possible, which you can never build just in a spiritual environment. It's necessary to enter that type of world. I find that to be extremely empowering, liberating. It's a journey. And the journey has many components to it. And twists and turns. And yes, surprises. And sometimes things that are not so pleasant. But it's all part of the journey. The key thing is to keep moving. And when you do that, that itself gives you energy that propels you forward. The journey of the soul into a dark world in order to illuminate. The soul is compared to a flame. What does a flame do so well? Quietly, silently, without much fanfare, it illuminates. It warms its environment. And when it does so, it automatically dispels darkness. That's interesting. It's not a battle. It begins a seeming battle. The battle is the absence of light. But once light emerges, once light appears, it automatically dispels the darkness. Warmth automatically warms things up, no matter how cold it is. You may need more warmth, you may need more light, but that's its nature. And you have that. That's your birthright. You don't have to buy it. No one has to sell it to you. It's a matter of accessing it and actualizing it. The words of Michelangelo, how did you sculpt those beautiful angels in the marble? I saw the angel trapped in the marble and I carved and carved. I set her or set them free. You have that angel within you. So the story of Jacob is our story. It's the story of life, where it begins in a very bright and warm and sublime place, enters into a place that is the antithesis of that, with the goal that was to transform that darker place. And that we have all the tools we need to do so. Thank you so much. This has been Simon Jacobson in this special series that we have every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. But it's archived and available anytime. Just go to meaningfullife.com.
Truly
you can find this and many other programs.
It's so beautiful.
A full schedule
if we
of
continue
activities
to take
and
Mako
events
from
and
the ground,
programs throughout the
it'll
week.
dry up and vanish,
Please check
right?
it out.
When
As
Mako
always,
energy is condensed,
I'd love to hear your
it
feedback, your
becomes
thoughts, your
materia.
comments.
Naturally
And
formed
of course, share
materia
it.
are a rare sight
Pay it forward
indeed.
for all those that you can
By the way,
reach.
how is it that these materia
Be well and
allow
be
us to use
blessed,
magic?
and may you shine
You
with your
don't
unique
know.
light
And you call yourself soldier?
to the environment,
Within each materia,
and your
there lies
sphere of
knowledge
influence
once
and
possessed
beyond.
by the ancients.
and may that have the right
Knowledge to
ripple
control
effect
the
and
power
butterfly
of this
effect
planet at will.
that will transform the
It is
entire
this
planet
knowledge that binds us to
in
the
a
planet
basking
and
glow
calls forth magic, so they
of a
say.
cosmic dance and symphony,
Magic.
where all of us,
Such a
each of
mystery.
us, contribute and need each other in one complementary harmony. Be well and be blessed. Thank you. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. Another episode of Biblical Events Decoded. The final showdown. Can spirit and matter meet? Big question. This has been debated by thinkers, philosophers, poets, romantics, spiritualists, materialists. Can we join together our transcendent and more sublime aspirations? Can that be integrated with our materialistic needs for survival and existence? Many have argued that they're dichotomous, and at best we can compartmentalize. But let's not jump ahead of ourselves. The fact is that as human beings, we clearly have two categories of needs. One is to exist. In order to exist, we need to eat and drink, exercise, health, sleep, pay our bills, everything that goes into the category of surviving, existing. Even if you're thriving. But essentially, it's based on materialistic needs. There's another side to us that clearly needs something that is far more sublime. We'll call it transcendence, transcendental needs. And that's more than just making do and getting through and being a healthy human being. This includes our aspirations, our dreams, our imagination, our hopes, our values. And we satisfy that voice within us in many different ways. It could be through literature, through music, through art, through romance, through sexuality, through love, through religion, through faith, through spirituality. And both are absolutely necessary. Human beings cannot survive well just with animal bliss, meaning just getting their physical needs met. What you call that second category, you can call transcendent, you can call it spiritual. But do these two come together? Does our survival and our existence come together with our more spiritual and transcendent searches and seeking? The search for purpose in life, mission in life. You could have your toolbox and tool chest with all your instruments, but not know, what am I using it for? What's your mission in life? And many argue that these two do not come together because when you're in the rat race, in the rush hour of survival, when I say survival, by the way, I don't mean minimal. You can be very wealthy and very prosperous and very successful. But when you're in that place, many of us don't really think about so-called the deeper questions. Why am I here? What's the purpose of my life? What are my values? Often, it's when we're lacking something, when we feel a loss, when we feel out of sorts, when we feel disoriented. It could be due to a tragedy, God forbid. It can be due to other factors. That's where the cracks are. That's where the light gets in. And that's when we often think more about the transcendental aspects of our lives. But that's simply because we may be distracted. We still need the two. But can they come together? And that's a critical question that's addressed actually in the Bible that we read this week. And hence the name, The Final Showdown. And what's the story? The story is the story of the twin brothers, Jacob and Esau. We spoke about it in previous weeks. It's a central component in the biblical story. We all know the story of wrestling with the angel. One of the classics, Jacob wrestling with the angel of Esau, his brother. When you read the story, not even in depth, just on an ostensible level, twins, two brothers, twins, and yet at odds at each other's throats. From the moment that they were being conceived in pregnancy, they're already battling with each other. And the Bible tells us 2 nations within you, God says to Rebekah. You carry 2 archetypes, 2 personalities. And what are the 2 personalities? One is the warrior, the hunter, the survival expert. And the other is the wholesome scholar, the reflective one. And they're brothers. They both need each other. They both complement each other, but yet they're at war. And it's not just a war between good and evil here. We're talking about 2 drives. One is me, taking care of my needs. The other is looking for how I serve those around me. And we all know we need both. A person who completely ignores their own needs will end up becoming a doormat and will end up losing their dignity. At the same time, a person who's only driven by themselves and by their own needs will never be happy, will never be complete. So there's a taker within us and a giver within us. But can they really be compatible? And that's the dilemma, and that's the story of Jacob and Esau within each one of us. And that's why it's so important to know the story. Now, what's the end of the story? That's what we read, the final showdown. So you would think one will go to war with the other, and they indeed are ready to go to war. But that's not what happens at the end. And they end up embracing. Because initially, materialism, the search for materialism and the search for the spiritual clash with each other. They clash for resources, they clash for time, they clash for energy. Look at your own life. You can't be doing both at the same, seemingly. And that's why there's a battle. So Jacob, after 20 years escaping from Esau's wrath, finally is about to meet him. He sends messengers to check out, where's my brother at? Is he still angry? Is he still my enemy? And he discovers that Esav is marching with 400 men to war, to go to battle with him. So though he felt maybe his brother was ready, he realized that's not the case. So he prepares, he prays to God, faith. He prepares for war, in case, and he prepares a bride to appease him. The prayer and the appeasement end up working. And they finally meet and they embrace. Whether it was a complete embrace or not a complete embrace, that's discussed by the different commentaries. But then Joseph says key words to his brother. He says, you know, we're brothers. Why don't we come live side by side? Let's live in peace. And Jacob, realizing the time has not yet come for that, wisely says, you go ahead, my brother, and I will follow. I'll come slowly. You see, the children are young. The sheep are tender. They need more time. And immediately the classic commentator, Rashi, Shlomo Yitzchaki, asked the question, is he deceiving Esav yet again? He knew he was not following him. Rashi says, no, he was. He was talking about the future, when the world would come to peace between matter and spirit. We will live side by side. But right now, the children are young, the sheep are tender, we're too vulnerable, we're too fragile. If we enter into the world of the material world too much, immerse ourselves, it will overwhelm us. It's like taking a child and throwing them into the workplace when they're 3 years old. Taking a child and putting them into a mature, hostile, dark world. You need resources for that, you need strength. And Jacob realizes it's going to take time. But the key thing is not that they can't join. We need time. The bird first needs to be protected in its nest before it spreads its wings to fly. So let's understand the deeper concept behind this.
Where'd he go?
How indeed can matter and energy, matter and spirit really join each other?
Yeah,
Today nobody asks that question anymore. After Einstein's E equals MC squared,
Not together.
that
We
energy
should
and
look
matter
separately.
are essentially two states of the same reality, and they're interchangeable. We came to realize that energy and matter may look different. Just like a gas looks different than a liquid water, and liquid looks different than the ice. They're all the same water. When you freeze it, it's ice. When you heat it, it turns into gas, and you can reverse the process many times back and forth. You put a piece of wood in a fireplace, and it turns into warmth and heat and light. So the wood is no longer there, but it's produced fuel. Just look at your smartphone, look at any piece of technology. Matter has become a conductor, a generator of communications, of electricity, of atomic and nuclear energy. That myth of two worlds, of a duality is exactly that. To the eye, it looks different. And when you go deeper into that physics, you realize there's an integral unity that connects everything. So there is diversity. Of course there are differences, but fundamentally there's a singularity that connects it all. Now, if you look into the teachings of the mystics, they've said this long ago. So there are schools of thought that distinguish between matter and spirit and basically say, you want to have a spiritual and a higher end life, a more transcendent life, you have to move away from the marketplace, from the pressures of the daily routines and quotidian of survival. Move to the mountain, move into nature, go to the east. Asceticism. You need to have more of a monastic lifestyle. Because when you indulge in the material world, it begins to become a force. In the words later in the Bible, a land that consumes its inhabitants. Better stay in a spiritual oasis, insulated, protected. There's other school of thought. Primarily you'll find it today in the Calvinistic Protestant work ethic. No, engage with the world. And be ethical, be virtuous, be charitable. This became the standard a lot in the Western world. Not everybody lives up to it. Capitalism has its inherent challenges, its inherent greed, inherent exploitation. Karl Marx exposed a lot of it, not that he had a better alternative. His alternative was one that theoretically may be very appealing, but not practical. So which one is it? Do we have to separate ourselves from the material world? Or do we have to become part of it and be the warrior? Or can we be the scholar? Or do we need to leave that world to be the scholar? Say the mystics, Kabbalistic mystics, and they say that is based on the premise that there are only two realities. But there's another reality that transcends transcendence. That is neither closer to spirit than it is to matter, nor closer to matter than it is to spirit. And it's not defined by either of them. And when you come to that point, you can spiritualize matter itself. In other words, the tension that exists between matter and energy, between matter and spirit, is resolved, is relieved through spiritualizing the material, because within the material lie the divine sparks, the energy, the fire, the electricity that we've been talking about. So when you take your work, and you take your food, and you take your exercise, and you take everything that you call survival, existence, and you align it with higher purpose, not as two separate entities. Not here I'm indulging like an animal, and here I'm like sublime like an angel. No, you bring the sublime into matter, and you bring matter into the sublime, you actually confuse the two. No different that we understand matter and energy as being reversible. And matter turns into energy, and energy is expressed through matter. And that's the final showdown. So the embrace of Jacob and Esav gave us a taste of it, but Jacob realized that we're not ready yet for the full fusion, the complete fusion between them. That will take time. That's why we need to have boundaries and distinctions. We can't just say everything is unified, that's that. And we have boundaries. You go to work, you do your work faithfully, you come home, your home is different than your workplace. But as you mature, you don't compartmentalize, you realize you can really integrate the two. So in our lives, we begin our childhood, first a far more spiritual childhood. What does that mean? A child should be protected and nurtured and insulated and immunized from the hostile corruption that lies potentially in the material existence of competition and greed and self-interest. A child in a healthy home should be protected from all of that. That's the stage where you develop the soul's values, aspirations, love, care. Once you have that built, a fortress, once you build those reservoirs, those resources, then you could enter a world where there is a battle between people's interests, and that battle takes on sometimes ugly form. I remember hearing from someone right after 9/11, very sad, said, I always envied my friend. We were both in college together. He ended up landing a job in, what was that firm called, Fitzgerald? Well, basically he was completely devastated in the 9/11 attack. And he had these bay windows, one of the upper floors in the World Trade Center. And I used to look at it at times from a small office not far away, and I envied him. And then that fateful morning came. Cantor Fitzgerald, that's what it was, Cantor Fitzgerald. And I envied him. I used to be jealous of him. And then I discovered something in the world of finance. As much money you're making, you're being constantly pitted against one another, to compete. And your friends become conditional friends based on interest, self-interest. And some of that idealism that we had when we were younger, we lost it. In his words, I lost my soul. And then that fateful morning came, and my friend, my good old still chump from high school and from college, was killed. And I realized, what is life about? But money has that power. Money is not a bad thing, but it can bring out the worst in us, it can bring out the best in us. When Karl Marx writes how money alienates the person from other people, the employer from the employee, the person from the product that you make, there's a lot of truth in it. As I said, his solution was not viable. The only solution is when you spiritualize the material and you realize as much as success as you have, that should not define you. You work, that's not who you are, that's what you do. And when you realize that, you can reconcile, more than reconcile, you can fuse the two. Because one is the fuel for the other. Matter, the money we make, the successes we have, is the fuel for our spiritual growth. And that's where the dichotomy disappears. And that will be the end of the story. You still have some work to do. But the world has become a far more humanitarian, a far more refined place. I mean, what else do you have? Unimaginable. Remember a few years ago in Haiti, there was an earthquake. What happened in the past when there were earthquakes? A natural disaster. All the neighbors would rape and pillage and completely exploit the country, the helpless country. Today, countries were competing to send airlifts of food, medicine, support. Why would a country like the United States spend billions of dollars of foreign aid, of hard-earned tax money of the citizens of the United States? There is a spirit of generosity, of charity. Yes, there are tax write-offs, but that itself, that was established, is something unprecedented in the last few hundred years, especially in the last years. So with all our challenges, the world is a gentler place in general. Specifically, we still have to deal with plenty of problems. There's crime, there's murder, there's selfishness, there's war, greed. But there are signs of the Jacob Esau reunion, of the matter-spirit convergence. Our job, our mission, the final frontier, is to make that the full reality, the highest level. That's what we're really looking for. And it's not a contradiction. You have all your needs met, but your life is not driven by needs. That's because part of life is getting your needs met. But not define yourself by me. It's about what we are as a whole, a synergy, a harmony within our diversity. So the Jacob Esau story that goes back thousands of years couldn't be more relevant today. Look at the polarization. Look at disagreement. We can't even disagree properly. But we have full potential to do so. And as I said, there are many good signs of a new dawn, of a new era. That, my friends, is what the 21st century should turn into. Where matter and spirit meet. Where heaven and earth kiss and marry. Where material life and our physical and spiritual lives converge into one harmonious dance, one cosmic symphony, where each feeds the other. And it begins with you and I. Where does heaven meet earth? At your doorstep, in your home, in your personal life. Before we change the whole world, change yourself. You, your home, your community. And then there's the ripple effect. We can transcend our differences and recognize how we complement each other. And that the purpose of life is not my own survival, what I need, but together with you, create the greater music. That's Jacob and Esau, the twins, the way they were always meant to be. And it's our choice. It's your choice, my choice. I am confident that we will choose well. Thank you, Simon Jacobson, meaningfullife.com. You can find this and many other programs. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your feedback, your suggestions. And of course, please share this. It's a message I believe worth sharing. Thank you again. Look forward to see you soon. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. And we will be discussing in this series of biblical events decoded, can we find peace in this world? Or are we doomed to an anxiety-ridden life? an important question. This program is dedicated by the Pack family in loving memory of Malka Baschana upon her 11th yahrzeit. Maria da Vinci was a Holocaust survivor and a woman of courage. Despite losing over 100 members of her family, she came to this country with her husband and built a successful business, family, and supported Jewish causes around the world as her life's mission. Her self-fulfilling optimism, generosity, and love for Kol Yisrael and Klal Yisrael and Torah shines through to this day. And that indeed is one of the ways of how we counter and resolve anxiety in this world. So I remember a class I gave many years ago. It was a cardiologist who attended. He would attend quite often, my weekly class. Very, very sweet soul, beautiful, refined person. But he had an anxiety-ridden life, very difficult life. One day, he was at wit's end, and he said to me, "Can you please pray for me? Please, one day of peace, one day of calm." And we had a close relationship, so I said to him, "You mean like a flat line?" He said, No. He laughed. And we know, cardiologist, a cardiogram, a flat line is not what you want. Flat line is essentially a dead heart. A cardiogram looks like this: waves, peaks and valleys. That's life, constant movement, a pulsating movement. What you don't want to have is the peaks to be too high and the valleys too low. A balanced heartbeat, contraction, expansion, but nonetheless a heartbeat, a pulse. So if you think of life itself is defined by movement. And movement means that you're not static, and you're not stuck, and you're never in one place. Even saying I'm happy is not a static state. You're constantly in flux and constantly in move. And just like the seasons go from the winter to the spring, to the summer, to the autumn, and the same thing with everything in existence, there is no such thing as an inanimate universe. Today we know everything is pulsating with energy. If it's not visible to the eye, it's on the microscopic level. So life is movement, and movement always means there's going to be change. The question is how we address change. Does change disrupt our lives? Does it cause upheaval? Does it create anxiety? That's what we want to talk about. Because for many, life seems synonymous with anxiety. Life seems synonymous with pain. It doesn't mean you're always painful, but it means there's always that potential. And you have anxiety when you don't have anxiety. Like, when is it coming next? That type of thing. Like the guy that says, I'm worried about being fired even though I wasn't hired. So many see life in that way, the unknown curveballs, especially if you have been hurt, and especially if you've gone through difficult challenges in life, then it becomes more expected. So let's go back to a story in the Bible, talking about biblical events in the Bible that we read these weeks. The story of Jacob. We talk about an anxiety-filled life. Jacob, not only was it anxiety-filled, from the moment that he was conceived, in pregnancy, him and his twin brother were already at each other's throats. Not literally, but figuratively. As we're told, they struggled in their mother's womb and caused her a lot of pain. Two nations are inside of you, two archetypes. We discussed this in previous weeks, what this battle was about, but it was a battle. And as they're born, very different personalities there again, like alter egos, in every possible way. So from the youngest age, and of course, the confrontations that Jacob has with his brother Esau. And after that, even when he runs away from him, for 20 years now he's dealing with his deceitful, crooked, lying uncle Laban. And after 20 years there, he finally comes home, and there Esau is ready to confront him in war. So they do reconcile, at least partially, but it never ends. So you would think, okay, finally comes the story, he comes back home. It says that he settles in the land of Israel, in the land of Canaan, as it was called. Vayeshev, the Hebrew word, which means to settle, peaceful. Yeshiva, to settle in, calm, relax, tranquil. No, it would not be. His 7th-year-old son, his unique son, his special son, his favorite son, Joseph, evokes the jealousy of his brothers, and they decide to plot, conspire, to kill him. They don't end up killing him, they end up selling him into slavery. And they tell their father he was killed. It's another 22 years, losing a son.
Let me give you a hand.
No one
with
should
the
ever know what
flowers.
that pain is like.
No, it's fine.
Why?
These flowers,
So we're told
they only want to be tended
that Jacob
to by me.
felt now the time has come, and he wanted to live in peace and tranquility. You cannot live in peace and tranquility. So the Joseph story. Finally, 22 years later, the last 17 years of his life, from 130 to 147, in Egypt, he finally has some peace. 17 years, called good years. But when Pharaoh asks him, how old are you? And he said, 147 years. I've lived short and painful years. So he, in a sense, personifies a certain way, a life of anxiety, a life of difficulty. So we can learn much from that in our own personal lives. So let's begin. So first of all, why does it have to be that way? Why can't life be a straight line? A straight line that obviously keeps us alive. Why does it have to have the twists and turns and the ups and downs and the exhaling and the inhaling and the contraction and expansion? And the answer is getting back to the very purpose of existence. Purpose of existence is not to create puppets or robots that are just living out a predetermined script. We control and define our destinies. And as such, definition of life is one that's going to be in flux. That's called mobility, movement. And we're part of that movement. We are the ones that navigate. We don't control the circumstances that happen in our lives. Things can happen. You're out at sea and there's a storm. You don't control whether there'll be a storm. But how you're going to navigate the storm makes all the difference. A good swimmer will know how to navigate, will not fight the tide, will relax, will go with the flow when need to be. A bad swimmer will fight the tide, drain their strengths, and who knows what can happen. So it's about navigation, and life is navigation. And to make life meaningful, life is not going to be one color, one flavor. It's filled with diversity. The richness and beauty of life is its diversity, and diversity, by definition, means in flux. But flux does not necessarily equate with anxiety. Flux means there's changes. Navigation is the key to life. So to say, let's freeze that moment of bliss, or freeze that moment of joy. Yeah, for the moment it may be very good, but that's not what life is about. Life is about continuous movement, continuous growth, and growth by definition will also include setbacks. But not to see setback as an end in itself, but to see it as a springboard that propels you to the next level of growth. That's what life is about. And that's why there's change. It's not change in order to cause restlessness, to cause anxiety, to cause upheaval. It's change in order to cause growth, to catapult us to new levels. So it's all about our attitude. So that's lesson number one. That you have the choice whether it's going to cause you to be anxious or it's going to cause you to motivate you to grow. There's a difference between anxiety and angst. In a healthy human being, a restless spirit is a good thing. That means that you're alive. You're like a flickering flame. The soul is compared to a flame. You're always restless. Animal bliss is not sufficient. So even though when you're very busy, you're dreaming about being on the beach and just relaxing, try it out for too long. Well, some people get used to that too. But the human nature abhors the concept of just being a couch potato, doing nothing. Movement, growth. It doesn't mean we have to be running all the time. Hours of sleep, of respite, of relaxation. But that's also part of the movement. Just like a contraction and expansion complement each other. So bottom line is that the whole idea of life is that type of movement, and embracing that is the key. Anxiety is going to become your enemy when these forces are becoming something that you see as an adversary. Seeing it as an opponent. you have to contend with, instead of learning how to navigate it. So understanding that concept is actually the key to real growth, because that every situation is an opportunity, even what may seem like a setback. However, we have to address, of course, the bigger issue. What about things that happen in our lives, not in our control, that are filled with cause for anxiety? Terrible tragedy, God forbid, trauma, losses. Case of Jacob, in his mind, the death of his son. It's not something, I'll just navigate through it. It touches to the deepest core of who we are, our beings. It shakes us up. Why could he not have some peace in that regard? You can say, okay, fine, the need for movement, but to that extent, how do we explain that? So firstly, we don't explain everything. There's mysteries in life we'll never understand. Why some people suffer more than others, why innocent people suffer. These are the million-dollar questions that we don't have answers for. Silence is sometimes the only answer. But we don't ask the question why, we ask what are we going to do about it? Because even then, there's something you can do. So I'm not here to justify that type of anxiety. But let's take it a step further. Why did Jacob not be blessed after everything he went through? And the answer is because he's not alone. He's a leader. And a leader is bound with the people around him. Yes, it would be very nice if you can say, I cut myself off from the world around me, the world of despair and suffering and pain and all the loss out there, and I create my own bubble, my own oasis. But that too is not the purpose of life. We are part of a full reality. One of the reasons we break a glass, the Jewish ceremony of a wedding, under the chuppah, why do we break a glass? What's significant breaking a glass? If anything, you're building a new family, a new couple coming together, a new union. We should be building. Why are they breaking a glass? So one of the reasons is to remind us of the destruction of the temple. But that doesn't answer the question. That just makes the question even stronger. Of all times, the high point of a person's life is that moment, the ceremony. Life will face challenges. Marriages has its challenges. But here, let them celebrate. Why do you have to remind them, hey, just for the record, hey, no, there's a destruction out there? And the answer is because we're not alone. If you want to really experience joy in this world, joy comes with humility. Not with saying, okay, we're happy and everyone else we cut out of our lives. We remember that even as we're at the highest point in joy, we remember there's still some broken hearts out there. There's still a broken structure. There's still dissonance. There's schisms, rifts that need to be repaired. And my marriage and union is not just for me and my spouse, but also to help repair the world. So we remember, it's a humble act. And when you remember in your high point of joy and ecstasy, the brokenness that exists in existence, then when you go through sometimes a setback, you will also be remembered. It's also won't be told. You'll see people who celebrate 100% also grieve 100%. You always need to know it's like a cycle, like a Ferris wheel. As one great mystic put it, the Ferris wheel of life. When you're all the way on top, rest assured it will turn. And when you're at the bottom, rest assured it will turn again. It's movement. So you never lock yourself in, even in the high point, and say, that's all I have. No, on the contrary, by remembering that there's a broken glass, there's something broken in this world, that completes you. That's why there's an expression, there's nothing as complete as a broken heart. Because it's part of life is to be complete. And complete doesn't just mean perfection and beauty. It also means embracing that which sometimes doesn't seem so perfect. The cracks of life, where the light gets in. So to go back to Jacob, so the story of his anxiety is the story of the anxiety of existence, existential loneliness, the existential pain, the existential cracks in existence. So yes, it would have been beautiful, and we all pray that Jacob should have had peace. But it wasn't to be because the world was not at peace yet. If the world would be at peace, he also would be at peace. And indeed, Jacob used those years, he navigated. He didn't just fall down and die. He was in pain. He felt the loss. But he built. And he built further built. And then ultimately when he reunited with Joseph and all the brothers reunited, you had a taste of what would be true harmony and true tranquility. It wasn't meant to be permanent. Then came the exile, the Egyptian exile. But ultimately, it helped create and repair some rifts that ultimately would create a unity. And we firmly believe that the world will come to a point
You
of
lost him, huh?
harmony.
Cisne?
But harmony is not a
Yeah, I'm
contradiction
having problems.
to change.
If
It's not
only
a
the
contradiction
turrets were
to
helping me
shifts.
look.
Not
So
together.
the 2 points that we have to
We should
take
look
away and
separately.
remember is that the movements of life are not the cause for anxiety. It could be the cause, especially when a person becomes a sense of entitlement, a sense of arrogance. They feel, hey, it's not working my way, and you start fighting the changes. Why? It's not fair. I don't deserve. When you embrace and you allow yourself to navigate these shifts, then instead of anxiety, you have growth. And the second point to remember that we are responsible for each other. So though that doesn't mean that every person who has anxiety has to cause us to have anxiety, but we have to remember, don't be completely separate. What are you doing to bring healing to the world? Are you part of the problem or are you part of the solution? Because we're not alone. Indeed, that very cycle really affects all of existence. All the subatomic particles, all the DNA, all the strings are all connected, an invisible quilt. So when one person is hurting, we're all hurting. So if there's some restlessness or anxiety in one place, there's restlessness and anxiety in other places. You have to build your strength, build your peace and harmony, and make sure that it spills over the ripple effect, the butterfly effect, on the others, the people around you. So it's about holding strong and recognizing that when you are bound above, you don't fall below. So even though there are ups and downs, twists and turns, but you're following, you're navigating because you have a compass and you have a destination, and the destination is to create harmony within the diversity, to find that balance, the contraction-expansion balance. That's one heartbeat, many heartbeats, the music of life, the poetry of life, which is the changes, but that flow in a fluid way and create unbelievable music. In the wrong order, it creates noise, turbulence, annoyance. But in the right order, it creates beauty, because it's taking all the different pieces as they move in different directions. And instead of creating discord, creating conflict and chaos and conflict, they create harmony. Friends, these are some of the lessons we learned from Jacob about the concept of finding peace in this world. So the true peace is actually being at peace with the fact that life is not just one movement. Being at peace with no peace. Not no peace, not as an anxiety, but no peace as in the constant striving, pining, longing for greater heights. That's not a contradiction. You're not at peace, you don't have animal bliss. But you're at peace with the fact that movement is a necessity in life. And that's the combination of having total peace with the fact that life will always be in movement. And then movement is actually part of the peace, not part of the anxiety. May everybody be blessed with a minimal amount of reasons to be anxious. Only beautiful, harmonious experiences. But when you do have some of the shakeups and some of the shifts and changes and some of the uncertainties that we all face, especially lately, let it be propel us to greater heights of certainty and greater heights of learning how to navigate and realize that all of these are waves that help us become far greater than we ever could have imagined. Be blessed, be well. This has been Simon Jacobson, meaningfullife.com. This and all our programs can be found at meaningfullife.com. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your feedback, your comments, suggestions, and of course, please share. Let's keep the wave, let's keep the pulsating wave pulsating from one corner of the world to the next. Be well and be blessed. Thank you. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. Another episode of Biblical Stories Decoded. Hanukkah, the physics and Kabbalah of Hanukkah. very appropriate, as today is the next to last day of tonight we'll light the final 8 candles of the Festival of Lights. So let's talk about physics and the Kabbalah and the mystical and obviously the practical application to each one of us. What's quite fascinating is this. Light became a central component, especially after Albert Einstein, and his discoveries in the special theory of relativity, the theory of relativity, how light is essentially the essence of all of existence, the parameters of existence. But long before that, in Kabbalistic teachings, light always played a dominant role, as well as understanding the interface between the divine, the transcendent, and existence as well. Similar idea, except not in the world of physics and science, but in the world of mysticism. Because here's the dilemma. We all are finite creatures living in a mortal world. We have our parameters, we have our limits. And those are the dimensions of time and space. At the same time, we're also transcendent human beings. We call it a soul or a spirit, transcendent longings for something that is beyond structure. Some call it out of the box, some calling it a more sublime, ethereal experience. And the question is, can these two be balanced? Can we bring them together? Can they be integrated? Because on one hand, existence, survival, is a very defined, being grounded in this world, defined by the gravitational pull, and not just the physical gravitational pull, also metaphorically speaking, the fact that we need to eat and sleep and shelter, and we need love, and we need nurturing, and we need the different components that make life possible. At the same time, there are those longings, those transcendent yearnings. We dream, we imagine, we transport ourselves to other times and places through our minds, through music, through art, through so many different ways, through spirituality, through intimacy. So there's clearly another dimension, and the question is, can we bridge heaven and earth? Can infinity be bottled into the finite? Can the immortal be experienced in the mortal world? And that is where light comes into play. In the Kabbalistic teachings, light straddles that boundary. The boundary between the non-existential and the existential. One calls the non-deterministic and the deterministic. The quantum and the defined. Now, in physics, this took on a whole new shape, especially in quantum mechanics, where the first question became a reality that light, is it a wave or a particle? And the fact of the matter is that light has both properties. And depending on the observer, light has elements of wave and elements of particle. And as has been explained, wave and particle are not just two terms, they're two types of realities. A wave is a field of energy. A particle is a very defined structure. And we find that light has both elements. Well, believe it or not, Hanukkah, this is a very direct discussion about Hanukkah itself. The lights of Hanukkah, on one hand, they're a flame that transcend, in a way, parameters. They rise, defy gravity, at the same time are grounded by a wick. That's what the actual mitzvah, when you light a Hanukkah candle, you need to have both. You need to have the structure, but you also need to have the flame. In a sense, really, there are three components. There's the wick, there's the fuel, and combined is the flame that creates. There you have the transcendent combined with the grounded container. And indeed, in the Kabbalistic writings, there are different opinions about light itself. Is light a wave or a particle? Yes, long before the 20th century, there were different Kabbalists had different opinions. There are actually 3 primary opinions. Some say light is wave, meaning it's not defined by any particles. The particles are defined by the container, by the structure. Another opinion is the other way around, that light has actual particles. And then came the Arizal and Ramosha Cordovero, Isaac Lurie and Ramosha Cordovero, in the 16th century both. And they reconciled the two and they said that on its own, light is really wave-like, meaning more infinite. And that also has particles in it, but it's the container that creates the particles. So it really comes down to being relative. What does that mean? It means in practical terms. In practical terms, the idea is that though we are finite creatures, we also have a state of infinity, something that is beyond the finite. But the goal is to integrate the two, not to compartmentalize, and definitely not to create a conflict and tension. And that's where Hanukkah comes into play. You find that light plays such an important role in Jewish life. The menorah, the candelabra, in the temple, Hanukkah candles, Shabbat light, holiday lights. On the other end of the spectrum, when people pass away, unfortunately, we light a candle because the flame of God, says the book of Proverbs, is the soul of a human being. The closest approximation to your soul is a flame. And a flame has those dual properties. On one hand, it's licking the air. It's seeking to go upward, but that is grounded by the wick of the container. So in life, we really need to learn how to balance the two. And that's what Hanukkah teaches us. So the physics and the science, as well as the Kabbalah, all come together in this glorious dance, wave and particle dance. Is it container? Is it the placement? Is it location? Or is it the kindling, the lighting of the flame that's most important? The answer is you need both. You need a body and a soul. Everything in life. Take a book. You write a book, an author. You have the letters on the page that turn into words, turn into sentences, paragraphs, chapters, volumes. And then you have the message that they convey, the spirit, including that which is between the lines. And to read a book, you need both. You need to have the words, but the words alone, what are they without their message? Same thing with music. Musical notes. But then when you hear the music, it's more than just notes. It's a magic that transports you to another time and place. So everything in life is a constant dual dance, in a way paradoxical. To take it a step further, on the quantum level, there are things that are indeterministic, meaning because they are wave-like and they are not defined, they have an element that can go either way. But then there's the definition as they manifest in definition. No one is able to really fathom and wrap their head around. How do you bring those two together? But that is indeed what we are capable of doing. Because in contrast to the science and physics of it, there we observe light, we study it, and then we try to tap into its energy to develop technologies. Hanukkah takes it a step further. That we're not just observers, but as it is in quantum mechanics, the observer actually impacts the reality around them. That we actually take the wood, we take the fuel, and we light a flame, and we let it rise. And each night we add, increase another candle, another light. So we are actually impacting the world. We're bringing light into the world. In other words, our job is to be walking menorahs, walking sources of light, walking illuminators. Meaning wherever we go, we bring light and warmth. And we bring them in both fashions, combining the two elements. The element of the grounding, the structure, and beyond structure. And indeed, the structure itself helps us transcend structure, as it is with musical notes, as it is with words. That our expressions are meant to help us also express the inexpressible. And that's where you bring together these two realities. The reality of an infinite, immortal reality, and grounded and defined in a very mortal and finite reality. And we actually take a moment, in the words of William Blake, to hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. But we can actually take something that is beyond and contain it in our personal lives. And that's one of the most beautiful aspects, that we are neither finite nor infinite. We're a combination of the finite and the infinite. Take it back to the physics and the Kabbalah of light, that light indeed is both wave and particle. So initially it may sound paradoxical, which one is it? But that's what life is about. Life is meant to be a combination of paradoxes. The dance, the pulsating element of life where you are constantly at the tug of war in a beautiful way between heaven and earth and bringing them both together. Every human being needs to have a measure of healthy angst. Animal bliss does not satisfy the soul. And I hope the element of angst that we're always seeking something furthermore, up the wave. At the same time, too much angst, we don't want anxiety. We also need to ground it. So we need tension and we need resolution. The tension is sensing something is greater. You climb a mountain, you look at the horizon and you say, wow. And then you integrate that, internalize it. Then you climb further and the horizon only expands. That's called growth. You always want to be doing both. You want to always be experiencing the wave, riding the wave, while also grounding it in the particles of our lives, in the details, in our food, in our drink, in our relationships, in our home, on the ground. Well, it's basically having your feet firmly planted on the ground, like the wick in the container, while also keeping your eyes up in the skies. Always dreaming, always imagining. Very often people say, oh, you know what, I'm already older, middle-aged, I don't have the fight in me. You have to always have that fire burning within you. Always have that fire burning within you. But at the same time, it's not just the fire burning, it's also grounded. Grounded in practical things that we do. Acts of kindness, acts of love, acts of generosity, virtue. So the grounding of something like that is both a combination of a beautiful, noble, and expansive wave type of experience, but grounded in a specific action. To balance those two is the key to all happiness in life. You'll find that anyone that's truly a happy person is in some way combining these two. And that's what's capturing the lights and the flames of Hanukkah. And as we conclude this holiday, we're lighting the 8 days of Hanukkah, the 8 lights of Hanukkah. So 8 also represents the number of transcendence. 7 is the cycle of life, the cycle of the week, the 7th-day cycle, the 7 parameters, building blocks, and 8 reflects the transcendent element, that which takes us to another dimension. And the thing is to be at peace with that. Very often people say, hey, I can't wait to get to the destination, then I can calm down, I can relax, and I achieve my goal. You always want to know that even when you reach the destination, the journey continues. Some say the journey is the destination, the destination is the journey. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have moments of respite, absolutely. But it's always a journey, and the journey is a glorious one. So the idea that we just come to the end of the line is not really what life is about. Life is mobility, life is movement, a movement like the flickering flame, but at the same time a movement that is contained in structure, in the structure of our lives. So on a practical level, it comes down to you wake up in the morning and you acknowledge the mystery, the mystique of life, the beauty and mystique of life, which is the awesome fact that I have a soul. I'm alive. My soul is a breathing, pulsating energy and strength. At the same time, I have my responsibilities. How am I going to infuse into each one of my details and responsibilities that spiritual dimension? So even when you eat a simple meal, you can say, well, it's just a mundane meal. It's not a mundane meal. That particle can become wave-like. How? When we take that food and we dedicate it using the energy that we gain from that food toward helping someone, or doing something kind, or being constructive and productive. So you've taken a particle and you've turned it into a wave. And that is indeed what light is about. As the Kabbalist and Hasidic masters explain, that light straddles, light interfaces. Interfaces between reality, between that which is beyond and that which is within. So my friends, we're going to have a very happy Hanukkah, an illuminating one that will spread light, not just during this holiday, but continuing on throughout the new year, next year, that every detail of our lives should be infused with that which is so much greater. And exactly as William Blake put it, he says, to see the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in the now. That we can combine the two, but we do so through our action, through our proactive behavior of bringing together those two realities, the two wave and particle, the indeterministic and the deterministic, the defined and that which is beyond definition. one glorious dance, one symphony. And the same with the paradox of all of us human beings, each of us different, but at the same time complementing each other in one glorious symphony of music. So if you're illuminating one year, the year where we are all walking menorahs, wherever we go, we bring light, illuminate, we one, a fellow, every person we meet, imagine if each of us is that coactive source of light, and bringing together those two dual qualities of ways of product. Again, happy Hanukkah, happy year, happy New Year. Only be blessed with good, joyous occasions, bringing light to each other and light to the entire world. Thank you. This has been Simon Jacobson, Meaningful Life Center, meaningfullife.com. Check us out for a full array schedule of programs, videos, text, audio, on many different topics. We always love to hear your suggestions and thoughts, feedback, as well as please share. Please share. And then we create that butterfly ripple effect that ripples like a wave towards the entire earth, infusing every detail with that whole life. Well, be blessed. Happy New Year. Indeed, may this be a truly new year with a word, an emphasis on the word new. So let me title this program, Welcome 2023. We are excited to meet you. And you'll see why I'm using that particular title. This program is dedicated by Susanna Velasco. One of the great challenges in life is boredom, routine, monotony. As the cynics put it, the more things change, the more they stay the same. You get into a rut, so that your habits, your patterns, and you are frankly bored, which of course leads to all types of things, leads to all types of trouble. It could also lead to many great things, because you're trying to get rid of that reverie. And that can come through all kinds of rushes of excitement that we seek out, sometimes destructive. It could be substance abuse, it could be behavior abuse. It could also be a motivator to do, as I said, build great things. But just as nature abhors a vacuum, so too do we in our spirits. Because by nature, our spirit is pulsating energy. Like the heartbeat, constantly contracting, expanding. The breath, inhaling, exhaling. That's life, is movement, mobility. So when things become routine, robotic, it goes against the grain of our very nature. That's why it's so ironic that many people aspire to become couch potatoes. Not that they say, I want to become a PhD in a couch potato, but aspire to do nothing. What are you going to do today? Nothing. Going to hang around. It goes very against the very grain of our sensual spirit. Our spirit is like a flame, and a flame is restless. It's constantly moving, constantly seeking, longing. So the question is, how do we hold on to that? How do we tap into that? And why do we get trapped in this boredom? People are bored in their work, they're bored in their marriages, they're bored in their relationships, and then they seek out all kinds of novelty, something that will excite. And just look in your own heart, look at your own soul. So let me introduce an idea. This comes from the mystics. It's a very powerful concept, and especially one that applies to this day called the New Year. And that is the concept of perpetual creation. That nothing in existence is static. Everything is perpetually being renewed. Just as I'm breathing right now, and I breathe approximately, a healthy person breathes around 18 times a minute, I believe it is. Probably goes down once our lungs are not really fully functioning because of the different toxins and pollutants that we've inhaled and ingested. But whatever it is, we're breathing all the time. You can't say, hey, you know what, yesterday's breath is going to work for now. Yesterday's meal will sustain me today. There's the concept of constant perpetual. I'm speaking right now, and I need to be willing to speak. And if I choose to stop, I stop wanting, I stop speaking. So there's a constant cosmic breath that is pulsating and energizing and revitalizing and renewing existence, which means that every second, everything is renewed. Now this isn't just a mystical concept. Today we know this on the level of especially quantum mechanics, the level of subatomic energy, that everything, even inanimate things, are pulsating with life, pulsating with energy all the time. Just we may not feel it. So what happens is a dissonance between the inner renewed energy and the outer surface, which can often become, as I said, robotic, habitual, routine, boring, monotonous. And that's why I often tell people when I meet them, and I say, nice to meet you. And they say, what do you mean? We met yesterday, we met last year. And I say, no, but you're a new person and I'm a new person. Even if we met physically, I know your face, you know my face. But a relationship is that there's constant renewal. Can you imagine if your relationships, you felt constant renewal? Most people will say, a marriage, even if I love the person I'm married to or connected with, but at some point, it's so predictable. There's nothing spontaneous. But if you're able to tap into this energy, King Solomon writes in the book of Ecclesiastes, he writes, the generation comes and the generation goes and there's nothing new under the sun. It's a very depressing statement. All the rivers flow to the sea and the sea doesn't get full. This type of it's going nowhere, it's a futile life. Going through the routines again and again. The more things change, the more they stay the same. But the expression he uses is under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. But above the sun, it doesn't just mean physically above the sun, meaning when you go deeper into your own existence, into your own soul, you actually can experience constant renewal. And therefore, even if we've met before, and I look at you and you look at me, the truth is, there's something new about it. But it's up to us to create that renewal. I should better say, not to create, but to access, to tap into it. You ever see people have that sparkle in the eye? It's the same face, but it's constantly changing. I remember once speaking to a top-notch, it was what they call speed photography. He was a master at photography of ice skaters, of sprint runners, people who are in the move. It was a particular type of photography because you have to capture motion, which most of us would just become a blur if we took a picture. And I remember him telling me that there are different types of people he photographs. There are people, he says, they always look the same. They're like porcelain, like plastic, cellulite heroes. And they never change. Their face is always the same. He says there are people, same person, every time I take a picture of them, they look differently. I say, what's the difference? He says, some people are dead. They're dead on the inside. So their face becomes almost like this, like corpse-like. Yes, it may even look good, but it's constantly the same. And then there are people who constantly live life itself. So every feature, every wrinkle, the twinkle, the crinkle, all reflect a different facet, and there's constant change. I found it interesting. I didn't want to go into who's who, but it has to do a lot with what you feel inside. Even though you may say you're hiding your feelings, no, it has a lot to do. When you wake up in the morning and you're excited about life, it reflects on your face. People see enthusiasm. They sense it. It's a vibe. Yeah, of course, there are con artists who can always fake certain things. Interesting, in Hebrew, the word for face is the same word for inside. In English, when you say the face, on the face of it, on the surface of it, it just means surface. You could say your face shows one thing, but your feelings could be very different. You could smile to someone and then stab them in the back. But a true reality is a seamless one. Like children, what you see is what you get. The inner is reflected in the outer, and the outer reflects the inner. So my friends, what I want to say to you is, not just Happy New Year, nice greeting, tomorrow will be a new day, a new year, and then we go back to our routines. That's why resolutions don't last long. Because how long can you hold on to the inspiration? Even if you make a resolution, even if you're excited and enthusiastic, you're really driven, and your intentions are good, it's very hard to hold on to because you're not holding on to that energy flow. You're allowing yourself to get trapped on the outer, tedious, routine, boring level. We really have to become someone that allows the electricity within you, that energy, to just flow to the outside. So you ask, how do you do that? You do that by first beginning doing something you really enjoy. You'll see, for example, when people listen to music and enjoy music, there's a natural beat. You tap your foot, you sing along, your whole being sometimes sways with it. You may not even be noticing it, because you're aligning your outside with the inner rhythm of music. The same thing is when you read a book that excites you. So the key is to find exciting things that are healthy, because if they're not healthy, they're not really doing the job. They're simulating. Then you are inducing a state like that, but it's not real. You want something that actually is real. So finding something you really enjoy doing. Some people just love doing a favor for another person. There's something about it that makes you come much more alive. When I say life, I don't just mean biological life. It taps into those forces of renewal. And that's why I said we're excited to meet you. Because whether it's someone that's listening to this program for the first time, or someone that's listened many times, it's always new. It's always new. It's not always the ideas maybe now new, but there's a new commitment, a new energy. I mean, that's what I like to at least project. But I also like to feel that it's coming the other direction as well. And that's by really connecting to that source of energy, the energy source, which is within each one of us. Look at young children. Young children, they don't need to be motivated. No one has to spark anything. They're not looking, what am I going to do next? Mommy, I'm bored. By them, they find excitement everywhere. They crawl around, they find excitement in a little corner of a room. Everything is exciting to them. So I'm not suggesting we turn back into little children, but we have to get that energy back. I remember once sitting with someone that we were meeting about a program we were scheduling. And he happened to bring along his little boy.
Tonight?
His baby boy
Sorry,
was maybe 11
I've
months
got
old,
work.
12 months old. I don't
They just
remember
told
exactly.
me.
And he was such a wild kid.
bad.
And my office is like a mecca
You
for
want me to
babies,
talk to your
especially with
boss?
all the paper all over the place.
I don't
And this kid
recommend
made such a mess, throwing
My
around
boss can be
papers all
pretty
over
scary.
I mean, it was a... And I was smiling. The fellow that I was talking to said to me, I apologize, I'll clean up afterwards. I said, no, first of all, it's a good excuse to clean up. I'll get rid of papers that I don't really need. And second of all, I just look at this child, look how exciting he is. Just watching him, it made me excited. Then listen to what happened. By accident or intentionally, I turned on the monitor, I turned on the TV. Suddenly, this child, I couldn't stop moving, froze, sitting. I remember staring at the screen, like hypnotized, in a trance, paralyzed, I would say. All the movement stopped. I was just staring at the moving images. It was so chilling because you saw the concept of life to death. He became death. Now, of course, not dead, but his whole, that movement, that mobility, that spontaneity, that free abandon, to the point that his father says to me, shut it off, shut it off. So after 30 seconds, I shut it, but the little child still stared. He still looked at the screen even though it's blank. And then it took another minute, and he's back to what he was doing. I was thinking, what are the hours, the average hours most of us watch television? Or watch the screen today with the internet or our mobile phones? Hours, 6, 7, I don't even know the average. This was 30 seconds. Imagine those 30 seconds become 30 minutes and become 30 hours. And year after year, what does it do? Does it not deaden? Does it not dampen? Does it not in some way minimize and lower the volume of our inner energy? And then the dissonance grows from that inner energy of your spirit, which is now trapped and locked inside, to the outer world that is demanding and imposing on us. Watch me get frozen, be frozen in my presence. That's what it comes down to. And we know being frozen, yes, it's good for icing your drink, but you want liquidity. You want to be mobile. You want to be liquid, fluid. That's what defines life. So there is a battle, my friends, between the fluidity of our lives and the solidness. Now, of course, there's certain things need to be solid and consistent and reliable, unwavering, like the roots of a tree. But the roots of the tree is the foundation. The tree itself should be growing, and the deeper the roots, the tree should expand and spread its wings. So we all need our foundations, but we need that constant renewal. that constant renewable energy is a big thing today. But the biggest renewable energy is the energy within yourself. So step one, as I said, suggestion number one is find something that you really enjoy doing, because that's the things that will excite you, that in a way tap into that inner energy, that inner electricity. Two, it should never be just about yourself. Selfishness or serving your own needs is by definition something that is going to slow you down. Working with another person, whether it's having a partner, whether it's volunteering, whether it's inspiring or being inspired, whether it's teaching, whether it's mentoring, that tends to create energy. I can't tell you, I probably experience much more energy when I deal with others than when I deal with myself. The expression of the Talmud, where the sage, I asked him where he learned most of what he knows. He said, I learned much from my teachers. I learned even more from my colleagues. But above all, most of all, I learned from my students. So those students are not on his same level as him, as his colleagues, and definitely not as his teachers, but students provoke, they challenge, they force you to go out of your comfort zone. Not just with people that are equals, that are peers. And that in turn generates energy. The third thing is resistance. Allow resistance in your life. What do I mean by resistance? I'm not talking about finding an enemy, but someone that will challenge you. Mirrors and reflects ideas in Kabbalistic thinking, where the right side connects things, the left side separates. It's called Chesed and Gvura. Chesed is love.
Zach.
It attaches, connects, unites.
Oh, Sisney.
And Gvura separates, this distinction,
I'm just
discretion,
about to head back to
discipline.
Midgard.
And you need both in
I
the
see.
world in which we live,
Meanwhile,
because we
we
live
have
in a
to clean up
structured
this
world,
mess.
but we want that structure to be part of
Zach,
something
about
greater.
Costa del Sol.
So think
I
of
was
musical notes.
Actually,
Well, musical
Don't worry
notes
about it.
are
It's all
necessary
water
in
under
their
the bridge.
diversity. Every note plays its particular tone, but then they have to be combined together to create one symphony. So it's essentially about harmony within diversity, where the right side is bringing the harmony, and the left is bringing the diversity. On a deeper level, it's the same with conscious and superconscious. The superconscious brings the harmony, the invisible harmony. Think of the invisible quilt that lies beneath the surface. This is examples used in modern physics, especially in quantum mechanics. And then there are the details that we see. So as much as we are consumed with details and seduced by them, they are not the real definition of reality. Reality is really a oneness, a seamless oneness that expresses itself through different sides. Showering, grooming, breakfast, coffee, tea, go out for lunch, meeting, business meeting. Everything. If you enlisted everything, from tying your shoelaces to the most significant events of the day, you'll come up with around 100 items till the time you go to sleep and fall asleep. Then try to connect a thread between them and see how many things are connected to one another. You'll find quite fragmented, quite disconnected. Now you may say, big thing, so what? So what? But this accumulates day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, century after century, millennia after millennia. You know, we did go through a millennium 23 years ago, new millennium. So it accumulates. And the fact is, human beings, just as much as we abhor vacuum, we also abhor fragmentation. Everybody seeks to organize. Even someone that we may consider disorganized, in their mind they're organized. You want things placed in a certain, and chaos is disruptive. Chaos is disorienting. Even the little children, give them different objects of different sizes and shapes, and they'll fit them into the proper and respective holes. That's what we gravitate toward unity. All of science is the search for unity, a unified field theory, to explain different phenomena that seem so separate and so fragmented, all under the same patterns, under the same laws, under the same rules. We haven't yet discovered the unified field theory, but we're getting closer. So that search for unity is something we look all the time. In business, it's called the mission statement or the vision statement, the hub that connects all the details. And that's how a healthy life works. So in a sense, bridging land and water, or bridging the superconscious and the conscious, or the conscious and the superconscious, is bridging the details of our lives with one unified mission. So in the morning when you wake up, that one-line chant or one-line meditation or prayer, thank you for returning my soul to me. You're defining the center of your life, your soul. And the rest are the details. They may be important details, but they're the means to an end. And the end is the expression of your soul and your calling and your mission in this world. So we may never see the superconscious. We experience it through we can relate to it through extrapolation, and we experience it through its being channeled, as I said, through the faucet that brings us the conscious ideas, the conscious experiences. But that doesn't mean you can't connect your conscious to your superconscious. Your superconscious is the higher vision, the higher mission of your life, not the details. When you're asked, who are you? And you respond by offering your business card, you're telling us your details. That's what you do. That's not who you are. Who you are is not so definable. Who you are is something beyond, something more amorphous, something more sublime. And that's a challenge, my friends, of life. To bridge the land and sea within you. To bridge your inner self, your inner superconscious, higher reality, where everything is connected, to the self, to your outer self, the one that functions in the structures and the definitions and parameters of existence. And that's how we bridge the two. When we align what you do with who you are, when you align your details and activities with your purpose, with your mission statement. And the more you are able to integrate the two, the more you're actually drawing from the superconscious into your conscious. Now, where does creativity come from? It comes from a superconscious state that is being channeled in. Well, we need to widen and expand those horizons. We need to expand those channels, the faucet, and that allows more to come in. But to do that, you have to align yourself to that, because the superconscious does not function at all with the same rules as the conscious. The conscious functions, as we said, details, make sure they're all done, structured. The superconscious is the invisible thread that connects it all. So you could have someone playing music, and they know how to play the notes perfectly, but there's something missing between the lines, the spirit of it. And the spirit is that intangible, something that's not more than the sum of the parts. The synergy that's more than the sum of the parts,
Wait,
more
what's
than
his
the
name?
details.
Does someone
That, my
that
friends,
suit
is bridging
everywhere
the
he
two.
goes?
The two,
Were
the
you
land and
hoping
the sea within
to
you.
see him in
You
swimming
can
club?
say it's really the formula,
just
and
wondering
the
if he
secret
gets
for all
hot.
success,
What's
for
the
all love
holdup?
and relationships,
Let's go.
which on one hand has details and specifics,
Aren't you
but
hot?
should all be driven by something that is a connection, an attachment, which is the essence of love, the attachment that began when we were newborns. I would say before newborn, upon conception, and as we developed and became a fully structured child, and ultimately born with the umbilical cord being cut, to always connect our details of our lives to those original states of unified superconscious states. And that is what allows us to really achieve the best in our lives. So when you find love in your life, whenever it may be, what you're really doing is looking for that pure, seamless state, not one that's driven by control and by details and by all the forces that we've developed as adults. We're going back to that plain innocence of being underwater with your beloved in one seamless unity and harmony. Well, so this has been Meaningful Live, Simon Jacobson, another biblical event decoded and discussed. I'd love to hear feedback from you, thoughts, comments, suggestions, ideas, rebuttals if need be. And please share. Above all, please share this with anyone you see fit. Be blessed and create and find that harmony between your own inner and outer, between your land and your sea. Be well. Thank you. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here. Meaningful Live, another episode every Sunday Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Biblical Events Decoded. Today we'll discuss synesthesia, where sight meets sound, where sight meets sound. Beyond the sensory. This program is dedicated by Jackie Markowitz in loving memory of Haley Marie Butt, Jahaira, or Ahira. One of the biggest events in history, maybe the biggest, is the story at Sinai, made popular in 10 Commandments. But the truth is, in the best-selling book of all time, the Bible, the revelation at Sinai. What is less known is, what is most known, of course, are the 10 Commandments. That was the name of the film. The 10 Commandments that were delivered, that became the moral code, the universal moral code for all time, basis of civil rights and everything we cherish today in our lives, our freedoms that define what it means to be a human being, what it means to respect the dignity of others, that each of us is created in the divine image. All people are created equal. But what is less known is that at Sinai, it was the first experience of synesthesia. Now, if you haven't heard that word before, you can check it out. This is not something weird or magical, an actual real phenomenon. And people that have it right today, there are people that have this. One famous artist was Kandinsky, others as well, where they literally have a crossover of wires that sights can be heard and sounds can be seen, which means it's been proven that when you see a color, you see blue, you see red, that's that. That's what distinguishes it. And then we can both compare notes and say we both saw the color blue. There's a famous discussion, are we actually seeing the same color or not? But it's still in the world of vision. But there are people, when they see blue, they actually hear a certain sound. There's a certain vibration. And when they hear sounds, they actually see colors. This has been documented and proven. It shouldn't surprise us, because obviously the senses, think of them as different, and some way the optical nerve crosses wires with the auditory nerves. So it shouldn't surprise us that it's possible where sight and sound would overlap. There are times that we close our eyes and we sense something. We know it's not always black and white. So the point being is that there is a state, in the way the Kabbalists, the mystics would put it, is that before our faculties begin to become defined and localized, each in their geographical location, they are actually all encompassed, all of them, in our spirit, in our soul. However you want to call it. Think of it as an amorphous state of energy. If you want, call it a quantum state, which has many different forces at work. And then when they express themselves and they begin to manifest, so yes, the power of vision will enter into the eye, because the eye is made as a container to be able to see. The power of sound will go into the air. The same thing with our other faculties and senses. But on a core level, they're all in a place where they haven't yet become localized or expressed. And in that sense, there is a certain connection between them all, to the point that they all join together as one. I recently began a series last week about the birth of consciousness, with the 6 steps of how the quantum superconscious evolves into the conscious. And we discussed there, when we talk about the right brain and the left brain, for instance, famous talk delivered by the neuroscientist, the TED Talk, where the right brain connects things and the left brain separates things. Meaning that there are details in our experience, but then the details come together. When you brush your teeth, there's many details that are all being joined at one, as one. When you're walking down the street, your arms, your legs, your eyes, your ears, your hands. There's hand animation.
Can use personal equipment.
Who's coordinating? Why isn't it just a bunch of fragmented pieces? What's creating the coordination? Who's the conductor? So there is a unifying element that connects our faculties and senses in a healthy human being. And it's not fully been understood scientifically yet of how these two things work together. On one hand, we're clearly aware of the details of the structure, but there's also something that tells us that's all connected. In quantum mechanics, it's become a given that the universe is one integral whole. Like one quilt, an invisible quilt, and all the pieces, not illusions, but they're pieces of one larger puzzle, or one larger reality, one greater tapestry. Just as the different parts of the human being, even though we have 35 to 75 trillion cells, and many different organs and limbs and parts and so on, but it all works in a coordinated way in a healthy person. What is creating that coordination? So if you're able to access the conductor sees all the parts, so then sight and sound are just two expressions of one bigger picture. And indeed, that's what happened at Sinai. The question is why? Why does it say, and this is the exact verse, it says, the people, they saw the sounds and they heard the sights. It's the words used. Quite poetic. They saw the sounds and they heard the sights. Why was it necessary for that to happen? Because the real point of Sinai was experiencing that unified field principle, experiencing that singularity, not the details. The details we don't need much to experience. Just look around your life, you see details. Everything is made up of fragments. But what is the plot, the narrative? What is the choreography that connects it all? Sinai was a once in a history and once in a lifetime experience to help us see the plot. What's the bigger picture that informs the details? To see the forest and the trees, to be able to look and say, what's the bigger picture? And what is the bigger picture? Is exactly that, is to discover unity. Find unity and harmony within diversity of the multitudes. That's the mission of your life. You have many details in your life, but can you connect them all? That's the challenge. And that was what Sinai gave us the power to do, to re-enter into our lives, in the routines, in the habits, and all those minutiae, and discover that underlying unity between them all. Now, many people see that as the domain of science. Yes, it's true. Science is searching for unity and has found unity, taking many different phenomena and discovering certain unifying laws, whether it's the law of gravity and electromagnetism and the strong nuclear force or the weak nuclear force. Still searching for that elusive unified field principle, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. But the bottom line is that's looking for the singularity. And in truth, it resonates completely. We all want unity and harmony within the chaos of our lives. And that is essentially what happened at Sinai. And that's why it was a synesthesiatic experience, if you can call it that, where sight and sound became one. They saw what they heard, and they heard what they saw. Telling us, don't think that your senses are different realities. And if you think about it, even someone that doesn't have the actual, we'll call it condition called synesthesia, I don't know if that's the right word, but whatever the word is, even if you don't have it, you're still seeing and hearing coordination all the time. When a person looks at something, and you also hear, let's say you're listening to a piece of music and you're watching someone play that music, there's something going on that synergizes between the two. They complement each other. You hear someone tell a story. It's true there are times where you can't see the event and someone tells you about it. But even the way they tell it, someone that's a good storyteller, and if you're and you have a good imagination, you start visualizing it. And the same is the other way around. You can see something and perhaps not understand all the details. You can see something awesome. And then you need sound to break it down into details. So the truth is they do complement each other and they work well. It's, again, one symphony. It's one unit. It's one harmony. But there are situations where people there's a crossover between the two. In a certain way, the dreamlike state, when we're dreaming, we also have that experience. That's why there's such bizarre realities that come together, opposites, things that would never make sense in the normal structural world. But in a way, a dream is a glimpse into the suprasensory because it's going beyond sight and sound. Now, the interesting question would be, is there a synesthesia that crosses over into the other senses? Remember, there's sight and sound, but there's also taste, touch, and smell. Imagine if all five can find a certain place that they all join. That would be quite fascinating. So that needs to be discovered and perhaps explored, and maybe somebody will find evidence of that in different circumstances. I'd love to hear from you if you have any comments on that, about the other senses. But I wanted to get to is the unified field principle, because that always is a fascinating, the thing that eluded Einstein and all the other great thinkers and physicists. Now, based on Heisenberg's uncertainty theory, which is uncertainty principle, I should say, and where he established, and this has now become a matter of fact, as strange as it sounds, that you can never know the position and velocity of an atomic particle at the same time, not because of lack of data, because fundamentally as the Copenhagen theory or other theories explain it, a state of probability, a state of indeterminism. However one explains it, the bottom line is that there are certain places that are not established, they're not deterministic, until that observer, which seems to be an objective outsider, looks at it. And when you observe it, you affect it. And when you affect it, you give it definition. Whether it's light becoming a wave or a particle, or whatever other phenomenon on that subatomic level. What's fascinating is that it's only been established on a very minute scale, on microscopic levels. In the macroscopic world, we go by the billiard ball effect, essentially in Newtonian physics, where everything is cause and effect, and it's completely deterministic. If you strike a billiard ball at the same angle, with the same velocity, with the same power, with the same, all the factors, the result will always be the same. And we depend on that. All of science is based on that. And yet, on a certain level, there's complete indeterminism. I remember a book, I forgot what the book was titled, it was something like The Most Reliable Machine is Built on the Most Indeterministic Reality, the computer, built on quantum uncertainty. But the point being is that this remains something that is quite mysterious, and many theories abound about it. But here's the interesting thing that I'd like to submit. The ultimate singularity, the ultimate unity will happen. Unified field principle will only happen when the observer also lives in harmony. Because if indeed microscopic particles and subatomic particles recognize and identify with the observer on that indeterministic level, can you argue that if I'm living in a chaotic life and I don't have harmony in my life, in my relationships, in my personal life, struggles with my own demons, dichotomies and dissonance in my own cognitive and emotional and unconscious experiences, that perhaps that's affecting also the fragmentation around me. Whereas if the observer has an internal harmony, it in turn will affect the harmony around us. So maybe the unified field principle is dependent on one final frontier, finding inner harmony. And that's in our control. That's not something that we can, that is dependent on others. Finding it within ourselves. So in other words, synesthesia is really the ultimate E equals mc squared, where energy and matter are interchangeable and really one. But more than that, and all our senses and all our being are really directed toward one purpose. So that's a simple example. You're walking down the street and you're focusing on helping somebody. And then suddenly you're distracted by something beautiful, but it completely seduces you and it takes you off course from where you should be helping somebody else. So basically your eyes have essentially distracted you, seduced you, and led you elsewhere, led you astray, if you wish. I'm not getting into now the details. There could be many different scenarios. The same thing is, you're talking to someone, when's the last time you had an eye-to-eye conversation without looking at your text, without any distractions? So the fact of the matter is our senses are constantly distracting us. You hear something, you see something, you taste something, you smell something, you touch something. It's constantly drawing us and attracting us away from that focus. But if you're able to have a singular focus, instead of being driven and tugged at in every possible direction by all the different forces that want our attention, including people and including employees and employers and family and so on, and all the expectations, if you're able to create that ultra focus, wouldn't it make sense that that would also create a certain type of harmony and unity in the universe around us? Especially when we consider factors like quantum realities that affect everything in this world, in this universe, the integral connection between everything, the butterfly effect, that a butterfly flaps its wings in one corner of the world in Kansas City, and it creates a typhoon in Singapore, or whatever cities we're addressing. Wouldn't it make sense that harmony breeds harmony? And unity breeds unity, and this unity and fragmentation breeds fragmentation. Bringing us back to the ultimate Sinai experience. At the Sinai experience, though it happened exactly 2,400, it happened exactly 3,335 years ago. It was in the Hebrew year 2448. It's so long ago. But still, besides its message, as I said before, the moral message, the spiritual message, but above all, the cosmic message of unity, that it teaches us that our ultimate goal is right now to recreate the Sinai experience, the synesthesia, where sight and sound and all the senses meet, And they meet even higher than that. They meet with the supersensory level, which is really where everything joins together as one. But then we come back to tell about it. Meaning we have to live in a world of details, a world of structure, a world where sight and sound are two different experiences, but they all join together in one singular place. I remember that scene in Children of the Lesser God, where the romance between the deaf young woman and her teacher, who's the teaches at the school of the deaf, but he of course is a hearing person, and the conflicts they have. She wants him to enter her world of silence. He wants her to enter his world of sound. And there's ego, there's routine, there's custom, there's pride, and so on. And at the end of that line where he says to her, and they finally rejoin and reunite, very touching scene, he says to her, can we meet in a place that is beyond silence and beyond sound? Because silence and sound, even beyond synesthesia, which is vision and sound, sight and sound, there's also an element of silence, which is people think is a contradiction to sound. Therefore, the sound of silence. It's not necessarily. There's different ways of expressing ourselves. You can express yourself with words, but sometimes words are not adequate. So you use metaphor. Sometimes metaphor is not adequate. So you use just a sigh, a cry, a laugh, a chuckle. And sometimes that's not enough. Silence. It's such an intense, intimate experience. You have nothing, no containers with which to handle it, which to hold it. So the only expression is silence. And people who love each other and look scary at each other in silence. Is that not an expression? It's just a different type of expression. So the goal would actually be to reach a place where we can express the inexpressible. Yes, to see the unseeable, to hear the unhearable, to be able to bridge the two realities, a reality of a deeper unity, something that we all sense is there, but we can't quite put our finger on it. That's precisely why it's so powerful. If someone were to ask you right now, what is your left leg doing? Until the moment I asked you, you weren't thinking about it, but your left leg was there, you just weren't conscious of it. So consciousness is actually is limited reality in a defined parameter. When you're not conscious of something does not mean that it's not there, it just means you're not aware of it. When you're in the zone like a fish in water, you don't have to experience it. There's no subject and object, they melt into one. The ultimate synesthesia, the ultimate synthesis and integration and synergy of many parts but melting into one, where you become completely absorbed in something greater than yourself. Now we all crave in a certain way to be that way. No self-consciousness at all. But not because you want to use it or exploit it or use it for any selfish reasons. It's because you are being absorbed in something greater than yourself. That's what happened at Sinai. And that's what we can recreate in our lives at any given moment. But you have to be ready to let go. You have to be ready to suspend yourself. You have to let go of the need for control. You need to be able to celebrate vulnerability. That's when you let go. That's when you can allow yourself. It's like when you go into water, you need to melt into the water. Allow yourself to be absorbed, dissolve into the experience. Just as we do, we put on a headset. Let the music take control instead of you controlling it. You become absorbed in the experience. When you're able to allow your object to melt into the subject, when you are able to join together in that way, ultimately, like two becoming of one flesh, that's when you experience something that is both beyond the senses, but also permeates every one of the senses. And that's our ultimate goal. Sounds pretty good. The challenge, of course, is our routines, our habits. We're not used to it. We like the idea, we'll do it for a weekend, I'll do it at a moment, but we want to be back in our own place. It's often our own insecurities that don't let us let go. We want our comfort zones. So the choice is ours. The next step is yours. This has been Simon Jacobson, meaningfullife.com. Please check us out. Please share. I'd love to hear your questions, thoughts, comments, suggestions. But above all, share. Share, share, share. It's all about connecting us all, paying it forward, creating that harmony. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here, and welcome to another episode of Meaningful Live. To talk about a topic that is as hot as it gets, and the portending a new future as has been announced and being heralded. So the topic is ChatGPT a sign that something bigger is coming? Will machines replace us? This program is dedicated in honor of Mrs. Dina Gorkin, who affects positive and meaningful change in her students and staff, and merit of Shidduch Kayemushka Bas Chana. Okay, my friends. So all the rage now about ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, where is it headed? What kind of a revolution is it going to create? How is it going to impact the human race? The very way we acquire knowledge, we understand knowledge, human understanding. I mean, every big issue is on the table. And of course, the big question about the future of machines pitted against humans. We know machines now can beat any human being at chess. That's just a game. But what about when it really develops into something far bigger and far greater? What will be our role when machines can do everything we do faster, quicker, and intuit more because it's just simply of their cumulative power, including even our imagination that is being so-called transferred into these machines. So let's tackle the topic. I just noticed over the weekend at least 5 articles that I saw in major newspapers and magazines just on this topic, and probably many more that I didn't see, and covering so many different angles about it. So let's begin from the beginning. Accumulation of knowledge in general. We all know it is the human being that has the superior brain on Earth, meaning when you contrast it to animals or other species, we are the most intelligent creatures. In turn, we've created technologies that improve our lives, that speed up things, whether it's in the creation of the wheel, or the creation of simple process of mathematics, and other ways to make life more efficient, to be able to achieve the same results in a quicker time. The Industrial Revolution, following the Agricultural Revolution, did all of that. Not perhaps at the speeds that we see today, but the concept was there. Can you take the same hour that you invest spending working hard on a farm? Can you create a technology that will replace you so you don't have to work as hard and you can produce even more in that limited amount of time? The famous talk that Admiral Hyman Rickover gave in 1956, I believe, or 57, where he compared the 100 years from 1857 to 1957 and basically came away with a very interesting insight that 95% of energy generated in 1857 was generated through humans or animals. In 1957, 95% of energy is being generated by machines or fossil fuels.
What are you doing here?
Dunno.
So
I was just told to take leave at Del
simply
Sol.
happened was, first of
And
all, an
you?
explosion
Good
of
timing.
skyrocketing
My
wealth,
supervisor gave
because
me
those
leave
now
as well.
that
So
control
I
those
figured
machines can
I should
produce so
take in
much
a little
more,
fun.
and only exponentially
My
growing,
Wasn't an
as
order
well
from the
as a
director.
tremendous amount of free
Leave
time.
is leave.
Because if you don't have to
Forget
spend
about
9
work.
hours
Spread your
sweating
wings a little.
on a farm
Well, see ya.
to produce a bushel of wheat.
Wings and feathers. I've had enough.
Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here for another episode of Meaningful Live. Welcome. Being that this week is Purim, the festive holiday of Purim, events that happened in Persia, ancient Persia years ago, what really appropriate is part of an ongoing series of biblical events decoded, that will speak about Esther's secret, why Jews celebrate her every year on Purim. This program is dedicated by Adam Radkin in loving memory of his wonderful Zaidi, Irving Fishman, Shmuel Yitzchak ben Avraham. May his neshama, his soul, be in the highest light of God, Hashem, and may his memory be a blessing. Esther's secret. We all love secrets. No, as soon as you hear something is a secret, you right away want to know what's going on. And as a matter of fact, a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there all begins by calling it a secret. Well, the best way to spread a rumor, a false rumor, is by saying there's a secret. We can't. All those announcements about a war breaking out in a certain city are all untrue. As soon as people hear there's some secret, there's actually an expression, there's a verse that says that sweet water, that stolen waters are the sweetest. People like the taboo, they like the secrets, the unknown. But then there are true secrets, not the misinformation. And that's really, when you talk about Esther's secret, actually, it literally means that. In Hebrew, the word Esther means concealed, covered. It comes from the word haster panai, a verse in the book of Deuteronomy, which means I have covered and concealed my face. A double covering, no less. And that's what Esther means. The word Esther means covered, concealed. And the reason for that is, on a very basic level, is because what you see is not what you get. I mean, ostensibly, we would argue that whatever we see with our eyes, what we hear with our ears, what we taste, touch, and smell, that defines reality. But we all know, and especially today, that that invisible forces drive everything. Whether it's our DNA and our cellular or subcellular structures, whether it's atoms or subatomic particles, it's the invisible forces that we don't see beneath the surface that really drive everything. The earth, as we know it, when you go deep into the earth, it's boiling hot. You're talking about temperatures that are in the thousands and thousands of degrees Fahrenheit. So the forces that are beneath the surface are really what drives everything. And with technology, we become comfortable with the invisible. The same is true psychologically. How many secrets do you carry within you? How many things are obvious and how much of it is not? Even to ourselves, there are many things we are not aware of. Our own potential, our own inner struggles, traumas,
they really
other
did a number on
experiences
this
that are
place.
very deep
The other church and I
beneath
will track their
the
movements.
conscious psyche.
After that,
So the idea of a
all up to
secret is actually the understanding of the forces that are beneath the surface, that are concealed. Now, there are tools and there are ways to access that, and that essentially is the story of Purim. You look at the story, Megillah as it's called, the story of Purim, the story of Esther, it's called the Megillah of Esther, the scroll or the book of Esther, and you see that never is God's name mentioned there. There's a whole narrative, it's over a period of a number of years, you never see God's name. It's the only book in the entire Bible where God's name is not mentioned. And the reason for that is because God's hand is concealed, it's invisible, the invisible hand. You know, look at the events, and they all seem random, coincidental. But then when you look in retrospect, connect the dots, you see the secret emerging. And that's really the story of all our lives. There's a hidden choreography that defines every one of our lives. But as Kierkegaard put it, we could only understand our lives backwards, but we have to live our lives frontwards, which means life goes from past, present, future. But when you look back, in retrospect, you suddenly see, now I understand why I had to be here or there, and so on. Sometimes we see it quite apparently, sometimes it takes more time. So it's a connecting dots of something that is much bigger story. And there are real patterns happening in our lives all the time. It is the wise person, the sages say, that see the birthing. You see the intelligent person, the wise person can see the patterns where others just see randomness. Even in chaos there are patterns. So Esther in her name, the very name, the book of Esther captures that story, the concealed story, you can say. The story beneath the surface. The inside story, behind the scenes, under the dashboard. So many different expressions you can use for it. What's the double concealment? And this is fascinating. The great mystic, the Baal Shem Tov, puts it this way. There's a concealment, and everyone knows something is concealed. It's called the known unknown. That you know there's an unknown, but I don't know what it is, but I know there's something there. And then there's an unknown unknown. The concealment itself conceals the fact that something is concealed. You don't even know there's something there. So it's one thing, you know, it's dark at night. Okay, it's dark. I know that I have something lurking within my psyche, a demon, a negative memory, a nightmare. But I know, I may not know what it is, but I know it's there. What happens if you suddenly decide that you're convinced that it's not even dark? You think darkness is light. You think confusion is clarity. You think toxins are healthy. You've gotten so used to it. That's called that the concealment is concealing the concealment. And then the problem is we go into an area called denial. Denial. Which is not the river Nile, as the joke goes, which means we don't even know there's a problem. That's why they say that awareness is half the cure. Awareness doesn't mean you always know what the issue is, but you know there is an issue. In the good olden days, when before air conditioning, so the hot, sultry days or nights in Russia, the only way to relieve yourself from the terrible heat is to go into cold basements, cellars. But there was also no electricity, so there was no light. So one day, a great chassid, a great mystic sage, went down for some relief. He goes down into a cellar, and it was pitch dark, pitch black. And he cries out, he says, "It's so dark in here." But there were other people there, and they said, "Don't worry, stay here for a while and you'll get used to it." He says, "That's what I'm worried about. I don't want to get used to it. I don't want it to become my standard, my norm." It's important to know sometimes when you're in the dark. You don't want to think that darkness is not. You don't want to wake up one day and say, everything I thought was true is completely not. And that's also what why wisdom is considered. The eyes of a wise person are in his head. Wisdom is about light, shining clarity and light. And the first light is just to know there's something there. So Esther captures both levels of concealment, the concealment that we know about and the concealment that we don't. And the goal is obviously to access it, to bridge the hidden and the revealed. Because the healthiest life is when you're able to access that which is concealed. And concealed doesn't always mean some deep, dark secret. Concealed simply could also mean your potential, your tremendous potential. And that's the beauty of this story. The beauty of the story of your choreography. Can you reveal the patterns? Can you reveal the story, the narrative, connecting the dots of your life so that life can make sense? And this includes the ups and downs and twists and turns, every aspect of our lives. Literally every aspect of our lives is defined by these dots. When you're able to do that, life changes, because then it's about navigating the vicissitudes. Instead of seeing every event as a fragmented, disjointed experience, no, you start saying, that's it, it's part of a pattern, it's part of a wheel that's turning. Sometimes the wheel is up, like a Ferris wheel, sometimes the wheel is low, but it's all for turning, it's all one journey. One journey. A journey that includes many different subplots, but part of one larger narrative. When you look at life that way, you can really deal with anything. Because even if a moment is difficult, and everyone should be protected from difficulties or anxieties or stress or other distress or any other challenging situation, but when you look at it that way, you see it that this is a journey. It's taking you somewhere. Where am I going? Everything is headed towards somewhere else. So the secret of Esther is really the secret of our lives. Now, to take this a step further, let's go into the mystique. Betty Friedan called it the feminine mystique. The feminine mystique. Something about the feminine that is hidden. And it's true. If you think of a flower, for example, one of the beautiful things of a flower is that the petals, they seem to always hide something more. And even if you remove a few petals, there's always more. Now, we live in a world where we've become, at least we delusionally think that we're in control of everything. You press a button, and you get an order at your door within 30 minutes. Everything is fast food, quick. Communications and technology, for all its blessings, has created the illusion that really time and space is not necessary. You can achieve anything at any time. And it creates we can imagine that we're in control of everything. But we have to know this, that the technologies help us control the speed of things. But it doesn't control the real core truths and realities of our lives are not controlled by technology. For example, love, the search for truth, the search for your soul, the search for higher values. These things, technology has not changed. Technology may make it more easier to access, available, but these are things that you can't control. You can't go into a store. You can't order truth. You can't order love. You can't order God. You can't order your soul. When I say order, I mean acquire as in an acquisition, like you can order a loaf of bread. So we have to know what to distinguish. And the second thing that's important to remember, not only you can't acquire it, you have to allow it to emerge. It emerges like a flower from the ground. You can't force a flower out of the ground. You have to allow it to emerge. So respecting the emergence of things, respecting the process, that there is a process. And that a child has to go through 9 months of gestation, of pregnancy, to develop into a child. Certain things you have to respect the process. Process and emergence are not about you control the elements to create the right environment for it to emerge. But then you water the flower, you water the ground, you weed the garden, and the flowers will emerge. It's critical to remember that, because getting back to the story of the secret, the mystique of life is not meant to be owned. The secret to true relationships and love is letting go. Realizing that being vulnerable can be a great blessing. Vulnerable with the right people, whom you trust. But it goes counter to our training and our programming. How could you be vulnerable? Vulnerable means you're exposed. Vulnerable means you could be hurt. But vulnerable is where you allow your inner, your inner vulnerable self, that inner mystique, whether it's for a woman or a man, but especially a woman, it's maybe sometimes more pronounced, you respect it. And it doesn't mean you have to own it. Love doesn't mean you have to understand everything about your partner. It means that you embrace and you celebrate the mystique. You celebrate the Esther, the concealed. And you celebrate in a way of recognizing, it's really beautiful that there's some things I don't own and I don't control. And I have to just allow them to emerge. I just have to allow myself to be. So it's really the essence of a true healthy relationship. That there are things that should remain a form of mystique. Sexuality is a mystery. With all the books written and all the studies and everything in this modern society, it's still a mystery, it's still elusive. No one knows what the real ultimate secret of a healthy, sexual, intimate, loving relationship is. The secret of sustaining it. Everybody knows, as the joke goes, you can't live without it, you can't live with it. But it remains elusive, and that's really the beauty of it. Why does it remain elusive? Because it really comes from the secret world of Esther. It comes from beneath the petals. It's the hidden world. And though we can access it as an experiencing it and living it, but it's fine that it remains beneath the surface, that some things remain not completely scientifically analyzed. You don't want to dissect love to the point that you destroy its romantic, its subtlety, its mystique, its mystery. The mystery is good. So even though we continue to explore and we try to understand deeper levels, that's perfectly natural for a human being to do. But you have to always remember, every level that you discover, there's always going to be another level of Esther, another concealed level. Just like you climb a mountain. So yesterday's horizon, today you conquered. But then you see a wider horizon, a broader horizon. And as you climb higher, the horizons expand even further. And that's part of the beauty of it. The ultimate of knowledge is to know that there's more to know. The ultimate of knowledge is to know the unknowable. And knowing the unknowable sounds like a paradox, but it's actually a beautiful concept. And it's reality of life. It's not the illusion that we own and control everything, we have to understand everything. True understanding is being in awe of a reality greater than yourself. And when you have that in your system and you recognize that, that will resolve so many issues, will eliminate so many frustrations. All this is hidden in the petals of Esther. Now it's interesting, I mentioned petals quite a few times, flower. Remember, Esther is also called Shoshana. It says Esther Shoshana. Shoshana is a rose. What is a rose? A rose is a symbol, maybe the ultimate symbol of love and flowers. But it also has that, first of all, that fragile side to it, that sensitivity. But the petals, they reveal something. And there's something about it that just always remains something that captures our imagination because it's beyond us in a certain way. Yes, you can, of course, you can dissect, you can pull apart the petals and get to the core of it. that's not the beauty of the flower. The beauty of the flower is when you actually leave it be, let it open when it opens, let it close when it closes, and allow it to blossom, allow it to expand itself. The beauty of life itself. When you see a child developing, you don't force it, just watch, observe, respect, celebrate the emergence of deeper and higher beauty. And that's really the mystique of beauty as well, and so many other areas of life. So in a nutshell, the story of Esther, the reason we celebrate Esther, because we're celebrating the mystique, we're celebrating the mystery, we're celebrating the hidden story within our lives. Yes, we try to understand as much as possible, and we reveal as much as possible, and we try to connect the dots, but there's something beautiful about that type of mystery. Imagine we actually could predict everything that will be in the future, a crystal ball. You think you really would be happy? There's some things perhaps that should emerge, some things that we should not know beforehand. Let it happen when it happens. Let us do what we have to do and let that emerge. Respect the process and the emergence of things. And there's so much more that can be said. That's essentially the meaning of Esther, and which also explains why the book is called the Book of Esther. Even though Mordechai is a hero, a major hero of the story, and doesn't even say the book of Mordechai and Esther, the book of Esther. So she got plenty of guidance from Mordechai, but she is the essence of the story, the hidden story, where God's name is not mentioned, where everything is working in the garments of a natural process, but it's really not natural at all. Within it is true miracle, the invisible hand and the visible choreography of each one of our lives. That's what we celebrate. And that's something worth celebrating, even though it's thousands of years since the event happened. So the event manifested that way in its own way back then, and now it manifests in its own particular way. But it's an eternal story of the mystique of your life, the Esther of your life. Important to always remember. And is it that women have more of it than men? Well, is there a masculine mystique? Why not? Is it that men seem to be focused a lot more on the control element? And maybe women are now trying to play by men's rules. It's another discussion. And men are much more focused on the conquest, the warrior, the finding of things. But the truth is, a man has a feminine nature. A man also has a very mysterious part which he allows it to emerge.
Brace yourself!
Not so respected. But a man represents strength, clarity, conviction,
By now!
courage.
This is gonna sting!
And it doesn't, there's the idea of vulnerability, masculine vulnerability, a man crying, even though it's becoming more popular lately. But still, it's something that the man is looked at as the tough, the one that you can rely on. All that is beautiful, but it's also beautiful to have a certain fragile side to you. And I don't mean fragile in a weak sense. I mean fragile in a vulnerable sense. The vulnerability of the child, the innocence, where we're not that jaded and we're not all figured out, that there are things that are not exactly calculated. Not everything is scientific. Yes, it's important to have a scientific mind and be analytical and cerebral, but we don't only live in our minds. There's a lot more. There's emotional intelligence, sensitivity, empathy. Not everything that makes sense totally in a purely rational, logical, computer-like mind. And that's also part of the mystique. Because the mind can turn into a very big, very dry and very machine-like and lose its soul. And then in a sense lose its Esther. We should all be able to celebrate and retain and reveal the Esther within us. I'll conclude with a story I share in Toward a Meaningful Life in my book. The chapter, I believe, is the chapter on children, actually, childhood, the beauty of childhood. So even though when we grow into adults, we should always retain that child, that innocent child within us. In a way, we're always looking for that child, the rosebud of our lives, that more innocent, idealistic, pure time, the adventure, basically worry-free, carefree, and so on. So there's a story they tell. There was a great rabbi, Rebbe. He was farbrengen, he was having a gathering together with his students and his disciples, and it was very passionate and very warm and very inspiring. You know, everybody got into it. It was that type of like in the zone. But then they ran out of refreshments, a little cake, a little l'chaim, a little drink here. And nobody wanted to leave because it was such a magical moment. But they needed to refresh the refreshments, to bring more for the continuing farbrengen, continuing gathering. And nobody wanted to go. So the Rebbe himself stood up and was about to walk out and said, "Where are you going?" They were embarrassed that he's going on his own. He says he's going outside just to tell a child to go bring some drinks and some cake and some whatever it is that the refreshments were. So he goes out the room, but he doesn't come back right away. So they realize that he himself went. He returns, he brought back all the refreshments and everything was back to order. But they were really, really embarrassed, and they said to him, "Why didn't you tell us that?" He says, "I always have a child. My inner child is always waiting right outside the room when I'm sitting with adults, in case we need the child." Just that innocence to get beyond. Everybody here was so consumed with the excitement of the event. Sometimes you need a little child just to do the innocent act that doesn't have all that calculation, is not so mesmerized, and is not so taken by all the fireworks. So I access my inner child to go find those refreshments. It's important to have that innocence. Sometimes it's important to suspend our brilliant minds, to suspend our sophisticated tools. As the Baal Shem Tov says, a beautiful analogy, he says, sometimes you have to stand like a pauper before God when you pray and open your heart and soul. And he gives the example, why a pauper? He says there were two people invited to see a king. One was a literate aristocrat, educated, familiar, well-versed in all the sciences and arts. And the other was an illiterate pauper, a peasant. Okay? The aristocrat, the scholar, the sophisticate comes for his appointment. He never saw such a beautiful palace. And he gets so enamored with the collections of literature and music and art, he misses his appointment because he got so caught up with that. Then comes the peasant, the simple one. He doesn't appreciate any of that. So he walks right through all those chambers and walks straight into the inner chamber of the king and has his appointment. And there he asks for everything, including the blessing that he should have the wisdom to appreciate all the glory and all the majesty. Says the Baal Shem Tov, sometimes we need to suspend our sophistication. Just be innocent, simple, the mystique of Esther. And then you can embrace the essence of things. Then you want to express it through intelligence and emotional and other forms of expression and experience. And you really want a combination of both, the best of both worlds. So, my friends, let me message you to find that Esther within you, the Esther and the people you love, and celebrate wherever you are, wherever you may be. Its message is universal, and the ways of embracing the mystique, celebrating the mystique, celebrating.
Here we go. Oh no, you don't.
And
By now.
actualizing
This is gonna
this world.
sting.
Use a lot
This'll
more of
do.
that.
Gonna love
That
this.
would be the best way to preempt
Here we go.
and eliminate
Oh, no, you
war,
don't.
conflict, discord,
Conflict
and all the other petty
Oh, yeah.
things that often, or not so petty things that often separate us. Because this level connects and unites the invisible quilt, the invisible story behind the story. Everyone be blessed, and may you celebrate and access that dimension and actualize it in
Activating
your life.
combat mode.
Bring
This
it
has been
on.
Simon Jacobson,
Heads up.
meaningfullife.com. Please love to hear your thoughts, your comments, your feedback.
This'll do.
Of course, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel, which
This
has
is
been
gonna
growing.
sting.
Let us
How about
celebrate
this?
together.
Gonna love
individually,
this.
create
This'll
single
do.
life and speak
That's
together.
enough. By
Thank you
now.
so much, and be
Oh
blessed
no, you
and happy
don't.
day. When you, wherever you
Taking you down a bit. This is gonna sting.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Hello everyone, Simon Jacobson here for another episode of Meaningful Live. Fighting terrorism. How do we bring peace to this world?
Activating combat mode.
Let's begin with
Here we go.
maybe
Oh,
most
no, you
obvious
don't.
thing that is often not
This'll
even
do.
discussed.
Gonna love this.
What one
By
person
now.
calls a terrorist, another person may call a freedom fighter.
Here we go.
So you write it as
That's
have
enough.
two different
This'll
axioms,
do.
two different
Gonna
assumptions.
love this.
How do you begin?
That's enough.
That's what we will be
Taking you
addressing.
down a gonna love
But above
this.
all, addressing how to actually deal with it
Oh,
head
yeah.
on
Conflict
in the
resolved.
most practical and prudent way that can help us somewhat get through the thorny elements that have plagued the world from the beginning of time. This program is dedicated by Quinton Williams in loving memory of his partner Marvin Shack.
Activating combat mode.
So terrorism. As I said, some people will call a terrorist, other people will call a freedom fighter. Everyone has their subjective perspective on things. So then how can we even begin a conversation when one can't even establish is it terrorism or not terrorism? If someone were to attack you personally, God forbid, or your family, community, and you would take up arms to defend yourself, and in turn, in self-defense, kill someone, would that be called terrorism? No, you're protecting yourself, it's self-defense. So what do we define as terrorism? So let me submit this. We all may have different grievances in our lives. The question is how we deal with them. If you're angry at someone and you go ahead and attack them or in any way hurt or kill them, we would consider that to be unacceptable, unless it was strict self-defense, as I just mentioned. We have a system of law and order, and you want to report somebody, report them to the law enforcement officials and let them deal with it. Now, of course, the argument can be, well, what happens if I don't have anyone to turn to? I don't trust the police. I don't trust authorities. I don't trust the government. I have no choice but to take the law in my own hands. And yes, that can turn into a lynch mob, or it could turn into something that someone would defend as being the only way to protect ourselves. So you see, it gets very complicated. Well, that's why I would like to submit the following. That terrorism would be the definition that the way we resort to solving a problem is by terrorizing and by hurting others. I'll give an example. I'll give a personal example. After the Holocaust, where 6 million of my people, the Jews, were viciously and brutally killed. At the time, they had no real way to protect or defend themselves. They were completely at the mercy of their hosts, so to speak. But afterwards, after the war ended, a few years later, Israel became a state with a very powerful army. Now, the rule in history is usually that if someone hurts you, you come back. It's called vengeance. And some would even consider that to be fair. So now the Israeli army would come and start bombing indiscriminately German cities as retribution, payback for what they had done to our people. Now, no one ever even considered doing anything like that. That would be what I would consider an act of terrorism. Why? They may deserve it. But what gain is there right now by doing it? Are you going to gain back the 6 million people? Is that the way to exact vengeance? Or is the way to exact vengeance, which is what most Jews did, was build their families, build a country, and they'll say their revenge, they'll open up a photo album and say, my revenge is the children, the grandchildren, the families I built. That doesn't mean we forget, that doesn't mean we forgive. It just means that we've channeled our anger through productive ends. If a grievance, however, is addressed through terror, through killing, wanton killing, especially of innocent people, it's one thing you're going to the criminals that actually did something to you directly, but not their relatives and not their brothers and not their grandchildren. That I would categorize as the world of terror because it has a very different objective. Its objective is not to resolve an issue, it's to just exercise and terrorize those around you, to create a fearful environment. 9/11, most people consider to be an act of terror. Why? And I'm not getting into now whether you're pro-West or you're pro-East or you're pro-Arab Muslim or anti-Arab Muslim. Because what was the benefit of exactly? What was the benefit? What was it revenge for? Even if it was active revenge. And what was the goal? The goal was to basically destabilize and terrorize many innocents. Now you could argue that some in the Western world have exercised all kinds of colonialization and oppression. Here we go. I'm taking now the case of someone who would argue why the Muslim world or the Arab Muslim world is angry at the West. Even if there are legitimate concerns with that, but is that the approach? To kill people, again, wantonly, without any discrimination? The mere fact that the Nazis in power terrorized the Jews, the Gypsies, and others that they consider unwanted was an act of terror. Just because they changed the law doesn't make it less terrorist. So I think intelligent people could come to some consensus. We may disagree what is right and what is wrong, but we can agree what is the right way to approach and correct the wrong. That there are many other ways to do it than killing people. Now, I want to address this in a different context as well. I've had many long discussions with people of all different walks of life. With some argue, when people are pushed in a corner and they've been oppressed and they've been discriminated against, what can you expect of them? Why? Of course they'll break out. Maybe they go too far, but they're very frustrated. And they may do things that, yes, we would say cross some lines, but they can legitimize. But if that's the case, you have to be across the board, say that with all situations. Anyone that has a grievance can do that. Is there only a minority that has a right to terrorize and a majority does not have a right? Is that what it comes down to?
Bringing out the big guns.
And of course, in our therapeutic Western world, many of us will say, you have to